And we're back on the new stream. Got Michael Greer and Michael Versteeg still partnered up out on the trails.
Yeah, thank you so much for joining us. This is coverage of the Cocodona 250 2025 brought to you by Mountain Outpost and Air Viper Running. I'm Corinne Shalvoy, joined by Caleb Stevens. And we are almost 10 hours into this race already. It's going by fast.
It's flying. We're about, probably 30 minutes or so from seeing Harry arrive at Camp Kipa, which would be mile 62. Courtney's about 5 miles out, 5.5. And we do expect to have some footage from Camp Kipa, so that'll be pretty exciting.
Runner here at Crown King. This is Crown King's right around 36, 37, right? First time they're able to see crew. Looks like 2 runners in there. There's Brian Powell from I Run Far. And folks getting their stuff ready for, some darkness, refueling everything. Looks like a new bladder going into that pack. There might be 3 people right there getting crewed. It's going to get busy there.
It looks like Dan Green making a bit of a move. He's opened up a little bit of space over Jack Scott now, and he is just about a mile back of Courtney at last check-in. So Dan's about 6.5, a little under 6.5 miles out from Camp Kipa.
It's boding well for my fantasy. No, although I didn't have Harry up there right in the front, but I had Jack and Dan one too. But it's very, very early.
Yeah. One of the questions that we had on the preview show was just, and I'd pose this to you. So obviously Harry coming back as a champion, there's a lot of weight and pressure. There's a target on the back there. How much though do you think with Courtney in the field, does that alleviate some of the stress for him? I mean, obviously now it doesn't matter, but leading into the race, do you think that he felt a little less because of that?
Yeah, I think I did hear you guys talking about that. It's a super interesting question to ponder. I mean, in all honesty, I feel like both Harry and Courtney are the kind of people that just don't really absorb that pressure, no matter if it's there or not. I mean, yes, Harry won this race last year. He's now a sponsored athlete with John G. Everybody kind of processes like that added pressure or them being quote unquote professional in different ways. And I think it can be both beneficial and or detrimental to your careers, depending on like your personality, your own kind of just mental, I don't know. Maybe it goes back to your why of why you're doing this. And something about both Harry and Courtney, that I think everyone would probably agree on is that they're out there running against themselves. They're not thinking about anybody else. And this kind of a course where you are probably by yourself for a really, really long stretch of it is really going to be advantageous to somebody who knows how to go deep within themselves and constantly just try to get the most out of themselves without any external pressure on it. For Courtney, she's just gotten to a level of fitness. And I think my personal, opinion is that she is one of the most mentally capable, individuals in this sport. She knows 100% how to control her thoughts, her mind, her mood. And she's become a master of that. And I think that we get to see that on display here. But I think both her and Harry their intention is to get the absolute most out of themselves on this course, and they're really not thinking about anything else besides that.
Yeah, I think that's so well said. I mean, Harry, in kind of some of his pre-race stuff, exactly what you said. He said he didn't feel like the title was really his, and that he was here to challenge himself, push his limits, and he wanted to face his own demons.
Yeah.
And that's what he was focused on. And, we're early in the race, but it's so cool to see those two personalities of Courtney and Harry leading the field, knowing just like the joy that they bring and exactly what you said, how they just like look at themselves more like at their soul, I guess is how you would almost phrase that. And they're out there for themselves and to prove something to themselves. And that's a neat thing to see, especially from the front two, who are also absolutely destroying this race right now. Yeah.
I mean, we know that Courtney wants to make her cave bigger. We don't know how. She said, "How much bigger can we make it? Can I make it?" It'd be interesting to hear if Harry has some kind of a visual cue, or if he. Honestly, it'd be interesting to hear like where his mind goes and how he processes things, like when it starts to get really hard and when there's discomfort and when there's pain. I interviewed Georgia Porter, myself, and actually Russ Ditzworth. We interviewed Georgia Porter before the race. They said that they have really like built a relationship with pain, and then I think back to famously, like I think there's a quote, I feel like it came from Leadville, but I can't remember who it was, who said if you make friends with pain, you're never alone. Mm-hmm. And so it's like all this very interesting just exploration into how do I deal with this stress, how do I deal with the pain, how do I deal with the discomfort, and shifting that into something that they're actually not looking forward to, but like comfortable with, okay with, like welcoming to, and just knowing that it doesn't have to actually define how their legs move through this course. Mm-hmm. Which is, it just speaks to the power of the mind. Yeah. It really does. So we have, again, God, look at how green that is. It's so crazy.
It doesn't even look like, Arizona.
No, it doesn't at all. It's like this beautiful green mesa.
It's like Pandora.
Yeah. Oh, we got a burger sighting. Somebody getting ready to have a little meal. I guess it is that. Well, it's 3 p.m, but yeah, if you've run for 9 hours, 10 hours, it might sound really good. How much real food did you eat in your race, Caleb? A lot? Yeah,
quite a bit. I started off trying not to, and then another lesson. I mean, just needing to convert over to that. A lot of these aid stations, you can almost pull up a chair to, and it's like being at a saloon where you're just like, hit me, more mac and cheese, please, bowl after bowl after bowl. But they're all so well stocked, and they're all so different. And you can tell when you get to an aid station that the volunteers take a lot of pride in providing you something that is unique, that you haven't tasted yet in the race, and wanting to make sure that they can bring you back to life. It's you walk in, and even no matter how bad you're feeling or how much in your own feelings you are, they're so good at pulling you out of that and sending you on your merry way.
How cool is that? Again, just like food giving life. It's like there's so many like spiritual things that are part of this race. It's like that's why people cook, so you can give love and life into the food. And I've heard that we've gone through the menus at the aid stations, and they're incredible sounding. So I kind of want to get out to, I don't know, Mingus and try some of this Italian that I've heard all about. Sounds delicious.
Saved my life last year.
But do you think it was really that good? Or do you think it was just the fact that, like, when you're camping or hiking or whatever, food just tastes delicious? How much of it is that you're just so hungry?
It's probably a fair amount of that, but probably until the day I die, no matter what other pasta I have, that will go down as number one.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
Just due to all circumstances.
I needed it so badly in that moment, and it just was amazing.
Well, I've heard of, folks at UTMB really like, for some reason, just downing like pasta sauce, just like the sauce, or like a meat sauce and, tomato sauce, and that tasting super good. I'm like, it's very interesting, the things that, like, I don't know, that hit your palate and that you enjoy, when you're doing this kind of stuff. We had someone in the chat ask who we have winning the whole thing. Who do you have winning the whole thing? Okay.
Who did I have, or who do I have now?
No. This is who do you have now? No, this is before. Let's see audit your fantasy free trail.
It was Courtney, and I think it still is.
It was Courtney winning the whole thing.
Yeah, but Harry is just I wasn't sure if he'd be able to throw down in the same way that he did last year with all the pressure. I mean, I do think that there is something to that, and it's just he has just come out of the gates. What I'm curious to see, though, can you hold a lead for 220 miles? I mean, we talk about pressure. Think about the pressure that you continue to feel being the hunted for 48 hours.
Yeah. I mean, it happens. It happens. Like, I've seen it over and over again in races that, people go wire to wire and, like, I don't know, maybe not in it, but I think about, was it either CCC or UTMB one year that another POW, I believe it was POW Capel, was off the front and out like ahead of people by minutes at the very beginning, held the whole thing to the very end. It's just like, sometimes you just have that day or days.
Yeah, days. Yeah. Who were your top three?
Top three. Well, I'd have to say go, men and women. So let me pull up so that I'll be totally honest here. Pull up my fantasy free trail. If you haven't played that, go play that. Not anymore, but play it for future events. So I think I definitely have Courtney winning on the women's side, and I still think she could take the overall win. I actually had Mika in second and Georgia in third on the women's race. And then on the men's side, Jack Scott, Dan Green, and Jeff Garmeyer. And Harry in fourth. So he's in there. And Versteeg. So, like, I'm not doing too bad right now. But, yeah, a lot of race left. I also have Lindsay Dwyer and Sarah O up in that top 5.
Yeah, Lindsay's training was insane.
It was insane. And so the question then becomes, like, I don't know Lindsay. I don't know if that's new for her, if that was a big jump, if she's been doing that for a couple years, how her body feels after that kind of training. Are you overcooked? Are you just right? Like, it's so interesting. It's just this huge experiment. And obviously, like, right now, it looks like it's playing out pretty well. Yeah. Which is really cool to see kind of a new name in the scene.
The last 4 weeks. So, I mean, this includes her taper. I mean, she averaged almost 110 miles a week in 17 hours of running with 15,000 feet of vert. Yeah. That's just insane. That's
huge. It's big mileage. Lots of 100-milers under her belt. She was second at Umstead, running a 16:44 in 2022. That's a pretty solid time. Rio de Lago won that in 16:51. Looks like she also ran UTMB in 2024, 32 hours. That's a solid time at UTMB. So also got some of that mountainous stuff. Looks like she's from California. 33 years old and started racing ultras in 2014. So again, like, some of these names of people, when you start to dig into it, it's like they've been doing this sport for a decade, a lot of them. So having that base like that, that almost makes me think maybe she's built up to this kind of training, and obviously she's stayed healthy through it. So it'll be exciting to see.
When you think about the growth of 100-milers, and it's almost become kind of like the new marathon, do you foresee the 200-mile distance becoming something like that as well, maybe a few years down the road?
Oh boy, I don't know. Yeah. I think it's going to take a little longer than that for 200s. There's too many other variables for it to get so, tight. I do think we're going to see a lot more participation in it. And, just like in the last 5-6 years, we've seen, like, younger athletes coming straight out of college going into, I think about someone like a Ryan Montgomery who's been, racing for 12 years, but started when they were 21. And it's like, we're starting to see like a younger demographic come into the sport and bring the speed that they have into the sport at the longer distances. And so it'll be interesting to see if people jump straight into really long stuff. Like, we're getting a little bit of it here and there with someone like a Dan Green who's still in his 20s and things, and Arlen. But I think over time, it's just going to be interesting to see kind of that speed element tested at this kind of distance. Yeah.
If you had to craft like your perfect, concoction of an athlete to take on this race, and not based off of like individual characteristics of
Yeah.
runners that we have in the field, but would it be somebody with more of a through hiking background that has a little bit of running, or more running, not as much through hiking? Would it be more of an FKT or a fast 100? Like, what do you think is going to become like kind of the standard, most competitive style of athlete that will take on a Cocodona 250?
Yeah. That's a good question. And it's an interesting, like, we should hear from the people in the chat, like what are the top, so it's almost like, what are the top like 5 skill sets for this race that you think translate to success? I do think like endurance, like look at Courtney Dauwalter's background. Like, she's a Nordic skier. She has an endurance and an aerobic engine that is like, you have to have this to do this kind of a race.
Yeah.
So I think that's a super important, that might, some people might call it fatigue resistance, just general endurance. You have to have a, this kind of like aerobic base to be able to sustain multiple days of pushing hard. I think then you do need speed. I mean, let's take Courtney again for example. Crown King Scramble 50K. She broke the record by how many 40, she's fast. She really is fast. Like, so, and same thing, on the men's side with Jim Walmsley running super fast 50K early in the year, and then going to translate that to 100 milers later on. Like, I do think the speed, helps your overall running economy, and therefore it's going to just benefit you. I think the sleep piece, either you're really good at falling asleep quickly, or you sleep super, deeply in a short amount of time. Like, I don't know, but having some sleep privilege in one way or another, I think, is another thing. And then I think you got to be able to fuel.
Yeah.
You got to be able to keep things down. You got to know how much to drink and eat, and you have to be able to keep basically be replenishing your muscles throughout this.
Do you think we'll get to a point where, someone will complete this race without sleep?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because I think we're on the verge of that now. Yeah. I do. I don't know what the time would be, but I think that, even I feel like Courtney only slept for 20 minutes in Moab, maybe 240. I think that can also be almost, God, I don't want to use the word hacked, but kind of like tricked.
Yeah.
From a system standpoint, with whether it's caffeine or, something else that like, we might be able to kind of turn those dials on the systems to allow you to be alert enough to go without.
Yeah.
Yeah. Uh-oh. The Horn Meadery has care packages at the studio door or somebody. Apparently. Last year we had mead. Have you ever had mead? It's like a wine.
Oh.
We might be getting a delivery. I don't know. It's 3:20. Are you running today, Caleb?
We'll see. I got up this morning at 2:30 to be at the starting line and everything. So
a little tired?
I'm wearing down a little bit, but we'll see.
You're going full steam at it. Like, you go straight to 250s, going straight into like give me 8 shifts on the live stream. Like, I'll be in the field. I'll work for 24 hours straight. I love it.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, today's my rest day. So
nice.
If we get a beverage in here, we can have a beverage. All right, so we should probably recap maybe our top 10 on each side, just for folks that are just tuning in. Again, maybe I'll let you pull that up because you're super fast at that. But we're 10 hours and 22 minutes into the Cocodona 250 2025 edition. We saw both. We saw runners go out quite fast at the beginning of this race, maybe partly due to the fact that it was cooler temperatures. It was like in the 50s, maybe upper 40s at the start in Deep Canyon Ranch. And we just saw some turnover right off the bat. Forget about the 10,000 feet of climbing that was ahead of you in the first 35 miles. We saw people rolling and coming into Crown King an hour ahead of last year's kind of lead split times. So on the men's side, our top 10 men would be Harry Sebertes. Right. No, we know Harry's in the lead. Then we had
Dan Green in second.
Dan Green and Jack Scott, I believe.
And Ryan Sands is also in that mix.
He's up there
with Jack.
Yep. We had Michael Greer and Michael Versteeg, definitely in that top 10. I believe I saw Finn and Jeff Garmeyer up there, Max Sholoff, potentially Jesse Haynes.
Pow's also in there.
Pow, yes. Pow is potentially Pow Rius. I don't know how you pronounce his last name. I should know this. Yeah. So he is, I think, still in the top 5. So those are some of the names that are kind of showing up right now in your top 10 on the men's side. In the women's race, Courtney Dauwalter currently, or last we saw her, was running second overall in the race, F1. We had Rachel Entricken as F2, a mile back from around last time we checked, about a mile back from Courtney.
Yeah.
Yep. And then we had a kind of a group of, Lindsay Dwyer, solidly in third. And then we had some women kind of together, Allison Powell, Georgia Porter, Sarah O, kind of all similar, fairly close to one another. And then we're starting to look at Callie Demerjian and Erin Kielman, Kara Diamond Hussman, Justine Hewitt, Mika Thews. We are not sure if she has left. Crown King was spending some time there getting warm. I think that's where we're at.
Yeah.
We have mead. Thank you for the mead. It's like a honey wine, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, we've got Harry probably about, at this point, 2 miles outside of Camp Kipa.
Okay.
So hopefully we'll be able to get a shot of him coming into there.
Yeah, because we're gonna have a camera at Camp Kipa. Is it a static cam? We're not gonna have field commentary, I don't think, right? Because
I don't believe so. I think she's gonna be up at Whiskey Row.
Yeah. Hillary Yang headed to Whiskey Row for us. Georgia Porter for president. Trail gangster. Hi, Rory. Yes, I agree. Yeah, for anyone in the chat not familiar with Georgia Porter, she has the fastest known time on the Arizona Trail. It's an 800-plus mile trail that they completed last kind of fall time frame. And, it was just, no big deal to do 250 after you've done 800.
Yeah.
So again, we've had some reports of some rain, some pockets of hail, some people getting real cold in those first 7-8 hours of the race. We're approaching, what are we up to? 10 and a half hours here.
Yeah, and that's going to be interesting. I think, I don't know exactly where that cutoff was, but it was probably your top 5, top 10 seemed to kind of skate through those storms.
They avoided it.
And then everybody back behind that was got pretty wet, got pretty cold. We heard a lot of reports earlier from Hillary that taking a little bit extra time, kind of that 10 through 20 group to get warm and needing to bundle up. So that did definitely play a role on the field. Even if it didn't impact their speed getting to Crown King, it definitely impacted the amount of time that they were then spending at Crown King. So that is a little bit of a difference maker here early in the race.
For sure. Someone asked, is Cam Hanes racing? Yes, he is. He is in the field.
We saw Cam Hanes go through Crown King probably an hour ago or so. Yeah.
Courtney is crushing. Yes, absolutely. She is doing Courtney things, as we say. Had a 3-minute aid station stop at Crown King. And in leaving so quickly, moved up about 3 places in doing that.
Yeah, it's going to be fun to watch, too. We've got Jack Scott, Ryan Sands, and Dan Green are all kind of clumped together. Dan might be a little ahead of them, maybe 5 minutes or so, but they're all kind of rolling deep as they continue to make their way toward Camp Kipa. We expect to see Harry there in probably the next 20 minutes or so. And then Courtney is going to be probably 30 minutes, maybe 10 to 12 minutes or so after Harry gets into Camp Kipa. So it'll be interesting to see, Harry has gone through these aid stations pretty quickly. Will he take a little extra time there or not? It'd be interesting to see if Courtney will be able to get eyes on him and know exactly kind of where she stands at Camp Kipa, or if he'll be out of there by the time she gets in.
Yeah, that'd be pretty fun to see Harry and Courtney running together.
That would be awesome.
Those two would have some pretty good conversations, I think.
Yeah.
That would be a very positive vibe going right there.
That's one of those where we need a mic'd up moment like they do in some of the other sports.
I was just watching the NBA finals. Go Nuggets, they're on tonight. But yeah, when they're like, okay, and live from this is the coach for 10 seconds during that. Yeah, that would be fun. I don't know. I feel like some people would be into that and some people wouldn't. Courtney probably wouldn't care. She'd be like, give me a mic. I'll tell some jokes.
Yeah.
I've also, been in the field and seen the end of this race, and there's no question that there are people hurting really bad in this race. Mm-hmm. And sometimes people just want their privacy and they're like, just no cameras, please, which is also totally understandable. So, oh, thank you, Sally. Sally gave us a little sticker thing. What is that, a super chat? Is that what they call it? You're amazing too, Sally. Isn't Sally's getting ready for Badwater, I think. So that's she's gonna crush it out there.
Sally's been in the chat all day. It's
been
so cool.
She's basically a third commentator. Yeah. She's just commentating with us. We
Such a light in the sport.
Absolutely. And finisher of the Cocodona 250. I actually was out there at the finish line, and I followed her in from about the hospital. It was like one of the most emotional things. I still have the video on my phone, and it was like just to watch her complete that. And it was her first 200. To see just the sense of accomplishment when she crossed the finish line was very, very moving. So
yeah, that photo it's so iconic.
I know. Yeah, she was just in her Beastie Boys suit,
yes.
green suit. Okay, so we're going to go to an ad break here. Thank you to all of the sponsors that make this possible. We will be right back with you all.
I'm a pledge for the wild kind of town. I don't mean to brag, but people often tell me I'm beautiful. Maybe because I'm nestled at the foot of the tallest peaks in Arizona? Ponderosa pines, trails, stargazing. Yep, I have all that too. Let's set a date. Bring the bikes and your hiking shoes. Oh yeah, I'm good with kids too. Yep, that's me. Flagstaff.
Cocodona fans, here to tell you about the new RXCCD from Speedland, the road super shoe made specifically for the Cocodona 250, an uncompressed SCF midsole, single BOA fit system, a removable carbon plate made for the roads, but just as good on the gravel, sort of like the GS, but in a lighter, more streamlined, faster package with just enough cushion for this long and arduous race. Go pick up a pair now. Runspeedland.com. Use code CCD20 for 20% off.
Welcome to Sedona Parks and Recreation, where adventure meets community and every day is an invitation to explore. From sunrise rides through red dirt trails to vibrant gatherings that bring people together, every corner of our parks invites you to move, connect, and play. Music drifts into the evening sky, and the spirit of Sedona comes alive. Creativity rolls through every curve, and adventure fuels friendly competition under the sun. Families gather, kids laugh, and memories are made in and out of the water. Imagination runs wild on every playground and open space we share. See what we mean? Sedona parks are awesome.
Hey Cocodona fans, here to tell you about the new RX FPY from Speedland, our first road super shoe and the first super shoe ever to come with a BOA fit system. We take fit so seriously, and this commission was no different. A cushion trainer, then you slip the removable carbon plate in. You got all the pop of a pro marathoner. It's made for the roads, but just as good on dirt roads or gravel paths. Go pick up a pair now. Runspeedland.com. Use code CCD20 for 20% off.
All right, and we're back. Cocodona 250, day one. Our leaders are about to come into Camp Kipa.
It's exciting.
Yeah.
Our leaders are crushing, projected time splits and arriving at Camp Kipa. Hopefully I'm sure the aid station is fully set up. But yeah, Harry Sobertas, last year's champion of this race, is currently leading and is, last we checked, multiple miles ahead of the next individual. So he decided to just go ahead and throw down, 50 miles in around 8 hours at the beginning of a 250 with 10,000 plus feet of climbing. And it's been awesome to witness. Not too far behind him, we've got a couple other men in Dan Green, Jack Scott, Powell, Ooh, Ryu's.
Ryan Sands also in the mix there.
Yep. Michael Greer, Versteeg. And of course, let's not forget Courtney DeWalter, currently sitting in second overall and also expected next at Camp Kipa.
Yeah. Second place female is Rachel Entrikin. She's about 7 miles, probably closer to 6 at this point, outside of Camp Kipa. So just about 2.5 miles or so behind Courtney.
Thank you for the coffee tip, Matt Graves. That's going to the night crew per his request. Yeah, so the race started at 5 a.m. local time in the dark and has moved up to Crown King for the front of the pack. This is what we're looking at right now is the Crown. Is that Crown King?
Yes.
Yeah, Crown King aid station. We heard earlier today, a few hours ago, that some of the runners coming in here were pretty soaking wet, that they had gone through some hail and some just general rainstorms. We did have Mika Thews there sitting in the aid trying to warm up and spending some time there before continuing on. We're not sure if she has left yet or not. So yeah, we're super excited to be following the front of both of these races. And as we said, we will also be showing some of the middle, back of the pack as the days go on. We've got cameras and crews out there getting video footage of, you know, really everyone's journey, and they're going to be putting those together in some awesome chronicles that will be coming out in real time each day. So we will try to showcase as much of the field, 250 to 300 runners out there taking on this huge journey.
Yeah, we just had a question in the chat over who were we looking at there in Crown King. It looked like that was Jeremy Hedges, bib 221.
Shout out to Drinking Horn Meadery. They dropped off some mead for us here at the studio. Appreciate that. Someone's watching from Dubai. This is awesome. Some hail happening in Flag. Yep. There's been just little pockets here and there of weather really coming in and out. I don't know how long it lasted for some of these runners, but maybe just something where they got to get through it and it's a temporary storm. But important to keep yourself warm.
Yeah, and the personality type that runs a race like this isn't going to be, too terribly troubled by weather that's less than ideal.
Yeah.
So it has had a bit of an impact. We shared earlier, there were some folks, depending on kind of when they were coming into Crown King, some of the leaders didn't appear to get too impacted by the storms that rolled through, pretty dry when they came in. Some of the folks that were kind of in that like 10 to 20 range looked like they got a little more wet. That did require a little bit more time there at Crown King to get some gear swapped out. Some folks were changing their shoes. Also trying to dry off, warm up a little bit. A lot of puffy jackets at Crown King earlier today. Not seeing as much of that right now. It looks like the conditions there are pretty good, but this is kind of a storm system that's been moving up and down the Cocodona course all day. So I don't think that the runners are in the clear by any stretch of the imagination. I mean, we are sitting in Flag, and it has been kind of off and on all day. We haven't seen the sunshine too much up here.
No, it's been pretty cloudy.
Yeah.
Which, might be nice running conditions as long as it's not kind of a downpour or, hailing. There were some a little bit of spitting snow actually right before I jumped in here to the studio. I couldn't tell if it was like that corn snow, kind of hail, kind of snow, but it lasted for a couple minutes and then it was gone. So, yeah. Thank you to everyone joining us in the chat. We are super excited to bring you this coverage yet again this year. Appreciate you all being on. And yeah, it's a very unique weather year for Cocodona so far. Could be warming up later this week toward the end of the week a little bit. Maybe some of those later in the week runners might experience some of that. But right now it is quite unique and quite unusual for this time of year in Arizona.
Yeah, it looks like Harry, his GPS tracker just pinged, and he is less than a mile out from Camp Kipa.
Less than a mile out. All right.
Yeah, it's also going to be interesting too as the race progresses into the night hours. With it being a cooler year, those overnight conditions are going to be typically they're cooler as you get up towards flag, but really all along the course tonight. I mean, they're going to be facing temperatures potentially in the 30s, right? And that's going to be challenging, especially if you're trying to take a dirt nap, or if you're moving kind of slow. That cold weather really kind of chills you to your bones. So it's an interesting little wrinkle this year that isn't just going to be on one night for them. It's going to be across multiple nights.
And I think one thing, and you can probably speak to this more than I've had limited experience. I was doing Leadville 100 and I was with my husband, and I was in a very tough section. Like mentally, I was barely moving. Middle of the night, getting very tired. All I wanted to do was sleep, and he wouldn't let me sleep because he's like, if you lay down right now, you're going to go hypothermic. You're not going to get back up. Your race is going to be over. So you're actually like not able to take a dirt nap potentially in these conditions as well, which, kind of forces you to either push through to where you get to an indoor aid station where there's like a cot or some warmth or something like that. So how do you think that could potentially play out? Like, are people going to need to think about that and plan ahead for sleeping?
Yeah, you're spot on. I mean, last year I can't remember which stretch it was, but I tried to do the dirt nap, and I remember I was just so cold. And I think I also had a space blanket with me that I'm like, you know what, if I can just get 10 minutes and try to do this. And as I laid there, I thought this is a really bad idea, because if I do fall asleep, it's so cold out here. I didn't have a pacer with me at the time. And so you do have to be mindful of that, especially if you're in a stretch where there's not another runner around you, and you're kind of off the road a little bit or off the trail a little bit.
Yeah.
So yeah, it'll definitely impact them. And I think that's where the crews have to be able to guide the runner, right? And coach them through, hey, this is your last stop for 12 miles. Maybe you should nap here versus trying to forge ahead based off of what we're looking at on the conditions.
Sure. Yeah, that's super interesting. How about the fact that there are a couple pacerless sections this year later in the race?
That's going to be super interesting.
Yeah.
That is going to be super interesting. Yeah, I'm curious to see, those sections too, being later in the race. The buddy system, I think, will be more important this year of pairing up with another runner, even if you're not, you don't even have to talk, right? It's just having that other
presence next to you.
That you're just going to try to match each other's gait and just stick together and just get to that next aid station. That was one of the changes this year due to the Mexican spotted owl that impacted the course that we had to be mindful of. So there's a couple of sections where you won't be able to have the pacers, but it's going to be an interesting wrinkle. And how much does that impact to the leaders, right? I mean, Harry talked about in one of his interviews as well that one of those last sections of the race last year, it was really his pacer that told him, like, no, you're not going to lay down, and forced him to fight through that. And he said, that's one of the bigger reasons. Had I done what I wanted to do, I likely wouldn't have won.
Right.
And so you think about some of these leaders and the elites that are kind of swinging for the fences here to try and have a chance at becoming the champion of the Cocodona 250 2025. It'll be interesting to see how they navigate that all alone. Will they team up more, or is that going to be a chance where they're going to say, you know what, I'm feeling good, I'm going to try to bury this other person, leave them in the dust, and have them have a miserable time all alone? Yeah, some folks saying, difficult conditions in the night could be good for a guy like Jack Scott. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, anybody coming from an area that has been training through the winter months, it's not going to be a shock to their system. That's what they're used to. It's going to be a little bit more challenging. Maybe somebody like a Ryan Sands, right, coming from South Africa, and he's kind of been entering into the summer season. He's been doing a little bit more warm running. I do believe he was in Flagstaff kind of over the last few weeks, so he has probably adapted a little bit more to the cooler temps, but that's going to be an interesting one to follow as well.
And then there's the phrase that there's no bad weather, there's just bad gear. So, do people have, are they prepared? Do they basically just like have everything available for whatever condition needed? And do they utilize it properly? So similar to, you can heat train ahead of a race, but heat management during a race is equally, if not more important. And so it's really also just a matter of executing and like adjusting as needed to whatever the conditions, come up.
Yeah, this is not a race that you want to skimp on your gear.
Yeah.
You want to have really good quality gear for a race like this. Prime example, everything we've seen today. When we were talking to Hillary Yang earlier at Crown King, in the same conversation,
she put on
we
three different layers.
Yeah, 3 different layers. We saw rain, we saw snow, we saw a rainbow. I mean, we saw everything in the span of 10 minutes. So you need to be prepared when you're out there if you're one of these runners.
And I loved some of the photos. If you haven't, check out the Aravaipa Running and Cocodona 250 Instagram pages. There's been some amazing photos up there of, a lot of the runners earlier in the day, and just check out kind of, there's so many different like examples of outfits, and some people completely covered head to toe, some people all in white, some people obviously with like, rain gear and jackets, head coverings, face coverings, like it's important. I mean, I think that, taking care of yourself, like you don't know what the elements are going to do to your skin over the course of multiple days. And I think we saw something that you don't always see Courtney do at Crown King. She did her classic eye drops. She did, her kind of like wiping her face off, but she also like put on lip balm. And I think she carries that with her anyways, but like, yeah, your lips are going to get like really like beat up over the course. I think that was something that kind of plagued Sally McRae in her 200s. Yeah. It's like, man, I'm starting to get like sores on my mouth, and like it's crazy, but it happens over this time frame. Yeah,
that sun exposure, your lips burn just like the rest of your skin, right? And then you think about the amount of sodium that you're taking in over the course of a race like this, which just makes that even worse. If you're doing gels and stuff, you're cutting the corners of your mouth. I mean, and that's an area too, if you do develop, foot problems are one thing, mouth problems are also horrible, because you have to keep the tank full.
You have to keep putting stuff in your body and be able to eat and drink. So that would be very uncomfortable. Speaking of feet issues and feet mitigation, what are some tactics that you've employed on these longer efforts? And anything that you can kind of mention to the folks listening at home about how you take care of your feet on multiple days?
Yeah, having a pair of shoes that's like a half size larger than you would typically wear. Your feet, they swell so much in a race like this, so you need to be able to do that. I think if I were to run this race again, I would probably do something in terms of my shoe that's a little bit more... Oh, here we go.
All right, we're interrupt this for a very important announcement. Harry Schiberta is coming into Camp Kipa. Is that snow on the ground?
That is snow.
Yep, snow on the ground at Camp Kipa. He looked like he was rolling right in there. Got a thank you to this follow cam bringing us footage from here. KC. All right. Shout out KC for the coverage. Thank you so much. We've got great visuals on Harry. He looks like he is just assessing, deciding what he's going to eat, maybe going to refill some bottles, but
he is so chill. Right now. This is awesome.
Yeah. He strikes me as someone who is chill a lot of the time, which is so important in these kinds of races too. Like it is, you got to be able to psych yourself up. You got to be able to get excited, but like, it's also about like no panic, nothing, just doesn't matter what's going on. You're just going to roll right through it. And you're kind of like, I guess for all intents and purposes, going to be a bit emotionless on purpose so that, you don't add stress to yourself and you just kind of stay in this steady state. So looks like he is partaking in maybe some food, maybe going to have a quick seat here to eat. That looks like it could be something like eggs. I don't know. You think that's eggs? What do you think?
Yeah, it does look like scrambled eggs.
A little protein.
Yeah, so Camp Kipa is at miles 62.3. That's where we see Harry right now. Really, I mean, the guy won Cocodona last year, but I think it's safe to say he's having the race of his life thus far. Obviously fueling up. That was one of the things that, Harry indicated in some of his pre-race interviews, was that he really needed to focus on his hydration and nutrition this year. Dealt with a little bit of cramping, and so that was a big focus for him. Said he really felt like he made a lot of mistakes last year in that area.
And we just hope he's continued to drink a lot, electrolytes, because he said he did get a bit dehydrated. So if you can hear us, Harry, electrolytes. So we're at Camp Kipa, which is mile 62.4. Your race leader, Harry Schubertas from Lithuania, is at Camp Kipa 10 hours and 47 minutes into this race. He is at mile 62.4. Just to give people an idea, the cutoff is actually 2 p.m. tomorrow for this aid station for all of the runners. So he is he's doing pretty well. And we have some audio, so we're going to listen in here.
No, I'll just keep that.
Okay.
That's whenever you feel. Yeah.
Or anything else you need down here? Okay. I'll park it back on in there.
Thank you. How are you guys doing?
Great. Pretty neat to see snow up here.
For everyone at home, Harry is asking the volunteers at Camp Kipa how they're doing. Making sure everybody out there is.
As you go out of here on the road, you get on a decent packed dirt road for a while. So.
And we do expect Courtney DeWalter into this aid station next. We will see. Harry's only been there for a couple minutes.
Yeah, hopefully we see them in there together. That'll be pretty cool. To give you some context here, too, Harry has almost 14,000 feet of climbing so far in this race.
Yeah, that's a lot. Just 100K with 14,000 feet of climbing.
Mm-hmm.
All right. We are thinking that Courtney DeWalter is probably still 15 minutes or so out of this aid station. So imagine they will not see each other here unless Harry decides to do something like take a quick nap, but probably not happening. Did you feel like this aid station was real homey and cozy, and
I
did you spend some time there?
I did, yeah. This was the aid station that I made a wrong turn at, and so I did a little 5-mile detour, and then down, and then back up. Yeah, oh. Aravaipa does the orange flag, blue flag.
Yeah.
And blue flag is bad.
Don't go there.
And I got to the bottom of the hill and I saw blue flag, then orange flag, and I was like, this isn't right. And that's when I pulled out the phone and realized that I was totally off. Climbed back up the hill, got to this aid station, and then just had I would call it a sad meal for a little bit. Sad meal.
Sometimes you have sad meals in Cocodona.
Yeah.
Food is comfort, so you're sad, have some eggs.
Yeah.
Did it revive you?
It did revive me. Yep, I got back out there and I was ready to go. I think I also had some scrambled eggs and I just stared at a wall for a little while.
But that's super interesting, right, Caleb? Because you're like a very positive person, your disposition. Like, you're very upbeat. So, how do you navigate that? Do you just assume this is going to happen in this race? I'm going to have lows. I'm just going to I'm just going to power through? Or like, what are you telling yourself mentally when you're at mile 62 and you're having a sad meal?
Yeah, it's the number of times I just told myself it's not supposed to be easy.
Okay.
I didn't sign up for this because it was easy, and if it was, I probably wouldn't want to do it. But that only goes so far, right? You still run into these walls where you're like, what am I doing? Why am I out here? I am never doing this again. And you just have to kind of just keep moving forward, right? Forward is a pace. And so it's just, if you can get some food in, if you can get something, some electrolytes and things like that, it'll help you to reset and get a little bit of that energy back. The challenge, especially, for the mid and back of packers when they get in here, and I'm sure everybody faces it, even the elites, when you walk into this really nice, warm place where they're serving you scrambled eggs or catering to your every need. I mean, we saw snow when Harry walked in here.
Yeah.
It's cold.
It's chilly outside.
And they're at almost 7,000 feet right now. So it's so comfortable, and it takes a lot to get yourself back out that door. And then 5 minutes after you leave, when the chill again starts to hit your bones and you're not adjusted to it, that's a pretty difficult feeling. So you can't spend too much time in here unless you really, really need to.
But Harry does have a nice descent coming ahead of him right out of this aid station.
Yep.
So maybe he can look forward to that. He's going to go down in elevation a bit, get down to around 5,000 feet. Just know that a lot of that climbing, I mean, essentially a third of the climbing of the race is already behind him at mile 60. So maybe it's just shifting that and thinking about the positives. It's not burning hot outside. I don't know. I'll be curious to see how he was feeling during what he thinks of the weather this year compared to last year. Like that. I'm curious to know afterwards.
I know. In this very same place. Very same place. Very same place. Very delicious eggs.
Putting his lucky glove back on.
Did that hit the spot for you?
Yeah, Harry's been in there so far, probably about 8.5 minutes as we're keeping track. This is about the only 8.5 minutes that he has spent at an aid station. I mean, the dude has just been a machine going through these. So good to see him fueling up. Good to see him getting ready to tackle the rest of this course and kind of entering into the night. Hands do look a little bit cold. Somebody called that out. Definitely kind of trying to get those warmed up. Kind of working pretty hard to get those gloves on, but scrambled eggs are not the only food available at the aid station. I mean, these aid stations are loaded. I do believe, if I'm remembering correctly, that kind of this aid station is all breakfast food. But yeah, the more offerings than just scrambled eggs.
I mean, sometimes breakfast for dinner is like delicious. We had that the other night.
Oh,
So,
if I don't have Chipotle, I'm usually having scrambled eggs or something like that.
Nice.
Yeah.
I mean, you throw
Big
some
breakfast
bacon,
fan.
some waffles in there. It's all good.
Yeah, there you go. A good shot here. You can see everything this station has to offer. Heated options there in the back.
We have cheeseburgers.
Yeah, I'm going to pull up the full menu because now we have the website is back online. And cheers. And he is out.
Just about a 10-minute stop for Harry here.
So from here, Harry will continue a bit of a climb. His next stop will be Camp W, Wamatochik, at mile 69. So he's only got 6.5 miles before he will be greeted with options such as burgers, potato soup, pancakes, and bacon. There's the rest of the breakfast. But it looks like at Camp Kipa, they have scrambled eggs, egg casserole, tofu, pancakes, bacon, potato soup. And I think, as was mentioned earlier in the day, like any, dietary needs options, pretty much any of these aid stations, you can just ask and they will provide you something that fits your needs, which is amazing.
Yeah, a lot of people will go and do an all-inclusive resort, maybe a cruise, what's better than coming out, signing up for Cocodona, having all the food options? It's literally all you can eat, right? Why would you go to Cancun when you can traverse all of Arizona? I don't know. Yeah.
I don't know either. Different strokes.
Yeah.
Obviously, everyone in this live chat probably understands. Okay, and we are back at Crown King. That is, I recognize that kit. That's Randy Zuckerberg.
Shout out Randy.
They have a whole, they have a whole crew, like apparel line. They're all matching. Yeah, one of Randy's good friends designed their logo. It's pretty cool. And I think she's smiling. It's a little hard to tell. We got a little bit of a spotty picture here.
Oh, yeah.
Smiles abound, laughing. That's a good sign.
I can't wait to see how she tells this story after the fact. I mean,
hey, you and I were both on her radio show.
Yeah, she gave us a shout out yesterday in her post too. I was like, it said like,
friends.
Yeah, Randy tagged you in something, and I'm like, what?
That's awesome.
She's just I mean.
Oh, do we have audio?
Somebody there should tell her we said hi.
Yeah, we say hi. Caleb and Corinne say hi. Rocking the glitter. I've never seen somebody so happy.
Yeah.
Sorry, my hair.
Got a headphone hair situation. That's all right. That's what crew's for. Oh, I think she said something like, all I wanted to do is get to Crown King before something. So looks maybe she did that.
Yeah.
I mean, I think we're looking at somebody who's like truly embracing and really enjoying what she is in the middle of doing, which is awesome. Because, most people, there's no way that nobody like feels it at this point in time. You just climbed 10,000 feet.
Yeah.
You're going to feel that no matter who you are. I mean, Harry, you still feel that no matter how fit you are. So it's really cool.
Want the teacher? I'm going to give you
But
my
positivity
garbage.
can take you a long way.
Yeah, for sure. And sometimes too, I don't know who Randy has on her crew, but sometimes as the runner, you need to set the tone for your crew too, especially if they're new. 100 milers for sure, but especially in a distance like a Cocodona 250, you got to let them know, hey, it's okay to calm down. We're going to kind of get through this together, because as stressful as this is for the runners, it's incredibly stressful for the crew.
Oh, hugely. Almost sometimes more.
Yeah, because if you're crewing someone, you really care about that person and you want what's best for them. And so you want to make sure that every need that they have is taken care of. You got to make sure that you're at that aid station before they need you there.
You don't want to forget something that they wanted.
And so, sometimes when you sit down as a runner, you've got to just let them know, hey guys, thank you. I appreciate you. We're all good. Let's all kind of calm down and coach them through it too. And it really is. This is where it truly becomes a team sport.
Yeah, to RKE in the chat, people definitely do get massages, stretch. We've seen foam rollers, percussion guns. Definitely more and more of that will come out later in the race, but that is something that people will, utilize and implement. We got a great stat here from Mr. Liam Aid Station Fireball. So we just saw Harry at Camp Kipa. And he was an hour and 40 minutes ahead of String Bean Split to Camp Kipa. So there's some crazy fast running going on. When String Bean or Joe McConaughey, for those who do not know who String Bean is, when Joe McConaughey ran and won the race, he hit Camp Kipa at 12 hours and 30 minutes elapsed, and Harry hit that at 10 hours 51 minutes. So there's some fast paces going down here. We will also get a Courtney split in the next 10 to 15 minutes or so when we see her come in there as to how far ahead of, previous course record splits she is. But needless to say that, at Crown King, it was like an hour, so he made up another 40 minutes against previous splits or record splits in the last few hours here.
Yeah, and can I just say, I haven't had a chance to say hi to him yet, but to be sitting in the same room as Aid Station Fireball is like a real honor for me. Love following the updates that he has, the history and the way that he captures it.
Go subscribe to his Substack.
It's amazing.
Liam does amazing prediction write-ups for many of the big races and just the ultimate statistician in our sport. So yeah, go check out his Substack. What's it called? Aid Station Fireball on Substack. Go subscribe to it right now. Show some love. Yeah. We need to see, there's 5,500 people in the chat. We need to see at least 4,500 people subscribe to Aid Station Fireball.
Yeah, but seriously, like if you're a data nerd and you just love all the stats and the history and everything, there's nowhere better than what Liam's able to put out there. It's awesome. Every race.
There's also some pretty good memes that emerge from the Instagram. So yeah. Oh no, now we're getting questions. I'm not sure we can take all questions for Aid Station Fireball. We might not be able to field all of those, but he's going to do his best. At some point he has to go run.
If you do have questions, see his Substack. He'll be able to hook you up there.
All right, we are back at Crown King. Still have runners coming in there. As we just mentioned, we just saw Randy Zuckerberg go through in Crown King, and we are toggling back and forth between that and expecting second place overall, first in the female race, Courtney Dauwalter, to be arriving at Camp Kipa in the next potentially 10 to 15 minutes. So right now we're going back and forth between mile 36.6, Crown King, which is sponsored by Tailwind. Thank you, Tailwind. And the Camp Kipa aid station mile 62.4.
Yeah, we haven't gotten a report on if there's any fireball flowing yet at Crown King. I would assume so. We'll keep our eyes peeled here. If anybody in the chat sees anything, let us know. But no confirmations as of yet.
Walking in Bali to Corinne and Caleb with Harry S. arriving into Camp Kipa. That's an amazing update. And the big sun. Thank you, KK Horizons. So glad that we could join you and provide some entertainment during your walk in Bali. That sounds amazing.
I just can't imagine somebody walking on a beach listening to
this.
Yeah, thanks so much. But
although we know that if we were on a beach, we'd be doing that.
Yeah.
So yeah, we're gonna keep an eye on things. I learned last year that you don't want to call that somebody has DNF'd a race before somebody has officially DNF'd a race, because this is a very unique race. This is the type of race where somebody can actually leave the course. They can leave their tracking chip with the aid station. They could go spend a night in a hotel, and they could come back the next day and get back on the course. So we are gonna just hold all announcements on any DNFs, until we know 100% that those things are happening, because this is a multi-day race. We do know that Mika was a little bit looked like she was very cold and needing to warm up at Crown King. So hopefully she's doing okay.
Yeah, and use last year as an example.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
That exact scenario that you just played forward happened, and she finished third.
She finished third.
So, yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know. Like sometimes yeah, you never know when you're going to have your low point. This is Corey Woltering on your screen right here at Crown King. Shout out Mr. Corey Woltering. I believe he just became also the athlete manager for the Merrill team. Congratulations to him on that. He's out representing. Also, this is a USWE pack, and I learned about USWE because I currently work at the feed, and they have a lot of cycling packs, and I did not know this brand until I started working there and saw that they have apparently a really amazing like biking or cycling vest and pack, and I believe that Corey is using one of those as his running vest. I mean, I think it's a running specific one, but from a little bit of a different brand, so that's pretty cool to see some different gear exhibited out there.
I like the way that vest is cut.
Yeah. It's got kind of like one dial in the front that holds it. It's supposed to, yeah, so looks like he might be heading out. It looks like it's hopping at Crown King.
Yeah.
Got kids running around. Probably. Yeah, we do know that Mr. Ryan Thrower is out there documenting and filming.
How's it going?
Great, how are you?
We're going to get as good of a seat as we can. This is Courtney Walter coming into Camp Kipa. Looking nice and smooth. I'm sure that is her friend and Free Trails videographer Ryan Thrower, who is documenting her race. Going to put out a film, which will be awesome to see. And waving. All right, 23 minutes behind Harry.
Thank you.
Courtney arriving at Camp Kipa. See if we can get audio.
I'm going to do some water.
Yeah.
Thank you. You want to eat something for him? No, I'm okay. Thank you. How are you guys? Pretty good. Did it snow while you were up here? Or is it cold? Oh man, how crazy. This is the one you're putting in the already. Yeah. I'm just gonna do this.
This is your second place overall, first in the female category. Courtney DeWalter coming into Camp Kipa. Mile 62.4. Just refilled with water.
So it's just thank you.
And
We had your flavor.
according to our statistician in-house, Liam made station Fireball. Courtney is around 3 hours ahead of Mika Thu's.
Just use it.
So Courtney is once again kind of showing us
Thank you.
some new balance. New things are possible at the Cocodona 250.
Thanks, you guys.
Jeez, that was fast.
Yeah, that right there is a 2-minute aid station stop. So just in the aid station, she picked up about 8 minutes on Harry.
Yeah, and she was 20.
Is it back up to where?
Yep.
Awesome. Thank you. Have a good night. Thank you.
She's still in her t-shirt, no gloves. Harry had gloves on. Poles are stashed. Yeah, if she has them at all. Yeah, I mean, there's no quiver on that pack, and usually she wears them in a quiver, so she might be poleless. Harry likes his poles. Harry likes to, we saw him even like running in, on a very flat surface end of the race with his poles. It looked very comfortable with them. It's all personal preference. Like, obviously, Courtney knows very well how to use poles. She's, we've seen that at Hard Rock, UTMB, but, that's us.
Here we are.
Hello world. All right. Thank you all for joining us in the live stream. If you're just tuning in, I am Corinne Shalvoy, joined by Caleb Stevens. It's Caleb Stevens, right?
It is Caleb Stevens.
I want to make sure I was saying your last name correct.
Yeah.
And we're super excited to be, in Cocodona week.
Yeah, it's funny when we cut to this feed and we were both like, oh, we gotta start paying attention. We're so locked into what Courtney's doing, and just enjoying watching her, traverse through this course. What a joy.
We're just fans.
Yeah, what
We're
a treat.
Fans. It's
what
awesome.
a treat.
Yeah. Thank you guys for being here. Earlier, we saw so many people from so many different places. If you want to let us know where you're tuning in from. Are you going to be here all week? Are you just here for like an hour? What is this all about? I don't know. Let us know. But yeah, we love you guys in the chat. We appreciate you being here, and we are excited to kind of showcase this year's race, which has been a very uniquely cool year so far. For Cocodona, coming back here to Crown King, looking like folks are, comfortable there. It might be in the 50s still, but we've had some weather. We're potentially going to have more rain coming in the coming days. So, yeah, gear is becoming critical, and I don't know, maybe those heat like training and heat. Maybe your sauna sessions were for more for blood volume than they were for actually like getting heat acclimated, which is okay too.
Yeah. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, it's been so fun getting all the comments and the feedback, in the chat. So thanks everybody for continuing to keep us entertained as we do our best to keep you entertained as well.
Yep.
Telling the stories of all these awesome runners. It's so cool to see you all dropping in the chat exactly where you're from and why you're watching and who you're cheering for. It's a delight for us. So truly, truly, thank you so much.
Yeah, we want to make this interactive. Let us know your questions. Caleb here has completed this race. He has been out there in the, on the terrain, going through this amazing adventure. Now you're in here in the live studio. This is my third year commentating the race, and I've seen it just grow and turn into something just so incredible. And, just huge shout out to the entire team that makes this possible, because it is like hundreds and hundreds of people. I heard our volunteer spots were almost completely full. So thank you so much to all the volunteers. Literally, we would not be able to do this without you. Everyone behind the cameras, in the field, and then the crews out there, like, take care of yourselves. Make sure you eat, make sure you sleep. Like, that's very important too. You can only help your runner if you're doing well yourself. So, take care of one another, and let's make this an amazing week.
Yeah, and everybody out there hears our voices, but we just get to sit here and talk. And there's, the production team and so many folks, all the camera people out there, the drone operators, the runner followers, all of it, bringing you all of this. It's a whole village that pulls this all together. I had a chance to go by the Air Vipa headquarters on Friday and just seeing them loading the trucks. And all the bananas, all the coolers, it's like, holy smokes.
I know, the Costco bill, we don't want to know how much it was, but there's massive amounts of, not to mention, the fresh food and the hot food and the amounts of water and just the manpower that it takes to get everything everywhere for this this distance. And just as a reminder, what we have, I can't remember what it is. I think I counted it up, something like, how many aid stations? Guess? Do you have a guess?
Is it 25?
Very good. If you count the finish line, 25 aid stations, well, 24, 3 or 4 water stations themselves. But each of those other aid stations, 24, 25 of them are like fully stocked, and many of them have, cots to sleep on, kind of warm areas. They each have their own menu. So it's an amazing feat that they put all this together, and I hope the runners are enjoying taking advantage of all those spots.
Yeah, a couple of people have asked what my finishing time was. Last year at Cocodona, I finished in just over 97 hours.
That is a lot of time to be out there.
Yep.
That is a lot of time to be moving. I mean, geez, kudos to you, because I'll get, 12, 13 hours into a race and be like, I'm really tired of running right now. It's like, you have to think about it in a whole different way, right? I think also something we were talking about earlier, like you can't just, even in 100, you can't think about the whole distance or it's overwhelming. And so I can't imagine like how much that is like even expanded in this kind of a distance where it's like, you can't even think about the next day. You kind of just got to think about the section in front of you and where you're like, I don't know. I imagine that is the best way to get through this is, you're just out there and you're going to be out there for a while and that's what it is.
Yeah. And like, I don't want to get too deep on everybody with this, but everybody has gone through a lot in their lives, right? And you've gone through these ups and downs, and Cocodona really embodies everything that life throws at you. And so, so many of the competitors out there, this isn't the hardest thing that they've ever done. Yeah. This isn't the biggest challenge they've ever had to overcome. And I think as you go through the meat grinder of life, when you run a race like Cocodona and you've overcome some of those giant challenges, running Cocodona just becomes a joy because you know that you can get through it because you've overcome so much prior to you racing Cocodona. And so it's just, it's special. And I think it was Goggins or somebody like that at one point that was talking about just ultras and what it means to them and what they're like. And it really is. When you run a race like Cocodona, it's like living multiple years of your life, all in the span of 125 hours or less. And you get all the highs, you get all the lows, and you're so blessed by that. And you might get the highest of highs and the lowest of lows in the span of 5 or 10 minutes. And then you may have to pick somebody else up along the way because they're in a low, and somebody else might pick you up along the way. And it gives you this real appreciation. And I remember after you finish a race like Cocodona and you come out the other side, everything just feels a little different. And it almost feels like you were living in a dream for a week. You're almost entirely disconnected from reality. The only thing that you have to think about is moving forward and celebrating everybody around you, being so thankful and grateful. And when it's over, you're just like, did that really just happen?
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I've interviewed Jeff Garmeyer on this exact topic, and he said some of the most difficult times are after these races are over, readjusting to the real world and readjusting to, what other people think are important and to responsibility and, all of that stuff. It's like, it's a super interesting kind of, you just navigate through all of these emotions. But I love that, some people think 100 miles, it's life in a day. This is like multiple lives since you're doing multiple days, but all condensed. And, I don't know. That is a really unique and interesting thing about it. And as you're a testament to the fact that it transforms you and really does change your perspective on life and what's difficult. And just looking at other people. So it's a very, very fascinating thing.
Yeah.
We have a pizza fund, a live stream pizza fund. Okay. Somebody, apparently we need a pizza fund. I don't know. This is what I'm being told from behind I thought there was a pizza fund. We are in Pizzicletta land, right? Is anyone in the chat watching from Pizzicletta? That would be amazing. Like, we don't need pizza. We just want to know if you guys have the live stream on in there, because that would be pretty cool. Or from Dark Sky Brewing.
Just a funny story. I just got a text. Somebody that I met, Matt, from Colorado, actually. We spent a lot of time at Cocodona last year, and he just texted me and said, "Hey, can't believe it's been a year already since Cocodona. Are you watching the live stream, or is that you?"
It's me.
So, hey, Matt, it's good to hear from you, man. Matt's sister actually led us through a gauntlet one night, going down one of the dirt roads when it was super, super cold. Matt and I were both riding the struggle bus, and she kept us moving forward. So shout out to Matt. Good to hear from you, man. There's Randy. We got Randy back.
Oh, she's still in aid. All right, getting all set up. No. Someone asked in the chat if Sally McRae is running this year. No, she is not, but she has been very active in the chat, so she is here with us all. Why is Harry not listed? What did that say? I missed it. Thank you, Manny. Give us cutoff times for the finish. Okay, finish cutoff time is 125 hours. Saturday morning will be the cutoff of the race, and we will have people finishing in that golden hour. Most likely, that does happen every year. So this is a Monday through Saturday morning race. 125 hours is the cutoff. The cutoff at the Crown King aid station is 11:55 p.m. Tonight. So that's mile 36.6, and people have until almost midnight tonight to get there. That's the cutoff of, I guess, what we're looking at right now. This is the aid station Crown King.
There's a question in the chat over, was someone using deodorant on their feet? No, that's likely just
Squirrel's Nut Butter,
yes.
probably like a stick of lube.
Yeah, exactly.
So Squirrel's Nut Butter is a sponsor of the race. They make a lubricant that I swear by 100%. Throw that on the feet and put some toe socks on, and yeah, it's very helpful. So could have been that. There's a small chance it could have been deodorant. I don't know. I've seen people put diaper cream on their feet too. So like, people use different things. We're not saying it's not, but more likely than not, it was like a lubricant of some sort.
Yeah, and we've talked about picking up tips and tricks along the way as you're watching the live stream. That is one, the diaper cream that I heard, and I want to say, don't quote me on this, but I think one of the live streams I was watching with Jeff Browning when he was on, and he was sharing that some folks will do that, especially if you're going to be doing a lot of water crossings and things like that to help protect the foot.
Yeah, it almost creates a layer.
Yeah, so cool.
Yeah, so lots of different methodologies. I've had foot issues in the past myself in long ultras, and so I picked up the book Fixing Your Feet, and it's like this encyclopedia, and I've learned some fascinating things. I think one thing I learned in that is that you as an individual have to figure out what works for you. Some people swear by powders, some people swear by Squirrel's Nut Butter lube or something like that. Some people like toe socks, some people don't. Some people like taping their feet. So kind of trying all these different things in like long efforts, or if you're going out in the mountains for an entire day, like that's the way to figure it out, I think. And then in the races, sometimes you gotta figure it out as well. I think, I don't know. Feet can be a game changer. They can, people have gotten trench foot in races, and just, I speak from experience that it can be extremely, extremely painful when every single step you take is a painful one. So due to, whatever it is, blisters, etc., and it can really impact your race. So taking care of your feet, very important.
Yeah, last year I got quite a large blister by Whiskey Row on my big toe.
Which is like 77, mile 77.
Yeah, and it was just like, oh, this isn't great. And the thing is, once you start to get a big blister like that, you're going to naturally kind of adjust your gait and change kind of your landing pattern to protect it, even if you're not, trying to do that.
Yeah.
And then I started getting them in different spots on the same foot. And I think I ended the race with like 4 large blisters all over the place because I just kept trying to shift my foot on the landing.
Yeah.
If you get one, you're probably going to get a few more, and it's so critical to protect your feet, to your point, especially in a race this long. It just becomes miserable.
Yeah, I think I saw it was at Grand Raid or Diagonal de Fou, Francois Dehane coming into an aid station, and I saw his crew like put his foot in what looked like a bag of some kind of like powder or something, and I think it was like a foot powder, and they were trying to dry his foot super quickly. So like, very interesting techniques here. I've also heard something that's super cool that I'm going to give away a little trick, that if you get a really bad blister and it's super painful, put Oragel on it.
Wow.
It's like a numbing cream for your mouth, but it actually can kind of numb the pain a little bit on your foot and make it maybe a little bit more bearable. So there's another tip or trick for anyone out there. If you get in that situation, maybe throw some Oragel in your med kit for these races.
There's a little bit of action here going. Courtney, so it's been 7 minutes since Harry's tracker went off and 6 since Courtney's. And Courtney looks like she's within a mile now of Harry.
It looks like 0.7 miles,
Insane.
According to the tracker, which would be amazing. Would not be surprising, but would be amazing. So we will stay tuned on that, and hopefully, I don't know if we have a camera at Camp W or not, but we will find out if that is where we will see the lead runners, or if it will be Whiskey Row, which is mile 77. We do know we have field commentary at mile 77. Hillary Yang is out there representing, so we will get some on the ground coverage. And we should have Camp W, a follow cam, or at least, a camera of those runners. So this is going to be awesome because that is mile 69. So we just saw Harry and Courtney at mile 62.4 Camp Kipa. They're going to be approaching mile 69 Camp Wamatochik. Did I say it right? Wamatochik.
This is why I just go quiet when we start having large, difficult words to pronounce.
Camp Wamatochik. I think I got it. I don't know. Somebody said Camp W. I like Wamatochik. That's a cool word. So yeah, that's mile 69, and it's going to be super exciting to see our lead runners coming in there. Okay, somebody asked for top 3 on each side. We believe right now that would be, okay, let's just say top 3 overall. Harry Schubertes, then Courtney Dauwalter, then potentially Ryan Sands.
And Jack Scott. Yeah. And then Rachel Entrekin's not too far back of those guys, it doesn't look like.
Right. So top 3 women at this point, from what we can see, we believe that's Courtney Dauwalter, followed by Rachel Entrekin, and then looks like, is it still Lindsay Dwyer?
Yeah, and I'm not sure what's going on with Dan Green's tracker. 31 minutes ago is the last time his pinged. So he's been moving pretty well. It'll be interesting to see as we, have the coverage at Camp Kipa if he checks in here soon or what's going on with that, because he had been running very well. I think he was up to 3rd. So we'll see what the actual pecking order is here probably in the next 5 or 10 minutes at Camp Kipa.
Yeah, we should be able to get some real-time visuals of who comes into that aid station next. As we know, sometimes trackers can get wonky or pause or just not be working properly.
Yeah, and we've really pumped up what Arizona is, the beauty of it, all the great things about Arizona. This has nothing to do with GPS trackers, but I will say the cell phone service here has to be the worst.
Over here.
So as we're looking for updates
that looks
here.
like Dan Green.
Oh, here we go.
Down the stairs.
That's Dan Green. Yeah. Okay. So Dan Green into Camp Kipa. Why is he's coming in from a different direction? Maybe he went past it.
Yep.
All right. So yes, this is potentially your 3rd place, Dan Green, coming into Camp Kipa. Also, just short sleeve shorts. We saw Harry had a little bit of extra coverage. He was wearing gloves and looked maybe like he was a little chillier than Courtney and Dan. This is Dan's first attempt at a 200+ mile race. He has an outstanding background in. He's actually been very close to getting golden tickets into Western States multiple times. He's run a sub 13-hour 100 miler at the Javelina 100, and does all his training. He lives out in the East Coast, does all his training out there, and obviously showing here that he is also very much a mountain runner. I'm saying there's mountains outside of Phoenix because there are. They climb 10,000 feet.
Yeah. Yeah, his training has just been insane as well.
Yeah. They give him a lot of support, which is awesome. So he's kind of just in that world. And Dan is I don't want to say incorrectly how old he is.
I think he's 28.
I think he might be younger than that. You got it, 28. 28. Been running ultras.
I wasn't expecting you so soon.
Boy, since 2021. So.
Oh, they're up there. Good ways. Probably about 15 minutes.
He's looking good.
My coach is String Bean and Joe McConaughey, and talked to him this week, and he was just just kind of picking his brain on what he expected this week, and was kind of going through some of the folks that I was really interested to watch. And Joe shared just that he had a chance to run with Dan not all that long ago, and was just raving about kind of his attitude and mentality, his skill set, and I think was just really impressed by him. So fun times here watching Dan navigate this course. Really excited to see what he's able to do in the back half of the race. It's going to be super runnable. He's got so much speed. He's durable.
Yeah, I remember interviewing Dan before Javelina a couple of years ago, and we were like, who is this guy? Like he looks like he's run some fast hundreds, but we don't really know that much about him. And I was struck by like his maturity level for his age, and not to say like. That's not a dig at all on, 28-year-old, but I will say that, yeah, a little bit older than 20, but I will say that like, he just had this, like, it was a really good balance of like the confidence. 'Cause he was like, I'm going for a golden ticket. The confidence like paired with, I've done the preparation.
Yeah.
And like, I'm not just talking here. Like I actually have put in the work, and I've listened to people and learned from them about what to do here. So yeah, it's really cool to see him up in the front. I don't think it's surprising that he is where he is. So obviously those three runners are kind of running alone right now. That'll be interesting to see kind of how that plays into it. We haven't had too many bunches of but we did see like Michael Versteeg running with somebody, with Harry, Michael Greer. Yeah, they were kind of paired up together. So as we move to later hours, as it starts to get dark, I don't know. That'll be interesting if that plays a factor.
Yeah, I think next up into Camp Kipa is likely going to be Jack Scott. And then it looks like Pau is going to be coming in right after him, maybe a 5-minute gap there between the two of them. And then the third person we'd expect to see would be Rachel Entrekin. So 8 minutes ago, she was right at about mile 60. So probably expect to see her in the next 20, 25 minutes or so.
And how cool is this? 2 women sitting squarely in the top 10, 50, 60 miles into this race. It's pretty awesome.
Yeah, and it also a name too I missed. Ryan Sands, he's also going to be, he may be very well be the next person into Camp Kipa. He's right there in that pack.
Yeah, as we've seen that the trackers are not always pinging. We just saw Dan come in and he hadn't pinged for a while, so sometimes they get just a little bit off. Which of the female contenders is from Alaska? I'm trying to think if I remember. I might be able to find that real quick here. I am scanning. Melissa Lewis is from Fairbanks, Alaska. Melissa Lewis, female runner from Alaska, if that helps the person who asked in the chat. Yes, thank you guys so much for being here with us. We are stoked to be talking about Cocodona 250, this incredible vision and brainchild of Jamil Curry. This is the 5th running of it. We have a handful of people we're calling legends who have run this race every single year. Jeff Garmire is one of those individuals who has said he is going for it this year, and we have definitely seen him rocking in the top 10. And then we have, a handful of other runners. I actually have the list. I'll find it, who have done this race every single year that it has existed. So those folks, after 4 years, got a 1,000-mile buckle. Yeah. Which is super cool. I don't know. It's really impressive to come out here every single year and take something on like this.
Yeah, Andrew Glaze is one of those, obviously kind of the people's champ. And
Andrew Glaze just finished the Arizona Monster 300 3 weeks ago. So I don't know. Is this a bad idea, or did you just run yourself into such good fitness that you're like on another level? Because I believe there's a female who also finished Arizona Monster 300 who's in this field.
Yeah, is it Andrea Moore, I believe?
Okay, yeah, I know there was one because I wasn't familiar and I was looking up results, and yeah, that's just next level.
Yeah.
Just going to give a quick shout out to some of the other runners in the field, just by name. If anyone's out there cheering for these folks, just some of the names that are out there: Georgia Porter, Taylor Skornavaco, Courtney, of course, Lindsay Dwyer, Rachel Entrican, Randy Orm, Mika Thews, Melissa Lewis, Rachel Buzzard, Kyla Mayer, Allison Powell, Catherine Edwards Anderson, Justine Hewitt, Sarah Ostaszewski, Maya Detmer, Jennifer Smithson. And then we will maybe rattle off a handful of the men in the field as well. But we have between 250 and 300 individuals out there racing.
Oh, we've got a
AJW.
Yeah.
Woo!
There we go.
All right. I mean, this is awesome. AJW running with a bib from his late friend who was supposed to run. They were supposed to run Sedona Canyon's 125 together. He's carrying his bib the whole way and decided to do both races and run 250 miles. Yep. AJW is, I mean, I think that there's probably no one who has the depth of knowledge of not only competing at like the highest level and but he's a veteran. He knows this course. He's put in his training. It's really cool to see him arriving here at Crown King and getting some crew from Mr. Brian Powell.
Yeah, and if you haven't heard AJW's tribute, you definitely go check out the preview show. It's really the last 10 minutes or so of that preview show where he describes exactly, why he's wearing that extra bib and what it all means to him. So
yeah, super cool. And we have another runner coming in. This is Ryan. Is this Ryan Sands? Looks like Ryan Sands to me. Yes, it is. Ryan Sands coming in, rocking those. I think those are the S-Lab Ultra Glides. I think
I think that's what he said he was going to wear.
Well, he changed into those at Camp Kipa.
Okay.
So we saw him do a shoe change. And
yeah, so third overall here, coming into Camp Kipa.
Third male, fourth overall.
Oh, fourth overall. Oh,
yep.
That's right. That's right. Dan Green just went through. Yep.
Yeah. Courtney is in second. So your top four into Camp Kipa: Harry Subertas, Courtney DeWalter, Dan Green, and Ryan Sands. And I know Ryan's got a big crew from Solomon out there. I believe Lucy Bartholomew is going to be pacing him later. He's got, other Solomon friends and support. So that's really cool to kind of have a team atmosphere there. And I heard actually that they were at like athlete camp, and then we're going to switch commentators, but they were at an athlete camp and over in Corsica, and I heard through the grapevine that somebody asked Ryan what his goal was for this race. And he said something about like, I'd like to go under 60 hours. And then they said, well, Courtney, what's your goal for the race? And she said, yeah, that too.
Yeah.
No specifications, but like, yeah, that sounds good. Which there we go. It's playing out. So that's pretty cool.
Awesome. Well, I think this does it for me today. It's
Caleb,
been
awesome
been a blast.
Job.
Thank you
been
so much.
So great.
Yeah.
Hanging out with you, talking about this incredible race that we all love, and go get some rest or some mead or something.
Yeah, I'll be back at it tomorrow morning, 5 a.m. But
right.
An incredible person's about to take over this, so I'm going to get out of here so you all can hear from one of the greatest in the sport.
Let's give some shouts to Caleb Stevens in the chat. Thanks, Caleb.
Bye, everybody.
Registration for 2026. We'll open registration for the 2026 event 8 a.m. Pacific time on May 20th. That gives plenty of time for the people who ran this year, volunteered this year, to jump on the morning of May 20th and register. We'll have information on a payment plan that will be available until the race sells out. And then also come out and volunteer with us and earn race credits to be applied for future registration. So we do need volunteers still, so come out and volunteer, be part of the race, and then you can get a discount on your entry for 2026. So that May 20th date will be registration for all race distances: the Cocodona 250, Sedona Canyons 125, Mingus Traverse, Flagstaff Crest, and maybe one more depending on the Forest Service. We'll see you then. Happy running. Register. If logistics were the backbone, Volunteers would be the heart and soul of an event, and we need you to come out and be that heart and soul. Volunteering at Cocodona means that you get to become part of the magic. As runners make their way from Black Canyon City all the way up to Flagstaff, we need you, your community, and everyone's support to get those runners to the finish line. In 2026, we'll have volunteer roles ranging from aid station captains and assistant captains, aid station volunteers, course marking and sweepers, sports therapy, medical, live stream, and a lot of staff roles too. So if you're interested in getting involved with the race, please visit cocodona.com/volunteers. There's some information about volunteering in 2026, and most importantly, a little button that says, I'm interested in volunteering in 2026. You'll just give us your info, and then once volunteer shifts open next year, we'll give you a shout. Please come out and join us. It's an amazing experience, a great week, and it's really awesome to support the runners.
Welcome back to Mountain Outpost and Aravaipa Running's coverage of the 2025 Cocodona 250. I am Corinne Chalvoy, and we just had Caleb Stevens leave the commentary chair. He's done multiple shifts, and I am super excited to be sitting next to a friend and fellow athlete and incredible woman, Tara Dower. Welcome, Tara, to the booth. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. Thanks.
Great. Yeah, this is so cool. It's awesome to have you here.
Yeah, I just drove from Durango here, and I only had like a little bit of service to check what was going on, so I might ask a lot of questions.
Okay, we can fill you in. Yeah, for sure.
Do.
I got in today too, but I flew and I did have access. Like I tuned in most of the day, but it's really exciting. So just to fill you in a little bit on what's been happening, we've got, Tara's getting love in the chat. Everyone give Tara love in the chat. Yes, everyone's super excited that you're here.
Thanks, guys.
Yes, Candy Mama, exactly. So just to fill everybody in, it's a fast Cocodona. It was cooler temperatures, and it went out really hot. And like every single race that we talk about, there are crazy paces and times being run.
Okay, but like you say fast Cocodona. What does that mean?
Okay, so let me
Are we hiking a little faster, or are we like
So I'll give you an example. So you and I can relate to this. The first 50 miles or so, Harry Schubertas with 11,000 feet of climbing did it in 8 hours.
Oh.
That's fast. That's fast. Right? And Courtney is currently 3 hours ahead of Mika Thu's split from the 62-mile aid station last year. 3 hours.
Wow.
Yeah. She's sitting in second overall.
Okay.
So right now we've got Harry Schubertas, last year's champion, winning the race, and Courtney sitting in second.
Okay.
Overall. Then we had Dan Green come into Camp Kipa, which is mile 62.
I did see that.
Yeah, we saw that. And then we just saw Ryan Sands go into Camp Kipa as well. So right now we've had 4 runners through mile 62. We're also toggling back and forth between Crown King, where runners are still coming in. We just saw AJW and Randy Zuckerberg and a handful of other runners getting to Crown King, which is mile 36.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just saw that Randy was running this race.
Yeah.
It's pretty cool.
It's very cool. It's very cool. She just she did the Black Canyon double as a training run.
Did she?
Did the 100K then the 50K the next day.
Yeah, she's a really good runner. She's like, she does so many marathons from what I've seen.
But then we stole her to ultra running because ultra running's better than marathons. She realized where the real fun is, and now she's like not turning back. So yeah. And then otherwise, like, it's just been cool temperatures. We did have some people going through some weather and actually coming into Crown King saying that they had been through a bunch of hail. They were soaking wet. Why are you laughing?
It's just funny for Arizona.
I know, it's totally bizarre. It's like the year we ran Black Canyon. Did you run it that year? There was snow the first 6 miles.
No, I didn't. Oh wait, no, I did. Was that 2024? Wait.
What year was it?
2024.
It was 2024.
Last year.
It was last year. Yeah. The first 6 miles were snow and like so mud muddy and horrible. Yes, exactly. Yeah, we both ran it. So you never know what's going to happen. And it seems like, you get ready for something and then the total opposite happens. But that's why we're good at ultra running, because we adapt to those things.
Okay. So like with this fast pace, in your opinion, do you think this will be sustainable? Have we talked about that?
Yeah, we've talked about it a little bit. We've pondered it. I mean, I think that I think the answer is we don't know. And and right, like everybody seems to be just going in with the mentality, at least in the front of these races, that like maybe it is, maybe it isn't. Either way, I'm gonna go for it.
And I love that. Like, why not test the limits? Like, I feel like especially in ultra running, like long distance running, just in general, we make up these like narratives and these rules for ourselves and for each other. And it's like, you'll never know if you can do something like set an incredible course record, what it seems to be on this course, if you don't just go for it. And so I really respect Harry for that. And I'm excited to watch this race. My gosh.
Yeah, we heard
blistering pace.
Heard him say that he thought that somebody could go about 5 hours faster than what he ran last year.
Okay.
And he goes, I don't know if that's going to be next year or if it's going to be 10 years from now. And it's like, then he just turned that around and was like, okay, you can go 5 hours faster. And said that to himself coming out of going into the race. But from the gun, he just was like hauling. It just looked like he was running. And
do you know what kind of mentality he has right now? Like, have you been able to?
So we saw him at Camp Kipa, and we had some audio on him, and he seemed pretty cool and calm and just kind of himself. He ate some scrambled eggs there. He sat down for longer than he has the whole race. Like, he spent 8 minutes there.
Oh, goodness gracious, 8 minutes.
Oh, my God, 8 minutes. I know. Heaven forbid. But that being said, Courtney came in and was out in 2 minutes.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, whoa.
And
okay.
So,
love to see it.
And so it's just, everybody's got kind of in their own space and needing rest and time at different points in time. But last we saw, Courtney was actually gaining and only maybe 0.7 miles away from him.
Oh, whoa.
Yeah. Yeah. So, all right, people in the chat want to know if Tara Dower is going to do this race. Tara, are you going to do this race?
Yeah, I think I will. I think I need to.
Everyone wanted you to do it this year, but you have a few other things planned, right?
Yeah, sure. Why not? I'll do it. You guys convinced me.
Sure,
it doesn't take much.
Why not? Yeah, that's awesome. No, you'd rock it. It'd be amazing.
Well, I've been thinking when I was driving here, I didn't have much service, so I was just doing a lot of thinking, which isn't normal for me. And I was just thinking, I was like, okay, like it would be fun because I'm used to like the through hike format where you don't have any aid stations or any like water drops, like clean water. You don't have to filter your water. And I was like, this would be a cool way to just like see Arizona, a lot of Arizona, and have like a light pack on, have no crew, just like hike and like run to aid station to aid station, just get fueled up, sleep maybe, and then like go on.
Totally.
Like
it would.
I feel like it's a really cool pilgrimage, if you will, through Arizona.
Yep.
I think that's how I would do it. Maybe like way, way down the line. I don't know. That's what I was thinking.
Okay. Yeah. No, I think to your point, like Caleb was talking about this too. It's like, he's like, it's a supported, it's a supported like big hike adventure. And like, when else can you get that? It's pretty cool for that to be kind of all laid out for you. So
yeah,
I totally agree. But knowing you, I don't think you're going to do it in a long time from now. You're probably going to do it next year.
Sure.
I'll do it. Yeah, I'll do it. So yeah, we've also got some other interesting, I don't know how much you've looked at the field, but Jack Scott, who's a runner from the UK, he won the spine race, the winter spine. And what?
That's hard.
It's super hard.
Wow.
And he ran it because Jasmine Paris had the record on it before, and he ran it 10 hours faster than her.
Oh,
so
wow.
He's a crusher, and especially like
where is he?
He is up there in the top 5 still. Okay. We don't know exactly. Well, maybe definitely top 10. So we've seen 4 come through. We haven't seen anyone else come into Camp Kipa. So TBD on where he is, but he's up there. So is we saw Michael Versteeg and Michael Greer running together. They were up there in the top 10. Jeff Garmire's up there.
Michael Versteeg, his number's
always 666.
Oh, is it?
Oh, yeah. Last year he was like,
okay.
haven't you watched The Chase, Tara? Tonight, you got to watch The Chase.
I actually did watch it, and I guess I wasn't paying.
He showed his bib in there when he picked it up. He's like, best bib number ever.
I get pretty I get pretty distracted, so I didn't see
detail.
that. That's pretty fun.
It is, yes, that is very Michael Versteeg right there. So yeah, we've got some other great crushers out there. Jake Jackson is crushing it. Corey Waltering, Finn Melanson on the guys' side.
Yeah, I saw Finn. It seems like he's doing a lot better than last year.
Yeah, because I think he had some issues early on last year. So definitely seems like he's off to a better start. Question for you. Do you know DJ Fox?
A little bit.
Okay, because I saw he was from Durango. I was curious if you knew him.
How do I know a lot of like names. I'm really good at faces, so I'm looking him up right now.
Yeah.
I think he... Oh yeah, this was the same guy. I was talking to a friend last year who was telling me about DJ's plans.
Yeah, he's kind of like more of like an OCR CrossFit. I don't know.
Yeah,
but adventure guy. So he's up there. He's up there in the top 10 for sure. Toughest Mudder 2022 champion. So
yeah, he's an Ultraspire athlete. So
lots of Ultraspire packs out there. Shout out to Ultraspire. Yeah, they're sponsoring the Lane Mountain Aid Station, which everyone's already been through. That was mile 32.
Oh yeah. Okay, so I'm on his Instagram right now, and yeah, somebody was telling me about his like plans to do the Colorado Trail. That's how I know him.
Okay. So confirmation here that Courtney has. I don't know that we had footage, but that she has passed Harry at this point in time, is maybe 20 minutes out of the next aid station, which is Camp W or Camp Wamatochik. And we have a camera there, so we will get eyes on potentially your overall race leader. We believe that's Courtney DeWalter at this point in time.
Gosh. Oh,
yeah, I know. Wow. I saw a lot of women can in the chat. That's definitely a women can situation right there. Wearing my sweatshirt. So yeah, this is so cool.
Man, this is super cool.
It's so cool.
Who doesn't love Courtney? I mean, like I am a firm believer. Like women can win these races like outright every time. Like if we have more women showing up and running these races, like. I mean, we're all just going to be on the same level. I mean, it happens. What is it? What is like the number, the mileage where it's like
where it starts to shift? I don't know. I feel like it's got to. I don't know what scientifically like what the stats say as to where it starts to, but I feel like that 100K to 100 mile distance, it's got to start to shift a bit there. Maybe also like from a time on feet standpoint, maybe there's a number. So that was old.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, this is up here. That's old. Don't worry. Courtney for the win. Everyone's excited about this. I predicted before this race that Courtney was going to win overall and run in 58 and a half hours. So,
oh, wow.
That's my guess. Do you have a guess on the time? So
no idea.
So the course record right now is 59 something.
Okay.
And that was what Harry ran last year.
Okay.
Guesses, Tara?
Let's make it hard. Let's do 50.
Whoa, 50.
Yeah, I don't know.
Holy maybe. That would be insane.
That's literally out of nowhere.
Okay.
Don't listen to me.
Maybe it'll be somewhere in between the two. It'll be like 54 hours and then we're both right.
Take a what is it? A median?
Yeah, the median of the
our 7th grade math.
Our mean. Okay. Something's going on. We got Court. No, we got
that looks
who is this? Powell. Okay. Camp Kipa. Pau Rius. Somebody tell me how to pronounce his name.
Rius.
I would say Rius. He is a Spaniard living in Canada.
Oh, so cool. 11th male.
He's only 31 years old. Wow. Someone who is kind of not on many people's radar. And we're going to learn more about him.
Yeah.
Dan Green did the same thing. Passed right by the aid station. And there's another, Rachel Entrikin. Is that Rachel?
Oh, yeah, that is her.
Is that Rachel also? So they're essentially together. Okay, so cool. Second female, Rachel Entrikin, and last year's winner, as well as Pau Rius, into the aid station together. Rachel won the race last year. She moved out to Colorado.
From where?
Oh, good question. I can't remember where she was at before. I believe Midwest-ish
sweet.
area. So has been getting into that high altitude. But this is cool because this is actually the first time, or one of the first groups of people that we've seen kind of come in there together, maybe buddy up, you know.
Yeah.
And we were curious if that was going to happen more and more because those first 5 people, plus were all kind of alone.
Is she like an hour behind Courtney, would you say? Did you see Courtney here about an hour ago?
Maybe a bit more.
Okay. 45 minutes?
Bit less, 45 minutes. Okay. In the scheme of things, that's not bad.
Yeah.
That's actually not much at all. So she's looking pretty good.
Mm-hmm. Look at that sweet mountain lion on the wall there.
We got some animals. We heard this is a very homey aid station. There's eggs. There's lots of breakfast options there.
Mm-hmm. So this is 62.4 miles in.
Yes.
It looks like Rachel is leaving.
That was very fast.
Yeah. She looks like she's like, I mean, I'm not going to say taking it easy, but.
Oh. Yeah.
Don't forget your pulse.
Don't forget your pulse.
I wonder how often that happens.
Yeah. Well, we also saw it. It was at Crown King. They were doing a bit of a gear check before going into the night, and Max Joliffe almost left without a headlamp.
Oh,
to
no.
go back. They were like, yeah, headlamp.
Wow.
Okay, so I wonder if they'll kind of stay together, or if Rachel's like, and I'm out.
Yeah.
I'm just going to go, because she didn't want to spend too much time. Yeah, this is very cool.
So sunsets at 7:20ish. So there's about 2 hours.
There was speculation on whether or not Courtney and or Harry would be getting into Whiskey Row before the sun goes down, and that would be insane. Okay, Pow's like, no,
he's trying to catch
Rachel,
up.
I am
Come
going
back here.
with you. It looks like he has a lot of stuff in his pack.
Those look like Mont Blancs that he's wearing. Ultra Mont Blancs.
With boa or without boa?
Come
on, you're the
I think that's without the boa.
Details. Yeah, we've seen some cool shoes. We saw Ryan Sands in the S-Lab Ultra Glides with like the crazy like dents underneath it. He switched shoes at Crown King.
Is anyone wearing super shoes?
Ooh, no. I mean, rightfully, they should not be.
That's
right
going to be like
maybe
in
for the
5
end.
years. In 5 years, we're going to see like a 50-hour finish and in super shoes.
A 50 in super shoes?
That would hurt so bad.
That's going to require some kind of technology to like secure people's ankles to the point where they can actually just wear. Love the shoe talk. Keep it coming. All right, shoe talk. What would you wear for Cocodona?
You know,
You're an ultra athlete.
I would probably start out with the Mont Blancs, but around maybe like 100 miles in, I'd probably switch to the Olympuses because they've got more stuff to them.
Like cushion or protection?
More cushion. I wore those for most of the AT and love them. They just felt like pillows on my feet.
That's awesome.
So I'd probably wear those. That would probably feel like really nice. What would you wear?
I think I would probably wear my go-to, which is the S-Lab Ultra Glide. What is it? No, it's the S-Lab Ultra 3. It's actually like an old 2-year-old shoe. I think Courtney's wearing the updated version of it.
Okay.
Solomon's just fit my feet really well. I have a super, super narrow foot and a super low volume foot, so I'd probably go with that.
Nice.
Yeah. I mean, I wore the Agravix Speed Ultras for Javelina, and they worked well, but I lost all my toenails, so.
Oh, no.
It was bizarre.
They all just like came off at once.
Pretty much.
They all just left. They're like, okay.
Like, I'm out of here.
This is so dumb.
Yeah, pretty much. It was bizarre like that. Like I did it. Yeah, TMI. But they didn't they didn't get black and then fall off. They like got blisters underneath them and then lifted off basically in one go. It was disgusting.
Wow.
Sorry everyone.
I feel like everyone in the chat they've had their own like toenail removal.
Definitely. They've definitely.
If not, then are you an ultra runner?
Right. I mean, haven't you had yours removed permanently?
Oh my gosh. Yeah, like 4.
4 of them?
Yeah.
Okay, last time I talked to you, we were at Run Rabbit, and wanted to get one removed, and then you were like, you're like, but my doctor told me it has to grow back in before they can remove it.
Yeah, it was sick. It was so sick. And actually, okay, so I got the big ones removed. Those are doing well. And then I got the fourth, like from the inside removed as well on both feet.
So the next one after your big toe?
No, the one.
Oh, right next to your pinky toe.
Yeah.
Okay.
So second from the outside.
Yep, got it.
And they're actually like growing back really weird right now.
Really?
They're growing back in like little spears. Yeah.
Crazy.
It's so weird because like I think they use acid to burn so they remove the toenail and then they use acid to burn the matrix, the toenail matrix.
Uh-huh.
And I think he didn't burn one point enough, so now it's just growing in a point.
Okay,
so
someone is eating. They want us to chill, but somebody else just said the same thing happened to their toenails with the blisters. So I'm not alone. I'm not the only one that this has happened to.
There's probably so many stories.
Oh,
we could
write a book. We could do an entire day of live streaming.
What
about
about
toenails.
We compile like a like coffee table book of pictures?
No,
and then they're like, oh, what's this nice book sitting on your coffee table? They open it up, it's just disgusting feet. It's like, oh yeah, that's my buddy Fred. This was at Cocodona 250 in 2025.
We need to put that on what's his name? Oh my gosh, Brendan, Ultra Rad, or oh my gosh, I'm losing my mind. Semi-rad. He needs to create that book.
Oh yeah,
he could
absolutely.
do that. He could do that.
I would pay for that. Somebody said those sexy daggers.
Sexy daggers. Oh, good Lord. We don't want to go. We don't want this to go off the rails in the chat. Sure, that's cool. I just paint my toenails black. Yeah, I know. I do that too. But then the problem is like you can't tell if you're in a race if you have a problem or not because you can't see.
Well, that's the point. So you don't know, and you're just like, I don't know, and you just continue.
Yeah. Agreed. It's better to just ignore.
Mason said this is seriously the best commentary crew so far. I'm sure everyone, I haven't tuned in, but I'm sure everyone's been amazing, but we appreciate that. Yeah. It's
now we're just girls talking about our feet and
just ladies talking about our toenails.
Yeah. Oh man. So 12 hours into this race.
Wow. That's so long. And they're like 60 some miles.
Yeah, we are waiting for Courtney DeWalter to come to Camp W, Camp Wamatochik, mile 69.
Okay.
Potentially leading the overall. We think, pretty sure she is now leading the race.
Love to see it.
So it'll be super interesting to see, how Harry kind of handles that.
Yeah, from the tracker, it looks like she is, what is that, mile and a half?
Yeah, should be coming. It's looking sunny now. I mean, we've had rain, we've had cloudiness, but Crown King is now looking sunny.
So what tactic have you seen at this first aid station? Like, what are people doing?
Yeah.
This first crewable aid station. What are they?
We've seen the gamut. So lots of people. Okay, here's the two extremes from the front end of the field. Courtney did her Courtney thing, right into just eye drops, wipe the face, brand new pack, total pack swap. Spent 3 minutes.
Okay,
and was out. Pow, who was up there in the top 5 at that point, apparently his drop bag didn't make it there. I don't know if he has crew. So he had to crowdsource like gear and everything from all the volunteers and everybody else. So he was there for 22 minutes. So Ryan Sands changed shoes there. A couple people changed shoes. It looked like most people were like kind of just like preparing for like colder night.
Yeah.
And it's the first time they've seen their crew.
Right.
All day. So there were... I didn't see a lot of like in the front of the pack, a lot of like real food being eaten or anything like that. It was kind of just like basically like get my gear.
Yeah. We see this guy, he's got his puffy and his hat on.
Yeah.
Preparing. Don't forget those poles. There you go.
Yeah, which I think is smart because it could get chilly. It could get into the 30s overnight. Wow. And there could be more rain. Like it's just these next 2 or 3 days. Yeah, there's some rain. I should ask my weatherman husband what the rain forecast looks like. But
is he a weatherman?
Pretty much.
Oh,
basically,
cool.
he. I mean, not formally, but Yeah, wakes up in the morning and looks at 3 different models, the European model, the American, like, so, yeah.
What have you seen, like, these mid-packers doing? I see some people changing shoes and socks, putting on new gaiters, I saw at one point somebody washing their feet.
Yeah. So I don't know. It's been a mixed bag, but I think that, yeah, like keeping them dry. I don't know. Tell us a little bit about your foot care.
Oh my
Because
gosh.
like you dialed it in and just had this like routine.
Mm-hmm.
So we talked a little bit about how different things work for different people. Some people like powder, some people like taping, some people like lube, whatever. But what have you learned about taking care of your feet?
Yeah, I kind of tried everything, especially on the Appalachian Trail. I kind of just tried a variety of stuff. And what ended up working for me was changing my shoes and socks at least once a day, but washing my feet, once a day as well, washing them at night, and then letting them air out. If I do take a sleep, letting the feet fully air out. And I was putting cream on my feet for like a sleep, and I just found that it wasn't working. It was better if I just kept them dry and let everything dry out. But it's really just like washing your feet with water. It doesn't have to be warm, just soap and water really well, and just getting a new pair of socks and shoes. That was really what it was.
No lube or anything?
No, I have Injinji socks.
We're both in Injinji.
Yeah.
We're on the Injinji team, so toe socks. But really just getting the dirt off of them so that there was nothing rubbing.
Yeah, because that dirt gets, like, even with Injinji socks, like, it can get in there and it can create blisters.
Totally.
So I think it's really simple. I think, whatever works for you, but I think some people can kind of complicate it a little bit, and maybe like the simplest thing is the answer. So yeah,
just keep them clean. Keep them clean and dry.
Clean and dry, and the new socks. You feel like a new person after putting those socks on. Those new socks on. So I'm a big believer. Even if you don't have any soap or water, just like put on a new pair of socks. That helps so much.
Yeah, for sure. All right. What is happening? We're still at Crown King.
Mm-hmm. So this is obviously where I've seen this many times in the Crown King Scramble.
Yep.
This finish line.
That's the finish line of the Crown King Scramble.
Who's this?
That looks like Jack Scott, I think.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah, based on kit from what I've seen. So,
okay.
Yeah, Jack Scott looks like coming into Camp Kipa. Interesting. He's walking and not walking super smoothly.
It kind of looks like there's a little bit of like somebody was sore.
Yeah, or a hobble, like something's bugging him.
Yeah, let's see what he does here at the aid station.
We definitely saw, Harry, Courtney, Dan all running into this aid station.
Yeah. And so, excuse me for not knowing, how long is the spine?
The spine, I think, is like 250. I think it's quite long.
Okay. 268?
268.
Oh, yeah. He's holding his hamstring there or his glute.
High hamstring.
Don't know what's going on. Kind of looks like he has a tight muscle or he pulled something.
Yikes.
Let's watch what he does.
This is not good, guys. This is Jack Scott coming into Camp Kipa, obviously in pain and not having a great time here.
Yeah, he is dejected.
Okay, we're gonna go to audio and just see if anything comes in here.
Do you want a massage kit tonight? I'll try it, yeah. Anything else that you can think of right now? No, what's in that juice? Yeah, hot food also. Yeah. Scrambled eggs, bacon, is that sound good? And pancakes? Just scrambled egg and bacon. Scrambled egg and bacon. Oh, let me use one slow.
So it looks like he has some medical crew there with him, some volunteers hoping to feed him a bit. But he looks pretty dejected. What would you do in this situation, Corinne?
Oh, boy. Yeah, I mean, I think it really just depends, right? I think maybe you lean on the advice of the meds that can they kind of try to assess me right there? Did I actually like do some kind of damage that I'm just going to make worse by continuing on? Like, is it something you can run through or not? And that's probably hard to know. He just looks. This is so sad.
Yeah.
This is the brutality and the heartbreak of this sport is that, you know, this guy quit his job and went all in on training for this race, and you do everything you can to prepare, and you take a wrong step and you pull something, and I mean, I think this is a good call. Take a minute and eat. See if that can help you. We've got Courtney DeWalter. Okay, opposite end of the spectrum here. We got a race
Just
leader.
Switch.
Great job, Courtney.
Go, Courtney.
Yeah, I'm on an emotional roller coaster.
I
Just
know.
commentating.
Tearing up, and now I'm smiling. What's going on?
Okay, so Courtney coming into Camp Womatochik, mile 69.
Yeah, I mean, she ran in
Yeah.
different than Jack.
Just looks like she's moving great.
Yeah, she probably has a smile on her face.
So from here, she will run about another, I don't know, 8.5 to 9 miles into Whiskey Row.
Okay.
And that's really like a town environment. I've heard it's like a super cool aid station. She'll see crew there.
Okay.
So I remember watching the chase, seeing String Bean go into Whiskey Row, and it's like she's cheering, and there's just like people hooting and hollering, kind of a party, and just like a lot of energy. And then he immediately like went to the ground and got like foam rolled out by his crew, and it was just like, but he was in really good spirits and really excited. So I think it's like a really cool spot.
Do you know what the trail is like from Camp Kipa to this aid station?
To this aid station,
Yeah.
it's a gradual downhill.
Okay.
So she did have a nice like.
Thank you for
Here, I'll show
being
it to you
here.
on the.
Have a good night.
If we're looking at the map here, we've got kind of a high point at Camp Kipa,
yeah.
and then you're going down here into Whiskey Row.
Yeah, that's pretty steady, and she is moving out, or trying to, I would guess. Thanking the volunteers.
Of course.
Don't forget to thank your local race volunteers.
Absolutely.
Friendly reminder. And there she goes.
Sorry,
What do
shot.
you think that was, a minute?
Minute and a half.
Yeah. Oh, so
I
great.
mean,
So I'm interested to see where Harry is, when he comes in.
yeah. So 5:20 is when Courtney left, and we will see where Harry comes in, and that means in the last 7 miles, we'll see what kind of like happened there, because at one point he was like 7-8 minutes up on her.
Wow.
And that just disappeared.
Okay. And
Back
we have
to Jack Scott.
Yeah. He, I would, by the way he looks, like it looks like he seriously injured himself. But when we saw him walking in, it wasn't like, it looked like he was sore. It didn't look like it was a serious injury. I wonder if he just like pulled something, or, you know, it's a little tight. That's what I'm hoping, at least.
It looks like maybe he's going to try to put some warm layers on, but took off his pack. Mm-hmm. And he looks like he's having trouble moving that leg. Like he's just keeping it straight. Oh, God, this is brutal.
Yeah. Yeah, so, I mean, there was that uphill. So I wonder if it happened on that uphill to Camp Kipa. But, like, in my experience, I usually feel, like, tight muscles when I'm going down. Like, the hamstring. Looks like he's eating some. So that's a good sign. He's eating, which means, in my opinion, maybe, like, he wants to get back out there. Trying to warm up, trying to take care of himself. And luckily we have volunteers there helping him out.
All right, joining us on the couch in the live stream studio, Mr. Zach Marion, Director of Live Stream Operations.
What is going on, guys? I hear there's some, whenever there's a physical therapy type question, I always feel like I want to come in and chat a little bit, It just sounds so much like so much fun.
You think you're a physical therapist or something?
Retired physical therapist.
All right, give us your assessment of what's going on here with Jack.
Yeah, no, so it looks like, obviously we all know that this course is a course that beats you up in the first quarter of the race. It is undoubtedly the most difficult portion of the entire race. Getting up to Kipa is a very, very big challenge. Lots of vert in those legs so far. Clearly he's a man of endurance, of durability. We know what he's done in the past that showcases he can do this. So I have no doubt in my mind that he knows what's going on with his own body right now. And if I were to step outside and make kind of a armchair expert assessment of what's happening, we can definitely see that the hamstrings are pretty worked. It's definitely not glute. It is high hamstring. He's not able to really bend that knee very much. Every time he sits down, he's doing a straight leg, which tells me it is absolutely in the hamstring. So we can get it down to that. It's hamstring. Now, why is it hamstring? 100% it's going to be the elevation, gain, and descent, because that is a lot of concentric, eccentric, which eccentric movement in the muscles is always going to be the most damaging. And it seems as though he's kind of feeling it in that high hamstring, kind of like origin portion, which is going to be a lot of that tendinous fiber or the musculotendinous junction, which that's why he's moving a lot, because when that flares up, you want to move around. You don't want to sit still because it tends to grip and tighten and it tends to cramp a little bit. So he's absolutely feeling it right now.
You want to stretch it, but you shouldn't.
It's one of those things where, like, if you stretch it and there is micro tearing inside that musculotendinous junction, it's going to get worse if you stretch it. But if you don't put some kind of stretch on it, it is going to continue to ratchet down and tighten.
Yeah.
So you're just doing this dance back and forth that he's doing here.
I know this might be a dumb question. Could he fix it with Tylenol? Could he just take Tylenol? Would it?
Like a non-steroidal anti-inflammatory is always one of those like really questionable things to do, like an ibuprofen, right? Mm-hmm. We know that that's going to have to be processed through the kidneys, which is always a little bit more damaging. Versus if you were to do like a Tylenol, that's going to get processed through the liver. Like acetaminophen, Tylenol. There's a handful of other options out there that can be pain relieving and anti-inflammatory. Now, here's the fun thing: is we're gonna get into the weeds with this. How deep do you guys want to go? This is gonna be fun.
Oh yeah.
So you've got these things. You've got these things called nociceptors, right? And these nociceptors is your body's like pain receptor. They're connected directly to the muscles themselves. Mm-hmm. So it's a closed loop system. You can kind of think of it like when you touch a stove. Your body reacts to that before you really register that you've burnt your hand. Mm-hmm. That is kind of like this really closed looped system with the pain. So what he's feeling is a closed loop system. His body's trying to protect itself from itself. So it's automatically reacting by trying to contract a little bit. It's trying to like save itself and guard really bad. But guarding is actually making it worse if it's in the musculotendinous junction. So you're trying to fight your body and doing what it wants to do, and you have to override it mentally. So you have to like tell your brain like, hey, calm down. So if you can get some of the pain out of there, because your body's reacting to the pain,
might allow you to like relax.
It will allow your body to like break that cycle of protecting itself, which is making it worse. So yes, I do think that Tylenol would be a really great option here. Depending on how much damage his body has undergone and how his hydration system is, I would be personally, if I were in a situation, I would probably take a couple Advil at this point, ibuprofen, just to see if I can get it out. With the caveat, if I know that I'm not going to be pushing super hard afterwards and I'm not doing it to mask the pain so I can continue to dig deeper, it's so that I can continue to move forward. Okay. There's a big difference there.
Yeah.
And just to be clear, we're not talking about a cramp.
No, this is beyond a cramp. Like a cramp is just kind of your body's like lost its ability to, you can think of your muscles are kind of like Velcro And every time you contract, it's like Velcro, kind of like a wiggle worm all the way up, and it connects to itself and continues to ratchet up, and then it doesn't release. That's the cramp, is when it doesn't have the release factor. So when you don't have all those electrolytes, your body doesn't know how to release the contraction. And it's very disjointed. So that's when you'll get a cramp. And that's more of like an osmotic electrolyte kind of issue, imbalances. This is more of like a perpetual guarding. And I don't think you won't know, like it won't make sense until you've been in that situation. You're like, oh, this is a very different sensation, even though it feels kind of like a cramp. So no, this is a very interesting one. Like, I absolutely trust that he's going to do everything he can to take care of himself to get out of there. This is a very long race.
Yeah.
You know there's going to be a lot of ups and downs. You know there's going to be, and I think we've all been there, unbearable amounts of pain at times that has dissipated. Like, I know I've gone through races where I'm like, I don't know how I'm going to take another step forward. I don't even know if I can make it to the next aid station. And then I have a fantastic final 20 miles.
Yeah.
So, like, this could be one of those things. Again, what he needs to do is kind of get that pain and that inflammation like out of there and let it calm down, and then assess to see whether it's actual damage or whether it's just like an inflammatory response.
Yeah, during Black Canyon, I had like a super tight hamstring.
Like the whole time, didn't you?
Yeah, and I was like, oh my gosh, my race is over. Well, I got to run to the next aid station. So I just ran as fast as I could. Then I went away, which was awesome, but I don't know if this is a similar situation.
It didn't get to a point where it like reduced you to walking because it was so pulled. Really?
Yeah, once.
And then did you just slowly ease back in? And
I was just like, you got to keep running. You can't do that.
Yeah.
Don't walk.
This is a little too long to put the blinders on.
Yeah, no,
of a race.
absolutely.
But again, that's why it is. I do give him a lot of respect that he's got himself to this aid station. He worked himself there.
Looks like someone said this is West Plate, so just shout out to West Plate there at Crown King. But yeah,
they've gotten themselves there, and then now he's doing the job of like assessing to see if he can go forward. He didn't come in and quit immediately.
Yeah.
I'm sure he's feeling a rash of emotions right now and frustration based on how fit he is. But I really hope he's allowed to give himself, or he's able to give himself the chance to just assess and progress.
Yeah.
So question, if he does get, because we've seen this, I mean, famously, Western States, 2 years ago, Keely Henninger, 2 years ago, she dislocated her shoulder 20 yards from the aid station, tried to put it back in herself for 30 minutes, and the minute she got medical attention, she was out of the race.
Right.
So question, how does that look at Cocodona in terms of kind of medical attention being given to someone? I assume there's the basic things like can't get an IV and keep going and things like that. But
they're the standard rules of like, once you accept any form of intervention, that is when we would say like you are no longer finishing this race under your own will with the support of aid stations and crew. You are now needing intervention in order to move forward.
Okay.
I don't think he's at that point. I think for him, it's just a matter of like, let's see if we can assess this. He's done a lot of damage to the body right now. It's deservedly and justifiably upset with him, and he just needs to sit and assess and determine whether it's a prudent thing for him to continue or not. And, like he's going to be the only person that gets to make that decision. No one gets to make it for him. He's got to, but I really, assume that someone who has trained and prepared this hard, they're going to feel a lot of emotions right now because they got a lot riding on it.
You can tell.
But B, I'm willing to know he knows his body and he knows, he knows kind of its limits pretty well, even though sometimes like mentally you can forget where your limits are. But I think physically he knows, and I have no doubt in my mind he's a competitor through and through, and he's going to give himself the best chance to move forward.
Yeah, so I'm interested to see what's going on at that aid station with him, if he's left or not.
I think we are trying to tell who this is on screen. Pow, potentially.
And on that note, I'm gonna see if I can't gather any information from that aid station, see what's going on out there for my own curiosity, and Also, I'm going to try to keep this live stream going. So keep
amazing.
spinning this
Thank
plate.
you for the PT. Everyone enjoyed it. You got lots of kudos, and we were like, everyone was like, I love this PT lecture. Thank you very much for this. So thank you for joining us, Zach. Appreciate it. We will let everyone know more once we understand or find out kind of what's going on. But
yeah, a lot of people keep asking who this is about. We're talking about Jack, who
Jack
is
Scott.
Yeah, who's at Camp Kipa. He came in slightly limping, and then it like seemed like it got worse when he actually got into the building.
Yeah,
he sat down and it looked like it tightened up.
Yep, Jack Scott currently sitting at the Camp Kipa aid station and trying to kind of figure out what he is going to do next. Obviously was very upset, and you just see the frustration on something's gone wrong with my body, and that's not what I want to be happening right now.
How long did you say he was here training?
So I don't know how long he's been here, but I do know that he kind of took a sabbatical from work in the UK so that he could train and really, really put a lot of preparation into this race in particular. So, yeah, that is heartbreaking to see somebody, do that level of preparation, but it's,
have you ever had a situation like that in a race?
I mean, I've had situations where like I've prepared for a race really hard, and then I've had something come up that just, something fluke come up, like, run rabbit foot issue came up that just nope, not doing it anymore.
That's where we met.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. And then I've gotten sick before a race and not started. Yeah. How about you?
Let's see. Where you're going to pace me at Javelina.
I'm going to pace you at Javelina?
Where I was
pacing you. Oh,
going to pace me. Like that didn't go to plan.
There might be a few photos from that people could reference
I don't think
back.
they're out there. Don't go on Howie's page and look for them.
They're on your page. They're great photos.
I know. It's kind of badass.
It's kind of
like
badass.
one of the claims to fame I have.
Exactly.
But like when that happens, you want to come back from it. Like the next year, you have like this new mission.
Yeah.
And it almost feels like so much more sweet when you're out there. And like, I hope he keeps going, obviously. I hope everyone keeps going. But just know there's like another side to it.
Sometimes the race that you do after the bad race is like the best, one of the best races of your life.
It's like a different purpose being out there.
Yeah.
It feels so much more meaningful. And
Exactly.
I find a lot of like, I'm so thankful to be out there.
Right. You appreciate, you're like, yes, it's
my
working.
body's
This is
working. There's no cactuses. I'm fueling well. Yeah.
The infamous Troya hug, somebody said.
Yes.
Yes, the infamous Troya hug. Who's Troya jump on you?
Oh, there's
crazy.
Corey
Woltering. Oh, yeah, he's been there for a bit.
Has he?
He has been there for a bit.
How long? When did he come in?
A while. Geez, I feel like it's been 45 minutes.
Yeah. I feel like I saw him
something
there too.
But that's okay. Maybe that's what he needs to do right now.
We love to see it. He just became the new athlete manager
for Merrill.
of Merrill.
I know. I was saying that's awesome.
So
Congratulations
happy for
to Corey.
He also has an Appalachian Trail FKT attempt coming up this year.
Is he going supported?
Yes, he's going supported, and I'm not sure if he's going south or north. I didn't check on that, but he posted on his Instagram basically saying like, I'm doing this for accountability.
Awesome.
He's going to go out there because last year he was supposed to go out, and I'm not sure what happened, but he never made it out there. So he is committed to an Appalachian Trail FKT this year. So that's very cool. I feel like he's just like doing these like bigger, longer races to kind of get his I don't know what you would call it.
Mojo back.
Yeah, mojo. I guess you could say that. So it's cool to see him here. He's
it's
such
really
a
cool.
light
He is.
in the ultra community.
He's such a nice person.
Yeah.
And he just put like what appeared to be like a sleeping bag in his pack.
Maybe
it was a puffy, but it kind of looked like a sleeping something.
It was huge.
It was big. So that's awesome. He's preparing to be out there for a while, it looks like, and he's got all the gear on.
Somebody said that Corey is going north, which is, in my opinion, is a harder direction because you have the hard stuff
finish
at the end.
with the whites.
Yeah, the whites in Maine. John Kelly and Corey are going north this year.
But that's also the direction that Carl went.
Yeah, Carl went north. Yeah. I went south, and Christian Morgan's actually going for it too. He's going south.
I think Jeff Garmire's also going out
Yes,
there.
I saw that too.
Yeah,
Oh my gosh.
lots of. I mean, inspired by Tara herself.
Yeah.
Lots of AT attempts. We need more women to go though. Come on, women.
I mean, it's just like I'm so inspired by everyone who
Lake
gets
City
out for
Bird,
these things. It's just
Yeah.
a full
Washington,
circle
they're
moment.
all really nice people
So
over
we
there.
have
Okay, we got
Dan
Dan.
Green.
Is he second into
He-
Camp W?
Oh,
So
he
he
passed
also
Harry.
passed Harry.
Oh wow.
Okay,
There's
Dan
one right around the
Green.
corner. Right outside the right.
Dan Green coming into Camp W. We've got some audio on that. A little bit of a shakeup here so far in the front of the field. If you are just joining us, Courtney DeWalter is your current race leader, followed by Dan Green, and then we expect next to be Harry Chibertas.
I'm good.
And Courtney and Dan are both 69 miles into the race. Well ahead of previous course record splits to this point in the race, and Dan is out. That was fast.
So Courtney came in at 5:20. Is that what we said?
5:20.
So that's 17 minutes ago.
Yeah.
So he's 17 minutes behind when he just left.
Okay, we got.
And they both took a minute.
And now we got to wonder what's going on with Harry, because
Yeah.
that's a lot of time.
Yeah, it is.
That's a lot of time, and
I feel like we're gonna see him any minute though.
I hope so. Maybe it's just a low patch, just a rough patch.
I mean, how did you feel? Because I saw the video of him like really burning it when he was it into Crown King?
Into Crown King?
Yeah,
Mhm.
he was like really moving.
Yeah.
What did you think when you saw that?
I mean, I thought
It's just hard
I
to
love that
say.
he's going for it,
Yeah.
but it's just you don't know what that effort level feels like to the person, so it's
Mhm.
really hard to know.
Mhm.
And like maybe if you're in that situation, you don't even know what that effort level really feels like to you until it's like too late. So it's hard, but he was looking great. I mean, he did spend more time at Camp Kipa than we had seen previously, and so that maybe was a little bit of a sign like, what's going on? Why are
Yeah.
you waiting longer here?
Yeah.
But I don't know. It's hard to say. It's crazy, but we are 70 miles into this race. Some stuff's gonna start to happen. Like,
Yeah,
that's
And,
a lot of mileage.
I mean, like, there's so much race left.
Oh my
Like,
gosh, it's crazy.
I hope it goes well for everybody. Like, I really hope it goes well. But I mean, there's gonna be a lot of shifts.
Yeah.
This guy's singing. I love this.
This is amazing. I thought Randy Zuckerberg was excited coming into this aid station. This dude is topping Randy's like huge grin and singing to the volunteers. He's eating a bunch of food. It's so cool to see people like in such a good, because you know that they're hurting. Like you know that they're tired. You know that and it's just like, this is.
So that's Daniel Bishop.
Let's go, Daniel
Bib
Bishop.
136.
Sweet.
Singing, having a good time. We love to see it.
All right, we got another runner. This looks like Mike Versteeg. That's his gate. Yep. Okay, Michael Versteeg coming into Camp Kipa.
Looking smooth.
Kind of just looks like Michael. That's how he runs. He's just like I'm doing my thing. And I heard from Jamil that he was really going to try to get his aid stations dialed. That's kind of been a downfall in the past, and so his crew and aid station situations. I mean, obviously this is a non-crewed aid station, but we'll see if he is maybe going to try to move quickly through here or
and
not.
Jack is still
Oh,
sitting. I see him
Jack's
over
in
there. But I mean, we did see him fueling. Like we
Yeah.
saw him with a plate eating
Which
some
kind
food.
of indicates I'm going to try to continue.
Yeah. And looks like Michael got himself a plate. I guess those are eggs.
Yeah, there's lots of eggs being eaten
Okay.
at this. There's pancakes available and bacon too, but the eggs have been definitely a favorite.
Eating with the hands.
Is he eating? Okay, this is the great thing about Michael Versteeg. For anyone who has not watched him, I think you can look at him and you can't tell if he is super excited and happy right now or if he is like dying inside. And that's the cool thing about Michael Versteeg. Like he is just who he is.
This indicates he's not.
Well, this is what he did at
Okay.
Crown King.
Somebody's
He was
rubbing
holding his
back,
head. And that person probably knows him. We talked about
okay.
this is like home course for him. Like these people are like probably like his friends and family. But it is a little concerning. And he was holding his head earlier at Crown King and we were like, what's going on? And then he just left.
So we have somebody else coming through here.
This looks like Michael Greer, who he was with before.
Sweet.
I believe that's who that is.
I love buddies.
Looking a little more chipper though.
Let's see if he gets some
Oh,
eggs.
okay, here we go. He's like, hey. It's like, yeah, eggs. I'll take the eggs.
Somebody, never mind. I'm not gonna say that. Some things you see in the chat, you just gotta leave in the chat.
That's true. That's true. Everybody be nice in the chat. So
let's see an egg emoji in the chat. If you're in the chat, fire out an egg emoji. Because we love eggs. And aid station eggs.
Do we think that they're vegan eggs there?
Oh my gosh.
I've never had a vegan egg.
What are vegan eggs?
I don't know. It's like an egg substitute. Like some people don't eat eggs, right?
Oh, like powdered eggs. Like I don't know even what you'd make that out of.
Like a potato egg.
There we go. Eggs. See all the eggs.
Earlier I asked where people were from, and there was like 1,000. All of a sudden it came out of it. We have people from Dubai and Australia, and somebody was like, I'm walking in Bali on the beach, and I'm like, what is happening? Oh, we got the eggs. Yay. Oh, mushrooms. Skillets.
Bird eggs.
Is there like a scrambled egg? No. It just looks like the pan.
Egg on a pan.
Yeah. That's a fried egg.
Eggs.
It's a fried egg, Tara, not a scrambled egg.
I love fried eggs.
Yeah.
I like a hard egg. What is your favorite
Over hard?
egg?
I go over medium.
Yeah.
A little bit of runny. Just a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, my shout out to my 13-year-old son Stowe. Gets up at 5:30 every morning before mom and dad are up and makes himself a couple of eggs.
God.
Yeah. He's on the egg game.
He doesn't make you guys eggs? I thought you were about to say he makes you eggs.
No, he makes himself eggs, which is
that's pretty
equally as awesome.
That's impressive.
Ostrich eggs. Oh my god, tofu scramble. Ostrich eggs are probably cheaper than regular eggs right now. Fake egg. I don't know.
Somebody tell me how vegan eggs are made.
Tofu scramble is awesome. Yeah, we need some vegan expertise in this chat.
Please. Poached.
Who is in the lead? Josh, let's tell you about the Cocodona 250 and what's going on. Courtney DeWalter is in the lead of the entire race, followed by Dan Green. We are now expecting Harry Schubertes to be behind them, but we're not sure where he's at. And then we have a handful of people who are in. Oh, we saw Pau Ruiz
with Rachel.
Yep, with Rachel Entricken also go through this aid station you're looking at right now. And then we have our additional folks in there. We've got Jack Scott sitting in there dealing with some kind of high hamstring issue.
I'm guessing this is
that
Harry.
Looks like Harry. A yellow hat. Yep.
Yeah.
With the poles out.
He looks great. His gait looks good.
It's just interesting. He lost so much time in that, relatively short section, like 6-7 miles.
Is he using his pole there?
He's using poles.
Okay.
He runs with poles a lot.
Okay.
Yeah. Loves the poles. Courtney wasn't using poles in the last section.
He looks good. And so he came in, Dan Green came in at 37.
Yep,
so
5:37. So he is 7 minutes.
Let's see if
8 minutes
here.
Slower.
Just looking at the spread. We got some more eggs maybe?
Yeah, I'm going to pull up the... Oh, I think I pulled it up before. The menu for Campo Matochek was also kind of breakfast themed. It was like... Campo Matochek is... Oh, no, we got serious stuff. Pancakes and bacon, but also burgers and potato soup. Potato soup sounds really good.
Yeah, that does sound good.
Yeah. These are the aid station.
Oh, okay, sweet. So this is just...
It's in the... Yeah. It's in the owner's guide. If you are just joining us, why are people putting poop emojis in there? That's not cool. I don't know.
Hey now.
We need egg emojis. That's what we're using right now in the chat.
And we need somebody to explain vegan eggs to us.
So Courtney is currently ahead of Dan. Corinne, vegan eggs are made from mung beans. Thank you, Alexandra Meyer.
So cool.
Mung beans.
All right, so Harry looks like he's packing up some food, maybe getting some trash out. I wonder what the temperature is there.
So when they came into Camp Kipa, there was snow on the ground.
Okay.
But I think it was probably like, I'm going to look at what altitude or elevation they're at. I think it's probably in the 40s.
Okay.
I mean, both Courtney and Dan Green were just wearing t-shirts.
Yeah.
But Harry was wearing gloves. Like he's kind of been bundled up since Camp Kipa.
Okay.
But obviously Courtney and Dan were not that cold.
Yeah.
So I don't know. That's interesting.
And I wonder if he's wearing more layers because he's been doing a little more walking, perhaps.
He's moving slower,
yeah.
so he's not generating that much body heat.
So it looks like Michael
Versteeg's getting ready to go out.
He's getting his headlamp on.
I think maybe he's just doing this to make us think he's not doing good. He's just, this is what I'm going to do. This entire Cocodona is every aid station, put my hand on my head, make people think that I'm not doing great, but in reality, I'm out of there.
Mm-hmm.
So we're hoping that's what's going on.
Somebody mentioned this, that I noticed this when I was watching Harry, but they said his dexterity is gone.
Interesting.
I noticed that as well. So I wonder like how cold he really is or if it's exhaustion.
And maybe he did get wet earlier. It was a bit humid. There was a little bit of rain and maybe he got wet and then that kind of soaked him. He didn't like put on dry layers and then that made him cold. It could be a situation like that. I don't know. Yeah, he's obviously colder than a couple of the other athletes at this point in time.
And for those that are just tuning in, Jack Scott is in the back there leaning against the table. Looks like he is trying to encourage himself to get back out there. And we have Michael leaving. Camp Kipa
is out.
Looks all bundled up. He's got his headlamp. And he is out at 12 hours and 48 minutes, running up the hill. Jeff says, are runners allowed to drop banana peels on the trails to spin other runners out of control? I'm pretty sure that is against Leave No Trace, but I can check the rules on that one.
All right, I'm going to ask my husband for an overnight weather forecast based on multiple models. And then we will fill you in on what the temperatures are going to be. But I do think it's going to get into the 30s for a lot of these runners overnight. So staying warm is going to be critical.
Were you here last year?
Yeah.
Yeah?
This is my third time commentating this race.
Gosh. You're a vet.
I guess.
So we have Harry. He's still there. This is about going on 4 minutes from when he entered the aid station. Looks
doesn't look great.
No. But, things turn around. It's so early in the race. I'm hopeful. I'm sure it's just a low point. Like, everyone goes through lows. Mm-hmm. Like, just going to a race, you got to know that everyone's going to have their low points, and you can't look too much into your own low point. Everyone's going to have them. They're going to have tight muscles. They're not going to fuel well maybe in a section. Going to have a low point
you just got to write it out.
Yeah. And it's, for these races, he did this last year. He knows what it's like.
Yeah.
So I'm pretty sure, he'll get back out there and ride that low and then ride back up on that high.
Okay, so, hi to Deb in the chat. Hello, Deb, Hamberlin. So some people want to know what we think about sleep strategies. Like, you're very much more an expert on this kind of situation than I am, but I have heard a lot of people talking about what their sleep strategiys are going to be, so I can speak to that. Thinking about a 3-ish day race. Oh, getting some, hey, playing to the camera. This is Pow. Louise, he's, in good spirits. That's always good to see.
Is that Pow? I don't think
sorry. That's Michael Greer.
Yeah.
Yes. Michael Greer, who
Does
was
he have
running
opera gloves on? I love that.
He's going to the prom.
Oh, no. He just
Are they just sleeves going over this? So he was running with Michael Versteeg for a while, and it was really cool because we saw Versteeg look back at him and encourage him to come up and run with him. And then it seemed like they were talking to each other and helping each other out.
Yeah.
So I'm curious to know if he'll try to go kind of chase down Versteeg or not.
Yeah, he looks in great spirits.
Yeah.
Honestly. And it looks like it might be getting cold. Look at all those layers he's putting on.
Yeah.
He's putting on elbow length opera gloves.
So sleep.
Yeah, sleep. Yeah.
Yeah. So what would you personally think about doing for 2.5 to 3 day long race.
Oh my gosh. I've been thinking about this a lot because I'm going to attempt the Long Trail FKT in August.
Which is how long?
It's 270 something miles.
Okay.
I know
kind
I
of
should,
similar distance. Okay.
Yeah. And just beautiful trail in Vermont. And so I've been thinking about this a lot and like analyzing other people's patterns. And I think for the first night, I wouldn't sleep.
Okay. So you go full
personally.
24 hours?
Yeah, because for me, it's different for everybody, but I probably would just go like through 2 days, like 2 like daylight hours, and then maybe sleep on the second night.
On the second night.
Yeah.
Okay.
That is what I'm thinking. Like a 20-minute nap would be enough, and then keep going. And then after that, just take dirt naps as much as you can. Because, I mean, in the grand scheme of it, it's a fast race.
Yeah, exactly.
Or fast FKT. That's what I'm seeing it as. So I wonder if you would, like how String Bean last year couldn't fall asleep. I wonder if there's that added pressure because in FKTs you do have like the clock, but you don't have anyone like with you pushing you.
Yeah.
So I wonder if there's like an extra added like anxiety there in a race.
Yeah,
that you can't fall asleep.
a pressure to sleep that makes it difficult to sleep.
Yeah, exactly. So I wonder. I would love to like hear what other people's strategies are if anyone's
pretty
ever,
good so far.
And I heard a handful of the runners for this year. We interviewed some of them, and I've heard what they've learned from their previous Cocodonas, multi-time finishers here. And I think there's a couple of camps. Sure. There's like the go all the way through until you're exhausted, whatever, potentially 35, 40 hours, whatever, something like that. And then listen to your body. And then there's people who decide to sleep on the first night. Like a short sleep, but they intentionally are like, I'm going to sleep for whatever. Yeah. Like you said, like maybe a 20-minute nap or something. And they are like, I'm going to do that no matter what. Because I think it's going to help me later. I think Courtney only slept for 20 minutes during Moab 240. And I believe they were mostly like dirt naps. I mean, and I've heard her say that like, there was a 1 to 3 minute nap that was like the most revitalizing. So I think you also have to figure out if you can fall asleep super fast, like how long is the optimal amount of time to be asleep for it to benefit you.
Yeah. And it's different. Everyone's different.
Yeah.
So you really have to play with this area. And experience really does help you on this course. So, I mean, Courtney has that experience. Harry has that experience. So, do you know what Harry did for his sleep?
Yeah, he slept a couple times, and I don't know what the total was. I don't quote me, but I want to say it was maybe 45 minutes total or something like that.
Oh, wow.
But it was broken up. And real quick, we're looking at a Chisum here. Matt or Elliot Chisum. 179?
Yeah, it looks like 179.
Oh, okay, maybe no.
I think that's 179. Or is it 119?
We're trying to ID this runner.
179.
179 or 77? Okay, 179.
Yeah.
So this is Mary Dean Davis. Go
Yay.
Mary. 56 years young.
From Georgia. Hey, girl.
Lilburn. Yeah, that's awesome.
Georgia.
Crushing.
Oh, she's done Cruel Jewel. Her hat. Cruel Jewel is so hard.
Yeah.
It's one of the hardest races I've ever done. Harder than Hard Rock.
Yep.
Yeah.
I have Liz Canty has my good friend has done that, and
yeah, we did it together. And
you did it together?
Beat me.
It was brutal.
She
said it
spanked
was
me
brutal.
so hard.
Well, just the terrain, like right.
Yeah.
So here we're seeing taped feet.
Okay. Yep. And maybe she's she's gonna clean her feet. Good idea. Good idea, Mary. Yeah.
Way to go,
those
Mary.
Dogs.
Taking care of yourself. Yep.
Yeah.
Wiping them down. So this is the Crown King aid station.
She knows what she's doing. She's done Cruel Jewel.
she knows what she's doing. She's done Cruel Jewel. Shout out to the East Coast races.
It's such a good idea to have gaiters. I've seen a lot of athletes obviously have those gaiters on, but they make such a difference.
You think so?
Yes.
Okay.
Such a difference. Because I mean, you're not getting all that dirt, even if like
what if
it's a
your
little
shoe
bit.
has a little bit of a gaiter? Not the same.
I've never had that, so I don't know.
Did you wear gaiters at Black Canyon?
No.
Okay. Just for long stuff.
Yeah, long stuff. Yeah. I would probably wear them for Hard Rock.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, lots of scree and like stuff.
Yeah.
Did you wear them for last year or for Hard Rock?
I can't remember.
I feel like I saw a picture of you with them on.
Yeah, maybe.
I don't know.
Undetermined.
Well,
Somebody
yeah.
let me know in the chat.
Let me know what I did.
Somebody knows. There's people out there that know more than I do about myself.
Yeah, so just that's hilarious. Just so people know, there's questions about Mika Thews in the chat, and we're just not saying anything because we don't know. I learned this last year when Mika left the course for like 8 hours and then came back onto the course, which you can do in this race. You're allowed to leave if you leave your tracker at an aid station. Yeah, there are people in this race that will leave their tracker, go sleep at a hotel, come back on course.
But if she like called it, because she called like, I am quitting or I'm DNFing.
I think that
like
that's
quitting.
You know where the semantics come in. I don't know what the official rule is on are you actually dropping out or not, but at this point I don't believe that's even happened, so we're just gonna stay steady until we know specifically what's going on. Yeah
we got a runner leaving with some blue gaiters with a matching blue puffy.
Nice.
Still married.
No,
that's not Mary.
No,
that's somebody
it's
else.
It's a dude getting his check. So there's a gear check
and
here.
He is stoked,
excited.
Leave it those polls. Don't forget your polls.
That's right.
Oh, we got another egg.
The eggs are
still coming slowly. Maybe we can make this like a thing throughout.
It's funny that the egg's like a brown egg and not a white egg.
Yeah,
I guess it would disappear into the background.
It's a free range egg. Yeah.
Okay.
It's $10. That one egg
per
is
egg.
$10.
Yeah. We didn't color Easter eggs this year because they're so expensive. Tara, no gators at Hard Rock last year. Mont Blanc Boas. Colby's telling
Colby.
you that.
Thanks, Colb Dog.
Hey, Colby.
Love Colb Dog.
Yeah.
Shout out.
Yeah. He's a good guy.
Yeah. So you didn't color eggs?
No.
Too expensive. Yeah. They're so expensive.
We hid plastic eggs, but we didn't color eggs. All right.
And then we have Jacob Banta as well saying
everyone's reviewing your photos. No gators.
Just don't look at the ones of me throwing up.
Those are the best ones. That's all you're running.
That's what everyone wants to see.
All right. So we are here still at Crown King getting visuals on middle of the pack runners coming through. So folks have until 11:55 tonight to make it to Crown King.
Okay.
That's the cutoff.
Wow.
Yeah. So they have until almost midnight. I mean, because it's like 37 miles with 11,000 feet of climbing.
So much climbing.
Is this a Lynn? I don't know, but there is a deaf runner, works for Aravaipa.
Okay.
Out here attempting a Lynn Davis.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome.
And I saw a really cool video before this where she was saying, like, don't try to make me lip read in the middle of the race because my brain's so tired. The best thing to do is, like, put something in a text and show it to me or write it down. So that's great to know.
Wow. Okay. And what's her name? What was her name?
Lynn Davis.
Lynn Davis. Okay.
I think it's ALYNN.
That is 116, bib number 116. So that is Katie O'Connor, 116. She's got her green gaiters on.
Yeah.
She's got green cap, green sun shirt, it looks like. Katie O'Connor. She is 47th female.
Nice work, Katie. She's 47
she
years old.
She is 47.
She's
okay,
58th
I'm reading that.
female.
Okay,
currently.
I see.
Yeah.
She's from Chicago. It's plenty cold there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the cold's not going to bother her.
No. Yeah, so what's been like the pack situation? Because there is a water carry requirement. What have you seen in that first like 30 miles?
Yeah, so we saw, I think you get checked at one of the earlier ones like Lane Mountain, but I think there's like 4 leaders that you've got to have on your capacity for that. There's been a number of systems shown. So some people with a lot of bladders in the back and bottles in the front. I know I did hear Finn Melanson saying that last year he did not drink very much of his bladder because he had an issue, and therefore he was going to put a bunch of bottles in the back.
Yeah.
And so just go with the 500 ml bottles, but carry like 4 of them in the back and 2 in the front. Callie Vinson, probably a fan favorite out here. I saw her set up where she was also carrying like 4 soft flasks on her hip.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah,
saw
so
that
it's kind of been all like, a lot of different setups here, but I would say bladder in the back and bottles in the front is pretty common.
Yeah, it looks like Katie.
Oh, thank you, Nathan.
How many liters do you think that is in just her front? I feel
so
like
that's an Ultra
700.
Spire pack. Are those bigger bottles? Are those the 750s or the 800s?
Yeah, the really big ones. And then it looks like she might have a bladder in the back too with that straw.
Yeah, so she could have 1.5 liters on the front and a 2 liter in the back.
Yeah,
she could
at
have
least
4 or 5
a liter, 2 liters probably.
I think we heard too Courtney's pack, because we talked to Kevin, or they did in the field, and Courtney's pack from the beginning was 8 pounds, and then the one she got here at Crown King was about 6 pounds.
Okay.
In weight.
Wow.
Or maybe 4. So she went down quite a bit. But she's also moving through these sections really quickly. We've seen her refill water at the aid stations, but you got to think about how long this is going to take you, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I wonder what she had in that little baggie there. Looked like a toothbrush.
Really?
Yeah.
Cool.
I know that Courtney does that to like energize herself.
And I think get the sugar off your teeth. Like seriously, you know, probably
she's brushing her teeth.
Yeah, there you go. We've probably both been in races where your teeth start to hurt from all the sugar.
Gosh.
And it's like I want to just rinse my mouth out, because I'm literally getting cavities during this race. Huh?
I need to go to the dentist. I moved from Virginia Beach, left my really amazing dentist. I need to find a new one. She told me before I left, like half a year ago, I had a cavity I need to get filled.
Is it hurting you?
I don't know.
If it's not really bugging you, then you're probably okay.
Like every so often, like I'm like, oh, like my teeth hurt, but I don't know. Is there any dentists out there? Can tell me if it's okay. How long do I have?
How long do I have before it becomes a root canal? I would say if it starts bugging you on the regular, go get it fixed.
Okay, thanks.
I've had a lot of cavities. That's my pro opinion there.
Yeah. So you have used a toothbrush?
No, not in a race. I probably will in like the next 100, but no, I didn't. I would rinse my mouth out like during Javelin. I'd rinse my mouth out with water and try to get the sugar off.
What's your next 100?
Cascade Crest.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Wow. When is that?
July 17th.
Oh my gosh. Wow.
Yeah. Hard Rock qualifier.
So cool.
Yeah.
Are you hoping to do Hard Rock?
At some point. Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. Gotta do it. I think. I never thought I'd say that, but I think so now.
I think you absolutely need to. You have so much history in Uray.
Yeah.
Like you know that area so well.
For sure. I think it's got to be on the bucket list. You have a small race coming up. It's called Western States.
Yeah. Yeah.
Anybody heard of that one?
I don't know. I just like got this golden ticket thing and then I paid some money to do this race. Yeah.
Kofi wants us to get dentist recommendations on the feed. I don't know about that. Maybe we should just sell toothbrushes.
You should.
I mean, probably at this point in time. Okay.
Like the mini ones.
Cascade Crest is a beast. I paced it last year. I hear it's a beast. Tell me all the things about it. But yes, Tara Dower is going to be heading out too. I've seen that you've been just all in on Western training.
Yeah.
How's it going?
Just put my head down.
It's awesome.
Yeah. I mean, it's going well and I feel good and I just want to have a good race out there. I want to be with the community. I went last year to pace Kareth Arnold.
Oh, you paced Kareth.
Yeah, I just thought
Which
it was
section?
Forest Hill to Rucky Chucky.
Okay.
And I was like, before that, I was like, this race is like overdone. It's too much hype. Like, oh my gosh, I'm not going to do Western ever. Then I went there and I was like, oh crap. I have it. I have the bug.
Yeah.
I need to do this.
Yeah.
And then I made it a goal after the Appalachian Trail. I was like, I'm going to get into Western no matter what. And I'm so excited to race it. I'm so thankful.
You earned it, smashed it, grab that ticket.
It's mine.
Early in the year. And yeah, it's going to be awesome to see. It's going to be a really cool year to be out there. It was my first year to be there last year too. And I definitely see the see the vibe.
Ryan, are you crewing him again? Or
I don't know. We'll be supporting multiple athletes, so
Yeah.
might be popping around, just kind of like doing a little bit of everything. But if people need it, we're there. So yeah. Oh, Team Dirt and Vert is going to see me at Cascade Crest. All right, see you there. Sounds good. I am.
Oh, somebody said Carl Summers should be my dentist.
He might be really mean to you. You feel like you took my FKT. You know this drill? No anesthetic. No anesthetic. Okay, we got somebody coming in.
Cruising
into Camp Kipa.
All right,
on a tear.
Oh, and Jack is still sitting.
That's Max.
Max? Oh, yay.
That's Max Jolliffe.
Wow, he's looking
Jolliffe.
so good.
Yeah, well, he just looked like he had maybe he just took a caffeine pill 10 minutes ago because he's on
probably
it.
on a high right now. He is at the top of the roller coaster.
He seems to have quite a sense of urgency going here.
Yeah, he's 8th male. Awesome.
I mean, that's a good place to be this early in the race. Yeah. So there were people asking about Max. Let's go, Max. What are you laughing at?
Somebody told us to focus on the running, please.
We are focusing on the running. This is Max Jolliffe, the king of Moab.
Nolan.
I have not seen the movie yet. I heard it's awesome.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I feel like there's so many movies coming out.
I know. And get this. This year, I saw Dylan Harris is out there doing a film on the back of the pack at Cocodona this year. How cool is that? Super cool.
Yeah.
Super cool.
I love that.
That's not Max. That's Jesse Haynes. Somebody's saying not Max. Hold on. We're gonna get an ID on this bib. It is Jesse Haynes. It looks like Jesse Haynes when you
really
turned
wish
around.
I could see that number.
15. That is Jesse Haynes. Thank you, chat, for letting us know and
Y'all
for
are awesome.
And man, Jesse Haynes, absolute crusher. He has won. Bronco Vest means Jesse. Thank you, Zach. Yep. I'm gonna pull up his results here because he is somebody we definitely had eyes on. Okay, another runner coming into Camp W.
Oh, that's Rachel.
Yeah.
Yeah, looking great, looking smooth. All right, let's watch her. She came in at 13:08, almost 13:09. So let's see when she leaves. We know that Courtney came through and left, I guess, within like a minute to 2 minutes. And that was around 50 minutes ago that Courtney came through. So I don't know what kind of gap is building. I can't recall where we were when we were at Camp Kipa. But I feel like she's...
So just to update everyone, this is Rachel Entrikin. She is your second place female right now into Camp Womatochek, mile 69. And we also have Jesse Haynes moving very hastily through Camp Kipa, which is mile 62.
Somebody said no leg tats. That's how we can tell.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah.
The tats. I mean, it is a little bit of like a not clear picture. So, but that is a good call out. They kind of have similar hair. So I think that's what threw us off. But Rachel Entrikin, last year's winner, who is, she's crushing right now.
Yeah, and we haven't seen another woman through Camp Kipa, have we?
We have not. No. Nope.
Okay. So
we're expecting that to potentially be Lindsay Dwyer, but she was a couple of miles back at the last aid station. So there has been, it's been Courtney and Rachel really kind of out front here.
Yeah. So Jeff Garmeyer, his saying was sit and kick on Courtney.
Sit and kick on Courtney.
Do you think that's Rachel's strategy here?
I don't know. You're gonna have to ask me tomorrow at the same time.
It's such a long race. I keep forgetting. This isn't like a one-day event.
I feel like that strategy might not work, and here's the reason. Like, I think she just, Courtney appears to be kicking on everyone and putting like 15 minutes on people in 6-mile sections, which is like really hard to, I mean, I don't know. It's just amazing.
Yeah.
To see this.
Okay. So she is looking like she's leaving the aid station. She entered around 13:09, so that's 2 minutes. And she is out. So that was 2 minute aid station.
That's nice and fast.
Transition. Yeah. Waving goodbye. Looks like she's in great spirits.
Someone put 7 eggs in the chat.
Heck yeah.
Yeah, 7 eggs.
That's
what
probably
did
like
she
$70.
Eat? What did she eat? Did you see what she ate? Was it eggs?
No, I didn't see. And is that Jessie that's leaving?
Camp Kipa, yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
Jessie is
Going
out.
back up that hill on Camp Kipa. Through hikers are the best, pure savages. Okay.
Oh, Matador. Yeah, Matador's a good friend from the AT.
Nice.
Yeah. Through hikers unite.
I mean, there's probably like half of this chat is probably ultra runners and half of it's probably through hikers. That's such a cool thing about this race is like it's totally a blending of the communities.
We should do like a battle. We should see ultra runners do one emoji and through hikers do another emoji.
Oh no. Okay.
We have to think.
Are you going to represent? Which one are you going to represent?
I think I'd have to do through hiking because that was my first love.
Okay, since I've never through hiked, I'll just represent the ultra runners. But it's not you versus me.
You come up with the ultra runner
emoji.
I'll come up with the through hiker emoji.
Okay. All right, I gotta look at emojis.
Yeah, me too.
I'm thinking of stuff here. I have an idea. I don't want to be.
I'm gonna look at your emojis.
I don't want to be dumb and be like just like it's a runner, but I think
maybe like
runner.
The through hiking, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Is there Coke in here? Probably not.
No, probably not.
There's like a soda can. An Oreo?
Oh, yeah.
Is there an Oreo cookie? Probably not. Yes, there's an Oreo cookie?
Well,
no. There's a cookie.
Yeah.
A cookie.
Oh,
okay.
Yeah. Okay, so cookie for
through hiking?
Through hikers. And for ultra runners.
The gas tank? Because it's like.
The who?
Like, that's like carbs, like the gas.
Oh yeah,
the gas tank.
I like that.
Okay, all right. So gas. Okay, so if you are an ultra runner, put a gas tank in the chat. If you are a through hiker, put a cookie in the chat.
Heck yeah!
People are putting potatoes and stuff. You're not. This is not the assignment, people.
Oh, we got one cookie from Jack Murphy.
There's a cookie.
Cookies
come on,
are coming.
ultras represent.
Come on, come on, through hikers. Get those cookies.
Well, I like how the ultra runners are putting multiple, like it makes a difference.
Okay, so who do we have here coming into Camp Kipa?
What do you need? We ain't got
I wish I had better eyes. I really do.
Hold on.
Is
this looks like Max.
Let's see the legs.
That's definitely the shirt.
Somebody.
He's not going inside.
No.
Yeah, what is this? Like, what is this table here? Is this just like a water stop?
I don't know.
On your way to
because I don't believe you can be crude.
And we have somebody
Camp
else coming in here. This looks like Finn.
Yep. That's Finn.
Finn Melanson. Yep. He is going into the building. They both got here around 13:14.
So we've potentially got Max Joliffe and Finn both at Camp Kipa, but yeah, I don't know what's going on with that kind of like outdoor crewing situation.
Yeah, because you can't have crews here.
Don't believe you're supposed to.
Okay.
We'll just keep checking on that. I like that Finn's avatar was just the single track. It wasn't even his face. It's like, this is a guy who knows how to do marketing. Instead of my face, I'm putting my logo on there. All right. He's looking pretty good.
Jack is limping.
Jack is still in there.
Yeah.
Limping around.
But he's getting up and getting food.
He's trying to work through it. That's a valiant effort.
Yeah. And it's a long race, and we've got a lot of gas tanks. We got a lot of cookies. Let's just say it's a tie.
I think there's just a lot of good people. What is this?
The Pow. Yeah, we have Pow here.
Is this Pow?
Yeah, he came in after Rachel. About, what did I say for her? She came in at 13:09, so he dropped back about 5-ish minutes.
Yeah, so just to fill everyone in.
Oh, somebody says, Lane Mac Leeds says it's because they didn't have Max's drop bag at the last aid.
Okay, we did hear that. That's a good call out. So what happened was that there were some drop bags that did not arrive to Crown King. And if your drop bag was not there, your crew was told that they could take your drop bag to Camp Kipa.
Okay.
So essentially, if you missed being crewed like the way you wanted to be because your drop bag was not at crowned king, you could then do that at Camp Kipa. So thanks for that call out. And that is probably what happened in that situation. Then we saw like the truck arrive and it was like a mad dash to get all of the, but that was definitely after some of those lead runners came through.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So how many of those bags didn't make it?
I don't know. I don't know. It's hard to know who had drop bags and who had crew.
Yeah.
So if you didn't have a drop bag, you were probably fine.
It's DJ Fox.
All right.
Did he not? No, he got, looks like he's going into he's like, I'm here. I love the hair. Like his, I don't know what you'd call that. That's not a mullet.
It's like a mohawk mullet.
Yeah,
combo.
it's super cool.
A mullet?
Mohawk.
A mohawk. Is there a mohawk emoji? That would be fun to put in the chat.
Punk rock.
Yeah. There is a punk rock.
Oh yeah.
There's like a rocker
or
dude.
like a
hey, look at this. We got a cookie and
I've seen
the
a bunch
cookie
of
came
those.
first. A cookie and I mean it's all the same family. Let's get real. We're all friends.
Somebody asked, is Dan Green right with Courtney? And
it kind of appears to be so on the tracker,
Okay.
but I don't know that I'd fully trust that because Dan's tracker also wasn't pinging for like 20 minutes and then he just showed up at Camp Kipa. So really we're gonna know pretty soon because they're gonna get to Whiskey Row.
Okay.
So the difference between Camp Waumatowchek and Whiskey Row is 8.5 miles.
Okay.
Yeah. And it's from what it looks like on the elevation profile, and I'm sure there's some ups in there, but it's not like a massive climb. It's more of a descent into Whiskey Row. Okay. So I think, we'll maybe get some time estimates on when we should have those front runners.
Yeah, I mean, says that 2 minutes ago he was at 72.9 and 13 minutes ago Courtney was at 73.
Okay.
So I would say she's probably well ahead.
Yeah, so that makes sense. So they're just pinging, their tracker's pinging at a spot, but that there's an amount of time in between that.
Because it's probably like a hot spot.
Yeah, exactly. Pinging. So we think there still is probably a good 10 to 14 minutes between them.
Yeah.
If they're moving at the same rates. All right. So just running through your top, kind of the leaderboard here. We've got Courtney Dauwalter leading the race. Dan Green is in second. Harry Schubertas is in third. Rachel Entrekin and Paul Ruse are essentially together. Ryan Sands after that. We've got Michael Greer, Max Joliffe, Jesse Haynes, Finn Melanson, Jack Scott is still in aid, Michael Versteeg, and then we're going to be looking for Mike McKnight and Cody Poskin and DJ Fox to come into this aid station. We just saw DJ Fox, so that indicates maybe he moved ahead of Cody and Mike McKnight.
Mm-hmm. So for women, I'm guessing we're going to have Sarah O probably through next. At least that's what it looks like. Or Lindsay Dwyer.
Yeah, Lindsay Dwyer was ahead of Sarah before. But hard to know what could have happened in that section. Also keeping an eye out for Georgia Porter, Allison Powell. So those are some of the women that we are expecting to see. Catherine Edwards-Anderson is also up there. And Brianna Cornell. Bree Cornell, shout out to Flagstaff's own Brianna Cornell, who did the design for my company, Women Can. It's awesome. And she is crushing this race. She's doing so amazing. So she's running home, essentially. She's running to Flagstaff.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
It's such a frustrating drive from like Phoenix back up to Flagstaff. Like your vehicle could overheat. Like it's all the way up. I would rather run too.
You would rather run.
She's onto something. All right. Is this Mike McKnight?
It looks like Mike McKnight from the back.
He's checking out Jack. And there's Finn in the back with his split shorts.
Maybe he can't keep himself from getting the backstory and what's going on with Jack because he's like, I need to also do media coverage
His
right
content.
now. Yeah.
He's always asking the best questions, probably. He's probably like, I don't even know because he just asked the best questions.
Yes. Very good interviewer.
Yeah. I was listening to his pre-race coverage. It's just him, Leah.
Oh,
Brett.
yeah.
It is
It's great.
so good.
Their prediction show was really good.
Sometimes they get it wrong though.
I mean, always.
Yeah.
You never know. Like, we didn't expect this to happen to Jack Scott at mile 60.
So going into this race, I know you've probably talked about this already, but who did you predict, like, for, like, overall? Who was your predictions?
Yeah, good. Well, we can go through, like, your predictions, too, because we did do it with Caleb. So did you do a free trail fantasy?
No.
Do you have predictions? Okay.
I have, like, I have, like, my hopes.
Right.
We can do that. It's not educated, like, at all. I'm not, like, somebody who looks at numbers and everything. I really just go off of vibes. And I have some vibe picks.
Okay. I had Courtney winning the race. I didn't, there's no overall like pick or whatever, but I did have her winning. I had Mika Thews in second, Georgia Porter in third, Lindsay Dwyer in fourth, and Sarah O in fifth. And then on the men's side, I had Jack Scott, I had Dan Green in second, Jeff Garmeyer, Harry, and Mike Versteeg. Those were kind of some of my picks.
It looks like 29.
It looks like 10 and 29.
29 is Jeff. Is that Jeff Garmeyer? No, that's not. Jeff was wearing some crazy.
It's 10 then. I don't know.
Oh man, I need to get my eyes checked and my teeth checked.
Tara needs help with all benefit eligible issues.
Colby. Need medical.
Just gotta go do a race and be like at the end, can you check my teeth? Yeah. I don't know who this runner is. I'm having trouble identifying by just visual.
If it is 10, no.
I think we would have been expecting, according to the tracker, someone like a Brody Chisum. That's not Brody. Garrett Nelson. No, Cody Poskin had this crazy bright shirt on. That's Cody Poskin.
Okay.
Yes. I recognize the shirt. That is Cody Poskin. 45. We have unidentified runner also in Camp Kipa. Cody Poskin is 23 years old from Cedar Hill, Missouri.
Wow.
That is pretty cool. He looks like a baby. Cool. 23 years old. Although we have an 18 and a 17-year-old running this race. Yes, the Chisum brothers.
Oh, yeah. They
did it. One of them did it last year, but the younger brother, Elliot, who's 17 this year, is doing it. And they were fairly close to one another. And they were like in the top 20. It was insane.
Oh, my God.
I know. It's amazing.
Oh, Courtney. Oh, my gosh.
Coming
just
in
casual
to
jogging.
Whiskey Row, Courtney DeWalter.
So much love in my heart for her. Wow. Just another day for Courtney.
This is amazing.
This is great. I love this. I love the drone footage.
Yeah, that's a really sick drone shot.
I mean, imagine being those houses, the people in those houses. Like, I would be out there, I'd have a table of sorts. I don't know.
Cheering.
Throwing candy at runners.
Throwing candy. Parade style, 4th of July parade style.
Yeah.
Silverton, Uray, 4th of July parade style.
So, Whiskey Row. Where are we?
Whiskey Row is mile 77.3. That's Prescott, Arizona.
Okay. So cool. 77.2.
And this is the next crewable aid.
So I'm really interested to see how this crew transition goes. If she keeps up with those 2-minute transitions she's been doing, or if she might take like a little longer since she's going to go through the night. So I'm really interested
from
to
here,
see.
Whiskey Row to Iron King. Yeah, you've got a good 14 miles.
And is this where they can pick up their first pacer?
Yes, it is. So this is the first pacer aid station. So we will see. I think she said she was going to have pacers.
Sweet.
There's also a sleep station there.
Okay.
I have seen people sleep there. Just as a follow up, as we see Courtney coming into Whiskey Row, she's running on the road and not the sidewalk. That's kind of interesting, but that kind of makes sense.
I kind of like running on the road better.
You don't have to worry about little cracks and stuff.
And it's just like, I feel like it's more bounce.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Better surface.
I don't know anything that anything
There's
guys
more
don't
energy
listen to
return
me.
from the,
yeah,
from the
something
pavement.
like that.
If you believe it in your mind, it probably helps
yeah.
you.
She is
transitioning into a nice
walking up
little
this
hike
hill.
here.
Yep.
So my husband, Graham Shalvoy, says that there is going to be on and off rain tonight, cold but no snow. This is Prescott. On and off rain, cold but no snow, below 6,500 feet. Could be heavy rain at times, hypothermia type weather. Thank you, Graham. And probably upper 30s in the hills. So it could be damp.
Yeah. Okay.
Could be wet. Could be wet and cold.
And they're only climbing. They're continuing to climb. So Prescott's at around 5,300 feet. Where did they start? What was the elevation from the start?
They started near Black Canyon City and Deep Canyon Ranch, where the 50K mark of Black Canyon. Oh my God. I was not in the chat for a moment and it just caught up. The goat. Yes. I hate sidewalks. People are. That is not a sidewalk. Women can. Yes. This is so cool. Oh, man. So we are probably going to get some, although I think he's running. Our statistician might be running, but I'm sure we'll get some updates from Aid Station Fireball on kind of what, predicted times are. Last we saw, Courtney was 3 hours ahead of splits, but that was 2 aid stations ago. So she very well could have made up some more time.
Yeah.
Have you ever been to Prescott?
No, I haven't. I hear it's like
nice.
Super nice.
Yeah.
But maybe there's a lot of older folks that live there.
Maybe like retirement.
Yeah.
Similar to like a Scottsdale. Yeah.
Yeah. But it's a good 5,300. When I was moving somewhere, I wanted to be somewhere high up. Prescott, I hear it's like a really nice training ground. And it's pretty high up.
That's a good altitude because you can go down and up from there. But being around there.
We got some pedestrians taking a stroll, about to walk up on the
Oh my
goat.
God.
Could you imagine? You're just walking on the sidewalk, chilling.
She looks like she's hauling.
Yeah, and then you see Courtney just in a race.
You're like, oh, what's up, Courtney? Prescott single track is fire. Dan Green isn't going to let Courtney take this race. Oh, we got talk going. Oh, that stride OGs. Yeah, she is looking really smooth there.
She's got people I think talking to her. I seen that car next to her. Oh, whoa. Is that? Oh, that's Fred and Kyle. That's Fred, Sarah O's dog, and Kyle.
Oh
Curtin.
my gosh, that's Kyle Curtin.
Yeah, I think
okay, this
so.
is a fan running. No, this is not pacing happening. She's going. What the heck's this dog? Where is this dog coming from?
I'm pretty sure that looks like Fred. Fred's a little nervous around people.
Oh, the dog? Fred?
Yeah. And Kyle just, they ran Moab. It was Moab, right? Where he beat her at Moab.
Oh, Kyle Curtin?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was Moab. But
where he beat Courtney.
Wait, what did I say? Kyle beat Courtney
at a 200.
Yeah, at a 200. I don't know when it was. Somebody let me know.
We're gonna find this out.
But yeah, they're buds. She paced him on the Colorado Trail last year.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah,
his Colorado Trail.
Yeah,
time is insane.
Yeah, and Kyle put everything into that too.
Insane.
He got done with that. He went straight to the hospital.
I mean, I'm not surprised.
Oh, Tahoe. Right, Tahoe.
Okay, somebody
beat her at Tahoe.
Told us.
Thanks
because she won Moab.
For keeping me honest, guys.
She won Moab by 10 hours.
Yes.
But Tahoe, which was in what year? We're gonna find this.
Oh, I love
2018.
I love that we got a shot of Fred. Somebody clip this for Sarah. Sarah, that's Sarah's dog, Fred.
So she won female division, but was second overall.
Yeah. Yeah, they have a
random jump scare of 70 miles in.
A
bone emoji. We're getting bone emojis for Fred.
Yeah, let's see those bone emojis for Sarah O's dog Fred, who's doing the good work.
Oh man, that's a cool shot.
Yeah. How many miles is it going through the town of Prescott? What is the mileage there? It looks like, from the map, it looks like a couple blocks.
Yeah, she's got to be getting pretty close. I wonder how this feels, on the legs. Like, I don't know. Sometimes it's nice just to have a change of surface.
Yeah. Is she? Oh, she's hugging somebody. She
Oh my gosh! Stopping to hug someone.
Can she be any
Kisses
more perfect?
babies during Hard Rock. What this is just what happens. She's like, I'm not worried about the time. I'll stop to hug you. I'm only 15 minutes ahead of everybody else.
Somebody asks, has Courtney ever ran a 250 miler or above 150? Yeah, she's.
So Tahoe in 2018, which is a 200. I don't know exactly how long it is.
So maybe, I know she tried the Colorado Trail and got
and then Moab 240
in
in 2017. And then she got all the way to Leadville.
Yeah, she got pretty far.
And started south. I don't know what mileage was. She's also, time on feet. How long did Grand Raid take? It's not going to compare, but it's definitely a long. And then Hard Rock, 26 hours. But distance-wise, she's done 200 plus mile races.
Yeah, she's got plenty of experience.
It's been a while.
What's going on.
It was since 2018, but
yeah, that feels like a lifetime ago.
It does.
Oh my gosh, 2018? Are you kidding me? But she's so experienced. It feels like a lifetime for me. I'm sure Courtney feels like it was yesterday.
So when she did, that was only 68. When she did the backyard or the backyard ultra, how long did she? Was that more than 200 miles?
That's a good point. Biggs.
Oh, that's only
42 times 4.
42 laps.
Yeah.
Okay.
So math. Not good at math. Somebody answer. We have Emmanuel said 283 at Biggs. Wow.
283. Okay, so that would be the most recent 200 plus mile attempt. And that's a 4.1 mile loop every hour?
Yeah. But that is kind of the same terrain, predictable terrain. Oh, we have some media people following her. How do you think she feels with
media?
Yeah.
I think I would guess at this point she's pretty used to it.
Yeah.
And I don't know, maybe it's kind of nice to see people right now. Like they're going to give you energy too, you've been by yourself for a while.
Mm-hmm.
I think one of our major camera followers, is racing the Cocodona 250 this year. Shout out to Shad, he's always
run back
the
and
Shad
forth.
Cam. He always does 30
gosh.
miles, from the hospital to Heritage Square at the end of the race.
He did Hard Rock too, right? Was he at Hard Rock?
He did UTMB. I don't know if he's done Hard Rock.
Okay.
But he's racing Cocodona 250. So we've got some.
He's got a big base for all that running he does.
Yeah.
for the
we've
camera.
got some new follow cams out here. Thanks for this coverage.
Oof.
Get that thing on a
throw
gimbal.
up.
That's Matt Feldick. Woo!
I appreciate the coverage. I really do. I mean, I'm going to throw up, man.
Okay. So we got Courtney DeWalter coming into Whiskey Row well in the daylight. It's 6:30.
Is there any
audio?
No, we don't.
No audio. Okay.
We can at one point we could make up what they're saying. If
Okay.
we see somebody
We
talking.
can commentate
right
now.
We can act like we're.
Well, if it's Courtney talking, she's like, guys, how you doing?
It's nice to see you again.
Yeah, it's great to see you. This is so cool.
I haven't seen you since the last 200 miler I did.
Well, I know women camera people. I've done follow cams. There's female camera runners out there.
Women can.
Yeah, they can. Hey, jump in there, volunteer, get let's represent out on the follow
shout out
cams.
to all the volunteers too.
Huge.
Y'all are the goats.
So right now we have a couple. Matt Feldick, who is a Aravaipa employee and marketing director guru of all Aravaipa things, is probably this is just super cool and I'm gonna film it. I think what are they saying to Courtney, Tara?
I love this game. They're like, so Courtney, how's your day? You could be Courtney.
Okay.
So hey Courtney, how you doing?
Man, I'm doing great, guys.
Oh, great. I'm also doing great. I have a run today. This is actually part of my run. I have about 5 miles with a little bit of vert. So this is perfect for that.
You're doing so good. You're
Oh my
crushing
gosh,
it.
thank you. Oh my gosh, thanks, Courtney. Do you have any advice for like my upcoming race?
I mean, just enjoy it. Just like stay in the present moment, and you're gonna do fantastic.
What should I eat during my next race?
I mean, to watermelon, duh.
Oh yeah,
like tailwind to watermelon, and I like some of the chews. Like, yeah, give me some precision chews, some scratch chews. Those are pretty good too. I would recommend those.
So, how's your mother doing? Look, she's talking to her arms are moving. She's having a full conversation.
So good. Like, we might run a race together later this year, and she's super excited about it.
I mean, I don't think I've ever seen a negative comment about Courtney. I'm just, nailing the nail into the coffin, whatever the saying is.
But that's why we love her. That's why it's even more impressive.
She's hard. It's hard not to root for her. Like, it's difficult. And what kind of shoes was she wearing? I
would imagine she is wearing her shoe from Salomon, which is an S-Lap Genesis. Might have some new modifications on it. Who knows? There could be some protos. There could be something going on. You never know. But I would say baseline, that's an S-Lab Genesis.
Okay. Are you a big Salomon runner?
Yeah, I love Salomons. Okay. Yeah, for sure. So she also mentioned she might wear some of the S-Lab Ultra Glides, which is the shoe that Ryan Sands was wearing. They have these crazy like divots on the bottom. Yeah. So all I can say about Salomons for my personal preference is that I love how they hold your feet. Like, I feel like I can bomb technical descents and my foot doesn't move around in them. They have a really unique lacing system. There's no... Like, you don't tie them, and you slide them and make them tight, and then you put them into this thing called a lace garage at the top. It's like a little pocket, and you tuck it into the lace garage, and that's fun. Yeah, it's cool.
Do you think Courtney's gonna have her fries? Did you see Cam Haines' video of her in her like fry pocket? Tell me if you guys saw this in the chat.
Was it during his episode with her, or like his eat, run, lift?
She stuck her fries into one pocket. She's like, "This is my fry pocket."
Literally French fries?
Yeah.
Oh, nice. Love it.
Like the whole McDonald's large fry, the whole thing.
Oh, like
she put the whole
the
thing
sleeve.
Yeah.
Nice. I love that. That's amazing.
Yeah. Yeah, somebody says Courtney makes road running look good. She does. She's just so good. I'm not gonna say anymore. I feel like everyone just knows it. She's just so good. Yeah. So smooth.
Brian the burger.
I was is there is there a way for us to see like the times aid station from last year, like when people came in?
We don't have them in here. They're in Aid Station Fireball's head and his spreadsheet, and he's running right now.
Oh no.
He will communicate them to us. I don't think that we have splits in our spreadsheet.
Yeah, I would love to know.
How rude is it if I text him while he's running and ask him?
I don't know if that's rude. I think he does this on his free time. I feel like he would love that question.
I know.
Everyone's good at something.
Absolutely.
And, like, I'm not great with numbers. He is. I am so impressed by the stats that he comes up with, or doesn't come up with, that he knows by heart.
And the amount of data, the spreadsheets that the dude has compiled from races.
It's impressive.
Absolutely bonkers. Absolutely bonkers. Okay, yeah, this has been like, I don't know. This has been like a mile. Probably.
You think it was a mile? I feel like it's been like.
You think less?
More?
Really?
Like on this like residential area. Yeah. I feel like she's been here for a while.
All right, so it'll be interesting to see how long she spends here, and then we will see if she leaves with a pacer. She's been very efficient at every aid station. Like, I don't think she's spent more than 3 minutes at any aid station. Mm-hmm. So that being said, we are 77 miles into the race.
So somebody in the chat, Maria Anderson, says Rachel passed Harry.
Oh, man. I mean, can't totally trust the tracker, but it is a possibility for sure. Like, so... We saw that Harry was obviously like struggling a bit to stay warm, and you mentioned his dexterity, so it's like could be the case. Rachel seems to be having an amazing day as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Rachel looks really good. I mean, and like we said, she was about 50 minutes behind Courtney at that last aid station. And I'm really interested to watch people's pace through these residential areas, like compared to Courtney's, how well they're running. And I bet it's really exciting to run through a town. I know, like during Run Rabbit, when you finally get to the town, when you've been like the backcountry,
it just kind of gives you life.
Yeah, it gives you like new life. And then you go back through again after 20 miles. And it just gives you like this, it's like daylight during a race. What they say, it's always darkest before dawn.
Yeah.
And so I bet it's just like so nice to come through a town. I know it would be for me. I don't know if that's the same for everybody. Ted Harvey says, I'm new to watching ultra running. Who is the favorite to win this? Courtney Dauwalter. For me.
Yeah.
Personally.
I mean, Courtney has proved that she is usually in the front of the pack.
Yeah, she's on the screen right now.
And
by
so,
the way,
yeah,
Ted.
she is leading the race. I would say she's definitely a favorite. You know, we have last year's winner in this race, Rachel Entricken, on the women's side. And then we have some people who have won the men's race on the men's side. Also, Michael Versteeg, who won the first year of Cocodona. We have Harry Schubertas, who won last year. We've got Michael McKnight, who has won the race in the past. So there are a lot of returning winners who know exactly what this race is all about.
Yeah. Yeah, I would guess that she's getting close to the aid station by the number of media that is now surrounding her.
Yeah, she's got to be pretty close.
Yeah.
This is Whiskey Row, and just to let everybody know, I don't know that we have ever seen anybody come into Whiskey Row in this race in the daylight before. It's been kind of dusk, but this is definitely way ahead of kind of all course records.
Yeah, and the sun sets, like we said, around 7:20. So she is well ahead.
I feel like I'm watching an episode of Cops and Courtney is on the run. It does kind of look like that. That's hilarious. Mary Johnson making cracking jokes. She's collecting paparazzi. Yeah. That's so funny. But this is like the kind of chasing we want to watch. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Pin that sucker, Mary. There you go, Mary.
The chat makes me, it brings me life.
It's awesome. It's like you're just hanging out with 5,000, 6,300 people.
In honor of Courtney, get your best dad jokes into the chat.
Oh boy, are we going to collect them now?
Oh, Tracy Dauwalter. Let's go. Cork, you got this.
That's mom.
That's mommy. I will never say that again. I'm sorry, guys. That's mom.
Hey, Tracy. Bad boys. What you gonna do? What you gonna do when Courtney beats you? Oh, God.
Y'all are hilarious.
So funny.
I love the chat.
It's helpful because we've been sitting here for a few hours. I
hope what was his name? Nolan. I hope Nolan comes back in and says...
Okay, we're gonna test.
Oh yeah, Hillary.
We're gonna test your audio, Hillary.
Hi guys.
Oh my gosh, hey.
Hi. Yep,
we got you.
You guys can hear. It's kind of fun from down the street. We can start hearing. She's got her crew over in the corner here. Her husband Kevin, ready to support her. Her pacer ready to go.
Little quiet. You're a little quiet, Hillary.
Hillary, can you bring the mic closer to your mouth when you talk?
I can hear it, but her volume's low.
Maybe her mic's not working.
Okay. You're really quiet. We're working on the audio, Hillary.
Just yell.
All right.
All right. So Courtney came in around 13:45.
Yeah. Looks like this time she's just really the same vest. Not bothered to change any layers.
and like that. It still looks pretty dry. The cool thing is that it has cleared up a lot from the clouds and the rain that we had earlier. It's probably the nicest weather we've had all day. Not honestly, but you can imagine for Courtney, you're out in the middle of nowhere, and then all of a sudden you come in and you have so many people around you. Everyone's excited to see her.
Your shorts look so good.
Your shorts look great. Got her eye drops removed. I mean, at this point, Courtney's crew is so dialed. They have every movement. You're in the middle of a live stream.
Hey, Hillary, could you talk closer to the camera? I think your mic is off.
Oh, okay. The mic
Yeah,
is
that's
not
better.
working.
Yep.
Okay. All right, we have, okay, cool. Yes, so looks like Courtney did not do a full vest change here like she did at Crown King.
Okay.
That same vest on, she is just reloading everything. Did a little face swipe, a little eye drops, sort of covering some of the things she's learned over the years from other 200 pillars and making sure she's got all of that dialed as she goes into the night. I believe she picks up her pacer, Mike and she's heading off into the night.
Did you say pacer was Mike Ambrose?
I believe it's Mike Ambrose.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah, and once Courtney's once Courtney's out of the aid station and on her way, we'll try to get her crew over here and chat some of the details. But it's kind of cool. The energy in this place for the last 30 minutes has just been so amped up. Obviously, Courtney moving into first place overall, taking the lead, just wild. It is wild, you guys.
Yeah.
I don't know if you're freaking out as much as I am, but
big time.
Oh yeah,
freakouts.
there's lots of love for.
We have
Courtney.
Dan Green coming through town.
Okay, so he's not that far behind Courtney. That's cool. Very interesting. Lots of movement, definitely, in the top race right now. And we should sort of have a better sense of how everyone's doing as they come into Whiskey here. But, we're a couple minutes since Courtney came into the aid station, but she's already looking like she's ready to go out. Again, pretty good shape.
Yeah, she got in there at, was it 13:45?
Yeah, I've got a timer going. About 30 seconds off, but
okay.
She's been in there for 2.5 to 3 minutes right now. Is she out?
Yeah.
She's out.
Wow. What was that?
Yeah,
2
less
hours?
than 3
2
minutes.
Yeah. Wow.
Man. She's not spending much time.
So she left at 13:48. I'm really interested to
see how far back Dan is.
Yeah. Because how far, do you remember how far he was behind the last aid? I have a very short memory.
I think we were talking like where you said they had pinged like 13 minutes.
Oh, yeah.
Remember?
Yeah.
So I think he may have made up a bit because he's obviously like, I think he's a little closer than that. Looks like he's moving pretty well.
Also, I wonder how much of like this pace change for him maybe is from like passing a lot of people and he probably got really stoked. Courtney's, how long has she been leading the race?
She passed Terry.
Oh, right.
At Camp W. Well, in between Camp Kipa and Camp W.
Yeah.
But I think you're probably right. Definitely like some excitement about catching people, but also like Dan Green's a runner. And if this is runnable terrain, right, he could just be, I don't know, kind of just using his fitness here and kind of just rolling.
Okay. So Dan Green, what is his like preferred distance?
Well, Dan, this is his first 200 plus.
Okay.
So he ran a sub 13 hour javelina.
Okay.
He's been on the border of getting golden tickets a couple times. He's run Black Canyon. I think he likes hundreds. Definitely like I feel like just a faster athlete, but really got excited about wanting to go after a 200. So he's kind of like this year's Arlen Glick, coming from like faster hundreds and then showing up at a 250.
Yeah. Yeah, having Arlen at this year's race or 2024's race was wild.
And he ran that entire race with like no cartilage in his knee.
Yeah.
He knew he needed surgery. I mean,
with that knowledge too, could you imagine?
No. Super impressive. Yeah, Dan's moving great. I mean, these runners have 77 miles and probably 15,000 plus feet on their legs.
Mm-hmm. He is an athlete for Ultraspire. Wonder what vest he's wearing.
It's got feed logos on it. We're supporting him for the race.
And the feed, right?
He's got good nutrition. Let's go, Dan. It's the fueling.
How long have you been here?
Me?
Have you been commentating? You're such a good commentator.
Oh, you're so nice. Since 2.
Oh yeah.
I'm going on 5 hours.
Oh, what are you doing after this?
Eating, getting some food, and watching the live stream while also watching the Nuggets game and working.
I wouldn't expect anything less from you, doing 3 things at once.
Luckily, today's a rest day for running, so I don't.
Oh yeah, me too.
Yay!
Yeah, we have the same coach.
I know. Monday rest day.
Yeah.
We're gonna get some runs. We gotta get some runs in though.
Yeah, what do you
couple
have
days.
Tomorrow?
Probably like 8 to 10.
Yeah, I haven't checked.
Yeah,
I feel like it's the same.
No, I think you're probably a little higher mileage than me. We're gonna compare notes.
I bet it's around 8.
Really?
Yeah, I'm gonna bet you.
Well, we're gonna go for.
I'm gonna bet you my next shift. You're gonna have to stay for another 4 hours.
It's not fair. It's not funny.
What's today's date?
I just did a race and you're still building, so.
Oh yeah, I do have 8.
I have 8 too.
Perfect.
You have an optional uphill treadmill in the
Oh
afternoon?
yeah, I do too. Where are we going?
I don't know. We're going to this hill, one of these big hills out here.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry guys. We are following Dan Green.
Mm-hmm. So somebody said Dan was 17 minutes down at last aid station. Really interested to see where he comes in.
Okay, and it was, what was the timestamp when she left? 6:47?
Yeah, it was 12:48.
48, okay. So it's been 5 minutes. Look, he's he's excited. He's like telling people to get hyped. He's like, don't you know who I am? I'm Dan Green. Let's go.
Yes, James, Courtney is in the lead. And Austin asked what happened to Harry. We're unsure, but it's a long race, and he's done this before. He knows what he's doing.
We have absolutely seen people that are nowhere near the top 10 end up in the top 10 of this race in the past. I mean, famously, Mike McKnight had a horrible first, I don't know, it was like his first 100K. And he was almost in last place, and he won the race.
When was that?
It was like 3 years ago.
Wow.
And just surged for, 2.5 days straight, or 2 days straight, and just ate up the entire field. So a lot can happen.
Yeah. Goodness gracious.
It's wild.
Yeah, it's such a long race. Somebody asked who the top 5 is. Let's see. I'll update it. So
See if I can go off the dome. Courtney Dwalter.
Mm-hmm.
Dan Green.
Come on, Corinne.
Rachel.
Yep.
Rachel. Then probably
Powell, yeah.
Powell and Rachel together.
Yeah. But he was a little
Harry,
behind her.
depending on if he's faded or not.
Yeah.
And then we've got like Michael Greer and Michael Versteeg.
Yeah.
But right now, Courtney and Dan are the only ones coming into Whiskey Row.
Yeah. It looks like, let's see. Yeah, it's really hard to tell because sometimes people ping in like one location because maybe it has good service or whatever. So it's just hard to say. That's why it's so exciting to watch this footage.
we really can only trust when we see visuals on people going into the aid stations. And a lot has changed since like Camp Kipa to here.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, we were talking about our top people.
Mm-hmm.
And I think we got interrupted.
Oh, I went through my 5 on each side.
Oh, okay.
Anybody else you think you have an unfair advantage because you know what's going on in the race now?
Yeah. Well, like Courtney, and then I was really really hoping Jeff Garmeyer.
Yeah,
he's been training a lot. He's getting ready for the AT.
Yeah. And I think he knows this course and he knows how to run these races. Mm-hmm. And like, I definitely think we want to pay attention to him.
Yeah. Yeah, but we haven't seen him through
so many
Camp
tiers.
Kipa yet.
Yep. Lots of love for Mr. Dan Green.
So Courtney came in around 13:45, I think.
You said 48.
She left at 48.
She left at 48.
Yeah,
she spent 3 minutes exactly.
So let's see when he arrives into the aid. And then when he leaves.
It's been 9 minutes since Courtney left.
So he's made up a lot of time.
He might have made up 5 minutes.
Yeah.
This is Dan Green, 28
Second
years old.
aid station too.
Might be going to use the restroom. All right, I'm going to start the timer, see how long he's in there.
Just for the bathroom.
How long is this bathroom stop? There was a liter of Coke in there.
Oh, hell yeah.
And there's a small Coke outside and Pringles and feed bottles. Yes, musettes.
And that infamous feed bag.
The feed musette. It's a musette.
Oh, there's Hillary. Hey, Hillary.
Oh, we don't have your audio.
Tell us with your body language.
1 second. Did Dan Green go into the restroom? Yes or no? Yes. We're timing how long he's going to be in there.
Perfect.
Oh, we got you.
Oh, sweet. Okay, awesome. Yeah, Dan Green just rolled in here and went straight into the bathroom there. So, love the bathroom timer that you guys have going on. We'll see how long it takes him. It looks like he's got a cup of noodles. Okay, perfect. All right, we can start passing judgment after a minute. We've got a cup of noodles here waiting for him, it looks like. And then, like a cooler full of some Coke. There's some Pringles on the ground here. And it looks like there's a couple bottles, the feed bottles, and one of them says 2 scoops Tailwind, 1 scoop Scratch on it. So lots of electrolytes and hydration happening right now.
Nice.
That's the secret sauce, you guys. Just gave away the formula for success.
Did he seem pretty, good-spirited?
He seems very calm, considering he's just moved into second place and he's really not that far behind Courtney. And to your guys' point, what you're saying is she rolled out of here just like he is a good runner. And, going into this race, I know he doesn't have the experience in the 200 milers, but he has running legs. And it's definitely going to be interesting to see how this plays out. He doesn't look like he's worked at all. He looks pretty fresh. That said,
amazing.
We'll see how he looks when he comes out of the bathroom. But as of right now,
2:03.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Okay. No judgment zone.
I know. I mean, maybe he's going to feel lighter.
Oh, yeah.
Here he comes.
Absolutely.
All right. So we have a shirt change happening here.
Okay.
Nice. That's good for any sweat.
Yeah,
before
just
the
get dry. And do you see a pacer lined up there, Hillary?
I do not see a pacer right now, no. Which is interesting. Yeah, nobody here.
Okay.
He's got crew.
Is he wiping off?
But
Yeah, it looks like he's wiping off.
Yeah, so he just sprayed his bandana down and he's sort of wiping off his legs and getting some of that dirt off. I think just doing a little reset before going into the night now. Got a long sleeve coming on. Yeah, smart. Like, take your time, make sure you're going to go into the night and not worry about getting cold, especially as the temperatures are going to go down in the evening here. We're getting a reprieve from the weather. It's really nice to see a little bit of blue sky overhead in Prescott and to be through that hail, at least for now. So, I think not so many worries about going out with all the rain jackets and all that right now, but I'm sure he's going to be carrying that with him. Looks like he's sitting down for a bite and maybe a shoe change.
And I think that's smart to do because it looks like there could be on and off rain maybe, throughout the night.
The socks are great.
Yeah. I think there's like a 71% chance of precipitation overnight.
Yeah.
So, significant.
For sure.
You want to take some shit out of the back of that thing? Or do you think it's not that bad?
So I got to take some shit out of my shoe. Take that out.
Two pair of slabs. Sound good?
Hillary, can you tell him Corinne says good job? He's crushing it.
Corinne says good job. It's like, Corinne! Message relayed. Look at technology.
That was incredible. That was so fast, like way faster than like a crow would have done that.
Light speed. Pigeon maybe.
Hillary, what kind of cup of noodles are those? What brand?
Oh, yeah, the people want to know. Nissin?
Okay, sweet.
Nissin. Nissin. We got David with the zoom in on the noodles.
Thanks, David. Love it.
We're covering all the critical information here at Whiskey Row. Come to us for all your hot takes and tips.
Bathroom break times, cup of noodle brands.
Got some Coke burps. But yeah, I think, it's interesting just seeing the difference between obviously Courtney rolling through here in just a couple of minutes and just not even sitting down, just very much sort of all business, filler pack, and then no shirt change out the door. Dan's approach is just sort of reset. He's made his move. He's made huge moves in this race to be where he is now. Really, it's a matter of minutes, but that could end up paying dividends later as the race goes on. So I think it's a smart move for Dan to be just sort of like making sure that he's good to go. Like, he's made up all this ground. He's doing great. So, don't blow it now by just panicking and running out of here, right?
Exactly. Like, I think it's super smart. I think it shows like a lot of just foresight on his part to not get caught up in it. Just take some time, do what you're going to do, and
do your own thing.
Yeah.
A lot of wisdom for a first-time 250-miler runner. Yeah, which is cool to see. And again, speaks to the sport, right? Like, just the evolution of the sport. Like, we're at the point where you have to come in. Doesn't matter if it's your debut. You got to come in at that same level and match these guys with more experience.
It looks like, is he changing his shoes right now? Or is he just tightening up his laces?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I think he just tightened the laces. Pat goes back on. You can see he's got all the winter gear in there because it does feel sort of like winter. Yeah. Pulls. No pulls in the quiver right now, actually.
Oh, just a quiver. Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so he does have a pacer. Here he is.
Yay!
All right,
Pacer
that's
coming in. Pacer probably wasn't ready because he was not expecting him so quickly, so he had to go get ready really
so fast.
No, maybe he was.
Put it in the back of my. Put it in the back of my light. Put it in the back of my light.
Calm under pressure.
All right, looks like we're charging some phone with a little portable charger on the go. And just getting all the headlamps and everything. Yeah, super smart, right? And off he goes.
There he goes.
7 minutes.
Yeah. Just over 7 minutes.
And Courtney left at 12:48.
Yeah. And I did get a chance to chat with Kevin. I know there was some audio issues when she was coming through, but I caught up with her crew after she left, and Paul Terranova gave me like a little overview, but she's ahead of schedule for where they wanted her to be. They're really stoked that she's going out with so much daylight left. She went out with Mike Ambrose, who has, obviously a ton of experience with Courtney.
Yep.
And he's going to pace her until Fane.
Okay.
We got So anyways, Mike Mampros
Almost
is going to
20
pace her up to Fane, and then she's going to have a new pacer jump in from Fane to Mingus. And I think my guess is that they might be doing a little bit of pacer shuffling right now, just based on how fast she's moving and just sort of making sure she's got the right person for each section. But yeah, it was cool to see her just very focused. Like, I mean, the eye drops, right? That was a big learning from Tahoe, and that's something she hasn't run a 200 since then. So I'm sure that's very much on her mind right now, is just like make sure that nothing happens. She had the vision problems with her eyes getting dry at Tahoe. So you can see her trying to get ahead of those things and really just like keep it locked down, but she did not waste any time in here. And yeah, her crew was stoked. It was fun to see them looking so organized, but also very calm. Like there's no panic. She is cruising. She is, I would say Courtney is in her like sweet zone of cruise control. And I would be surprised if she stops to sleep for at least until sometime tomorrow. Like after Mingus, like my prediction is that she's got like this whole reserve still. Like it did not seem like she's sort of anywhere near slowing down right now. So,
That's
I mean, I don't know. Dan's also looking fresh, so it's a bit of a race, and I think it's fun for both of them to have that push, you know, especially heading into the night. Like it'll just keep them both a little fresher when you're looking over your shoulder.
Very cool. Thank you so much, Hillary, for the great reporting. We did see Dan made up about 6 minutes on Courtney between, the last aid station and Whiskey Row.
And that's with the stop
Camp
in the
W.
aid station.
He was at around the same amount of time from the last aid station, 17 minutes. 18 minutes.
Yeah,
from when
exactly. He
He
took
did
some
make
time
up
there.
time.
Yeah. So that said, I've got some stats. Aid Station Fireball shout out. Courtney was an hour and 45 minutes ahead of String Bean Splits from last year, and Dan was 90 minutes ahead.
That is insane.
exciting.
That is just like
It's
so
wild.
cool for the sport.
Yep.
Shout out Liam for all the great stats.
Yeah, thank you, Liam. All right, we're going to go to an ad break, Hillary. So thank you so much.
Cool.
We will see you again
I'll be
soon.
here. We'll see you guys soon.
Okay. All right, and I am going to vacate the mic.
Oh, so nice.
It was so fun. Thanks, Tara.
We did this together.
Yeah, we'll be on. I'm sure. I think you're going to do some more field or something, and so
Yeah.
we'll be talking in the coming days. But with that, I will see you all tomorrow morning, bright and early, and you will be joined by the wonderful Chris Warden in just a couple minutes.
You got wise blood to come when somewhere coming out long on the brink of self-implosion, alone in a crowd on the corner, going nowhere slow.
Hey Cocodona fans, here to tell you about the new RXCCD from Speedland, the road super shoe made specifically for the Cocodona 250, an uncompressed SCF midsole, single BOA fit system, a removable carbon plate, made for the roads, but just as good on the gravel, sort of like the GS, but in a lighter, more streamlined, faster package with just enough cushion for this long and arduous race. Go pick up a pair now. RunSpeedland.com. Use code CCD20 for 20% off.
Hey, I'm Steve, Cocodona Race Director. Some parts of the Cocodona course are hot, really hot. So when we were looking for our runner shirts for the Cocodona 250, we wanted something that would protect our runners from the intense Arizona sun. Our search led us to the Janchi Sun Chaser, the perfect hoodie for a desert ultra. UPF 50 that doesn't sweat off, cool to the touch and cling-free fabric even when you're sweating, scuba style hood, integrated thumb slits. It's lightweight and super breathable. Thank you so much, Janchi. Chase the sun, but don't let the sun chase you. Happy running.
Welcome back. This is the Cocodona 250 live stream presented by AeroViper Running. I'm Chris Warden, and now I get the honor of sitting in the chair next to the incomparable Tara Dower.
It's so great to have you here. I'm so excited. I had so much fun with Corinne, but we're going to have a great time.
Absolutely. As we were saying off the air right before I came on, the last time we had a long-form conversation was at Hard Rock last year.
Yeah.
And a lot has happened to you since then.
Yeah, it has.
Yeah.
There's been so much.
Yeah, I mean, you've had the the
Appalachian
Trail.
Yeah.
You've had some, advancements in your career, and of course, you got a golden ticket to Western States.
Yeah,
So,
yeah. That it's all exciting stuff. Also, I've been able to support a lot of friends too during ultras, which is just as important. So this is Harry on the screen. It looks like he's bundled up a lot since the last aid station, when we didn't see that with Dan or Courtney when they were running through this area. So, and somebody did mention they noticed his dexterity was a little off. So I wonder if he got pretty cold. His pace looks great right now. Like, he looks like he's running really smoothly.
It's pretty amazing that this is the first year of the 5 Cocodona iterations where I feel like runners are either having gloves or regretting not having them with them.
Mm-hmm.
So it is unusual. I mean, we're so used to runners basically being cooked from a physical temperature standpoint by the time they get to Crown King. And when we saw them there, it was slightly drizzling, even raining.
Mm-hmm.
And now as they're making their way between Crown King and Whiskey Row, we find them bundled up and potentially kind of cold. So
yeah.
And I do have to admit, Tara, this has been kind of a revelation for me. I had taken a break to go to dinner. Word of the wise, plan more carefully when going to a Mexican restaurant on Cinco de Mayo. Completely missed that one. But
did you have to wait a long time?
Oh, yeah.
A long wait. Yeah.
Well, I went out with a couple of our other broadcast teammates, Sierra DeGraw, Pete Mortimer, and several other people.
Yeah, Sierra invited me to that.
And it was just, a lot of people at this restaurant. It was excellent, but when I came away from dinner, one of the things about covering this race is that every year the first runners hit Whiskey Row just as we're starting to wind things down on night one.
Okay.
This is not how it's happening this year.
Yeah, we haven't even, official sunset in Prescott is 7:18.
Yeah.
It's 7:14 right now.
Yeah, this is unheard of for this race. I mean, being ahead, Courtney, of course, being ahead of Joe Stringbean McConaughey's paces last year, as Stringbean was the first runner to hit Whiskey Row. I think that Liam, Aid Station Fireball, let us know that it was about roughly 90 minutes, has put this race on its ear. And now we've got basically the overall podium hitting Whiskey Row, hitting the streets of Prescott in this time frame. So
yeah,
this is absolutely a whole new experience for me as a fan and a spectator covering this race.
Yeah. How long have you been spectating or commentating?
I've been part of the
beginning.
I've been part of the team every year since 2021.
Yeah. So you've seen every edition of this.
Yeah. And actually, that's one of the things I've really enjoyed. I believe that I've pretty much been on the call as every first runner has hit Whiskey Row, and I figured it would be that way again. Even if people were moving ahead of course paces, you thought maybe they would come in maybe 30 minutes ahead, which is a pretty significant amount. But with the temperatures where they're at and the athletes that we have on hand, it's absolutely well beyond any of my expectations.
So I tuned in early morning when you and Caleb were talking, and I believe it was y'all talking about like this advancement. I believe it was y'all talking about the advancement in like 250, and like, you know, the science has caught up to like 100 milers. Do you see that happening similarly to 250s?
Yeah, I think that what's happened is, for those of you who've seen the movie The Chase, I think it delved into this a little bit, where Jeff Browning in particular talked about the fact that a lot of the approaches that have been taken and perfected upon in 100 milers are now being applied to 200 mile and beyond races.
Mm-hmm.
I think that that's how a lot of these runners are approaching these races. Now they're going to obviously have to incorporate other things such as sleep and maybe more extended aid station stops. Thanks, Michael. But
Angle. Voice of an angle.
Voice of an angle. It's a right angle, or a more obtuse than right,
obtuse.
I would say. But yeah, I think that the way that these runners are approaching this, I wouldn't be shocked if you were to talk to somebody like Harry or Courtney, and they're approaching this with the same level of meticulous, down to the minute prep as they would for 100K.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's showing, that's evident here. So that's Ryan Sands right there, I do believe. Ryan Sands has been kind of interesting to follow, because it seems like it's not that we were sleeping on him. We obviously know his talent, his pedigree, having won Western States, but it seems like maybe on this side of the Atlantic, we hadn't seen enough of him over the past several years to really know where he was going to be. I know he's delved into the FKT world, and he's had a few results here and there, but you know, Western States 2017 was quite a while ago. So that's one of the things. I don't think that anybody was discounting him, but it was kind of an unknown as to what to expect. And he is 8 years older than he was when I guess that his most prominent race results were taking place here in the United States.
Yeah, so I just pulled up his FKTs. Great Himalaya Trail. 24 hours, 3 hour, or 24 days, 3 hours, 24 minutes.
I would be really curious to see what kind of peaks that includes.
Oh my God.
It's in Nepal.
Yeah, that's interesting. He's got a lot of interesting results here. South Africa.
Yeah, he's a South African native.
This Nepal one, though, is quite the route.
How long is that if it took him 24 days?
I mean, it has to be thousands of miles. The last person to do it was Andrew Porter, 28 days. So there's a cultural route and then there's a high route. He did the cultural route with another man in 2018.
It is such a different perspective to see these runners hitting the streets of Prescott in daylight. I know that may sound a little bit strange, but to me, as having watched this race unfold for the last 4 years, it just is different to see runners hitting Whiskey Row in the daylight, which is something we're not used to seeing until tomorrow.
Wow. So we had Harry coming through, and then Ryan. Was there another runner that was running through the streets of Prescott?
We saw Ryan. We saw Harry. We'll verify on that.
Oh, so the Great Himalaya route or trail is roughly 1,100 miles. Oh.
And
easy.
probably averages at about 15 to 16,000 feet,
Yeah.
I would assume, as an average elevation.
Goodness gracious, dude.
Yeah, so Ryan Sands has been doing work here for...
Yeah, he has. That's
of course,
wild.
Harry is about a block and a half. He is going to make that right onto Whiskey Row itself as he passes the former Arizona State Capitol building in Prescott. Have you ever been to Prescott, Tara?
No, I haven't. Corinne asked me the same thing.
It's great. It's great trail running. The Circle Trail there. We have an event, Whiskey Basin, that's a lot of fun. But also Prescott itself has a lot of history in the state, and Whiskey Row itself. My very first marathon back before I even discovered trail was the Whiskey Row Marathon, and it was up and around the streets of Prescott, rather, and I thought the 1,800 feet of climb during that marathon was the most daunting thing imaginable. And then I discovered this edge of the sport.
This is much more intense. Somebody was saying in the chat that they think he broke a pole.
Oh, well, it looks like, I mean, he's got one.
He's got one sticking out there.
Yeah.
Which might just be out of like, you know, necessity. It is a little difficult to get those in. Yeah, so he's coming in here around 14:20. Courtney left around 13:48. Dan Green left around 14:04. And we have Hillary there. Oh, there's Mandy. Hillary, can you hear us? There's Jeff. Just hanging out.
He's everywhere this year.
He is.
You can tell he wishes he was running this race.
Yeah. What a race he had last year. Goodness gracious.
Absolutely. Of course, he's preparing for a race that you're probably preparing for, that I'm also preparing for.
Oh, yeah.
So.
Oh, hey.
Is that Matt Kahn? We have a Matt Kahn sighting? Shout out to Matt Kahn, local runner with the AZ Trail Leggers. I think that he and Daniel Pena are the capable legs that are following the front of the pack here to Whiskey Row. Spider Pena, as he's affectionately known by locals, is the guy who follows the first runner in typically as they hit the streets of Prescott. And Matt Kahn is one of the more talented local casual runners, if you were to call it that. I believe that he had about an 18-hour 100-miler at Javelina last year. Very solid runner. But I assume he's out there to do some follow filming as well. And you know, we're going to throw some of the best local runners that we have to offer on these follows.
So when did I say that Harry, was it 14:20 that Harry came through? So Ryan Sands is right behind him, coming in 2 minutes, about 3 minutes after.
Yeah.
And I think Harry jumped into the bathroom. Corinne and I had like a bathroom clock going for Dan earlier. I'm wondering if Harry can beat him. So this is visual of Ryan right now. Solomon athlete. Hey chat, what's the longest bathroom break that you guys have had during during a race? It can only be during a race. And don't tell us what happened in there. Just give us a time.
I can tell you mine was probably, I don't know, maybe an hour, hour and a half.
On the toilet.
Yeah. So let me explain. So across the years, the fixed time event put on by Air Viper Running, we used to be out at Camelback Ranch. And at that time, there was only one indoor restroom on the course. And so I would be lying if I said I never just took my time in the restroom because it was the only indoor warm place on the entire course.
That makes so much sense.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And I know I wasn't the only person out there because doing that, because that was probably the most popular spot on the course next to the kitchen where Patty Curry was cooking us up her next meal. So
that's like a good tactic. You know, I was thinking you were like actively using the bathroom, but that's a good tactic to get warmth. Yeah. So we got 20 minutes. I saw somebody said an hour. Somebody said they fell asleep in a porta potty at the Bear 100. I don't know. After hearing what Chris said, that seems like a good tactic. Good place to be.
Well, the thing is, they actually moved the Across the Years event. Now it's actually at the Peoria Sports Complex. It actually goes through a spring training stadium. You actually run along the outfield just above the berm out there. And you have access to all of the stadium's restrooms now. So it's it's not like you're taking anything away from anybody else to be in the indoor.
And they're probably still heated.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Oh my
Even if they're not heated, they're a heck of a lot warmer than it is, outside in December at 3 a.m. Looks like Ryan is getting his pack back.
Yeah.
Maybe going to throw on another layer or a fresh one.
When we can, I would love to hear in the beginning who was like your top list, and then if that has changed at all.
Yeah, Dr. Stephen Crawford, bathroom and porta potty discussion is definitely how we bring it at Air Vibe After Dark. Yeah, I'll go through some of my pre-race picks when we get a breather here. But, of course, this spot here on Whiskey Row actually was not an empty space until about 13 years ago when there was a fire that actually went through this building and destroyed a classic bar that was on Whiskey Row for over a century. Since then, it's been repurposed as an event center. It's actually really nice. It's a good addition to the Whiskey Row vibe for an unfortunate reason. However, it is very, very picturesque and also, as you can see, utilized very well.
Wow, where do you keep all this information?
So
I'm so impressed.
So what happened was actually...
I'm learning things every time you talk. I'm learning something new.
So the fire was actually 3 days after the Whiskey Row Marathon that I ran.
Oh.
So that's how I know specifically like when it took place.
Yeah.
But
wow,
yeah,
so
that was in
unfortunate.
2012.
Okay.
But yeah, Whiskey Row is definitely a fun place to hang out. A couple of great live music venues. And I always wonder if some of the crews, like after either before they get their runner in or send their runner off, if they partake in a beverage or two, either at the bird cage or...
Because when's the next time they see their runner?
I think from here they'll actually see them at Mingus, or Kipa. Not Kipa, Fain Ranch.
Okay.
Yeah, I think they'll see them at Fain Ranch, which is about 25
It's
miles.
95.9.
Okay, so yeah, I think Fain Ranch from Whiskey Row, 18 miles. You got time to
to partake.
Absolutely.
This is Harry we're looking at. I'm thinking it's a little hard to see, but I'm pretty sure this is Harry. Taking a minute at the aid station before it gets really dark.
When you're in a longer event, I mean, how crucial. Oh, we're gonna flip over to that is Camp Kipa. I see.
Kipa, yeah.
I'm not sure who the runner is, but I know that in the black is Noel Kingston, 2021 Cocodona finisher, the inaugural year. Out there volunteering. Happy birthday to Noel. I believe it is his birthday today.
Dude, how do you remember all this? This is incredible.
I've been around.
Okay, so this is number 44. Let's see who this is. Can you remember off the top of the dome? Garrett Nelson.
Yes, it is Garrett Nelson. Garrett Nelson, I believe, is an Arizona runner, but I'm not 100% sure.
I'm very competitive.
No, actually, I hang out with Noel quite a bit. He's a good friend of mine.
Sweet.
So I wasn't really remembering much. Oh, so Garrett is actually from Wisconsin.
Oh, cool.
But
he's 15.
He does race out here.
15 male.
On occasion, so.
No. Yeah, he's 32, 15 male. I always get those mixed up. So yeah, you guys are looking at Camp Kipa right now. unsure of who this is. If anyone knows, please put it in the chat.
Absolutely. Let us know if it's somebody that you happen to be cheering on or rooting on. You know, we're happy to give them their shine.
We have Ari Safari says, I'm hallucinating. I'm only on a bike ride at the gym.
Oh, actually,
Solidarity.
Jim Henkel, thank you very much for the clarification. The bar that burned down was actually the original Birdcage. The new Birdcage location was another bar before. Thank you for clarifying. Because as I was making my way through Whiskey Row that night before the Birdcage burned down, that was my first ever marathon, and I was not moving very well, so I wasn't really paying attention to where I was going. But, I mean, I do love covering this race because, it's an opportunity to introduce people from around the world to our state. And I'm not an Arizona native. I moved here 20 years ago, but in that 20 years, I've really tried my best to experience everything that this place has to offer because it's an amazing place. I mean, I live down in the Phoenix Valley, and, people say, well, it's really hot, right? Yeah, it usually is, but I can head up to Flagstaff and get snow if I want very quickly. So I think that that's one of the things about Arizona that I love so much is that I can hang out in the desert during the day, or I can go up to the mountains and then come down to the desert at night.
Yeah.
It's a dry heat. I think that I enjoy that more. I would rather run a race or an event in 95-degree dry heat than 75 and humid in the Midwest where I'm from. So...
Where are you from?
I'm from Northern Illinois,
Okay.
Rockford, Illinois, about an hour outside of Chicago.
Ooh, chilly.
Usually, yeah, but apparently right now they're potentially warmer than we are.
So somebody in the chat said that's Ryan Coons.
Ryan Coons.
Do you know him?
I do not. Ryan Coons.
Yeah, that looks like Tallahassee, Florida.
I do have a few notes here and there. Shout out to the fine folks at Ultra Sign Up for basically providing the template for my cheat sheets.
Tallahassee, Florida.
Of course, I've heard that most of your elevation is going to be in parking garages there, but it looks like we've got Hillary.
Hey, Hillary.
Hey guys, hi, how's it going? So super exciting. We had Ryan and Harry both come through and out of here. It was sort of bouncing between the two of them. Ryan did a full shoe change and sock change, and then also changed into a thermal layer. He had a whole little smorgasbord of food going on. I was trying to peep over and see what he was eating, but they had some instant mashed potatoes that Lucy Bartholomew cooked up for him, lovingly whipped. Yeah, which is always clutch. And he was also eating these tortilla wraps, which might have been a PB&J style thing. But he looked really good. I think they were very much he's on track. He went out of here with Christian Meyer, who's a Solomon teammate, former pro cyclist turned trail runner, and just looked really comfortable. And it's really cool to see him just sort of easing into this race and acting like it's no big deal, 77 miles. And then Harry was sort of camped out on the other end of the aid station. He did a bathroom break. I don't know if we got a timer on it, but I'm going to say he was slightly faster than Dan Green. But he sat down for a few minutes and also did a shirt change into a warmer layer for nighttime, and then sort of had a sleeping bag around him while they were kind of doing stuff to his feet. He was making sure his watch was all charged up. I would say he looked maybe a little bit more beat up than Ryan did, just a little bit more fatigued. And I think being the leader all day has just got to take a toll, he was really pushing the pace and out in front and willing to step up and be the guy with the target on his back. And that's not easy to do. And, he's by no means out of the race. I would say, if anything, Harry's just settling in and just sort of finding his groove again. And okay, maybe he needs to let someone else take out the lead. Turns out that's Courtney right now. But, I don't think we can count Harry out. I don't think he's faded off. he's just sort of like, okay, this is a long race. I need to, take my time and make sure I'm doing things right. So it's sort of interesting to see the two. I would say, if anything, Ryan looks like he's getting stronger, and Harry's maybe just like finding the pace that's going to be sustainable for him. And that's sort of like where they're both at going out of here. Both of them left with pacers and just looked, they looked good. I think Harry knows what he's in for. Maybe Ryan's got a little bit of that, like, ignorance is bliss, like he hasn't run the course before. So he's like, yeah, we're doing great, and Harry's maybe like, talk to me in 100 miles and tell me how you feel. But, we'll see how that plays out, because that is interesting to have Ryan's experience on one hand as, a seasoned veteran of the sport and no stranger to long trail efforts, but also new to Cocodona, new to a kind of 200 miler type of race event, and then Harry coming off last year. So yeah, it's going to be cool to see where they are when they come into the next aid station stop and what that looks like.
Yeah, I do have to admit, the race dynamic was kind of thrown on its ear very early on when Harry decided to lead out rather than bide his time as he did last year. That was the amazing thing about watching his race last year, as that for the first 125, 130 miles, he was content to sit in the back half of the top 10 and work his way up. And then before we knew it, we were talking about him passing Arlen, passing Versteeg, passing Stringbean, and eventually passing Browning for the win with a couple miles to go.
Yeah. I mean, there's a very different psychological approach to that race. And I don't think Harry gets to repeat that performance from last year regardless, right? Because now he's on the map. He can't sort of slide in there without people noticing. So I think maybe he just came into the race being like, well, if I've already got the target on my back, then I might as well just sort of go with it and see if I can shake some of these guys. And, to a certain extent, I think it worked, because we did see some attrition off the front. We saw a couple of the younger guys go out faster than they maybe would have liked to. And that's where I think like Ryan's played a really good game, where he's just sort of kept his pace, and he's now seeing that pay off as he moves up a little bit more in the field. And some of these guys that went out a little bit too hot are maybe struggling to hang on now. But it's still early days. Like, we're third of the way, not even into the race, which is wild. Oh, yeah. But it is cool to see where we are sort of as we go into night one. And, nights are always the hardest. So overnight, I think it'll be telling to see who paced themselves well through the day, who's managing their nutrition, who's sort of on top of all those things. I do think the cup of noodles that Dan Green scarfed down was a really good move. Like, it just looked really good, really satisfying and salty. Okay, it was like Nissan, but it wasn't a car brand, so I don't think that's quite right.
I know that they don't
like Nissan.
They don't. Nissan doesn't make
it was
noodles. Also,
yeah, Nissan is like the original ramen
is just
company.
Like, you're wrong, Nissan. Okay. My husband is so ashamed of me right now. He's like, "What are you doing?" But yeah, so he got down that whole cup of noodles, and I have to say that combo of the carbs and all that was good. Okay, it sounds like we have our next runner just coming around the corner. We're not going to go too far out of the whiskey area because we've had a couple issues with the audio. We'll wait for them to come to us.
Looks like we
Who
might
are we
be
expecting in next, guys? Okay, Pau,
he
cool.
Was with
yeah,
Pau.
And Pau
should be Rachel, right? Because Rachel was in front of Pau. Maybe.
Well, I guess it could be Rachel. Let's see, 76.2, 74.
It was really hard to tell from our perspective on the tracker. It looked like maybe a couple of them went off the route on Schoolhouse Road just outside of town for I don't know how long. I don't think it was very long, but it might have been long enough for there to be a bit of so I think we'll kind of have a better gauge on how accurate the tracker is as they're coming in here. But yeah, Pau had an interesting day too. He definitely got slowed down up on Crown King with the weather and having to cobble together some of his gear. But he's holding his ground, and he seems to be running a smart race. And I'll be interested to see if he has crew here actually, because he did not up at Crown King. He had no crew up there. So I don't know if he's doing the whole thing solo.
Are we able to confirm that he was able to get his gear that he needed at Camp Kipa? Because I know that was the arrangement that was made.
Yeah,
I will inquire.
Yeah. So who do we have here?
So there goes Harry. Okay, so that was Harry leaving. Wow. So he actually left later than I realized. I thought he'd already headed out, but Ryan probably got like a good 8 minutes on him, somewhere in there, 8 to 10 minutes on him through that aid station change. So he needed a little bit more time to reset. Again, you know, the day's taking a little bit of a toll. Yeah. But it's not unexpected, I guess, after leading all day that he sort of like needs that extra time.
Looking a little bit further up, I think that Courtney is probably just about to the Granite Dells, which is a very fascinating part of this course. Just kind of eyeballing where.
Yeah, I know
her
some of
last
the
tracker
Pacers
pinged.
were. Some of the Solomon crew were out there earlier today doing some recon on that section, just trying to figure out the markings, and especially going in there in the dark because she's hitting it right at dusk, and then everyone else will obviously be going there, you know, pure dark. But
Absolutely, because that was one of the things that happened last year is that several runners got a little bit turned around at the Dells.
yeah. Yeah, so I think people are very aware of that. They learned from the previous years, and we're seeing that play out with less mistakes and crews really being dialed into some of these issues early and trying to make sure that that doesn't happen again. I just saw Gus go by. Yeah, let's put him on the spot and get a few thoughts. Hi, Gus. How are you?
Hi, doing great. Ready to go for a run.
So are you pacing Rachel from here?
Yeah, for the next, 16 or so miles?
Up to Fane?
Yeah, exactly. Through the best part of Prescott.
We were just talking about that. Have you run this section before, or do you know this part of the trail?
I've been on the trail, but not knowing the course. So I know to look for dots, and I know that I'll probably get lost and I'll probably piss off Rachel at some point, but just here to keep spirits high. So
You got to think positively, man. You got to go into this with we're not going to get lost.
Yeah, for sure. That's the hope.
How's she doing overall? You've only seen her once at Crown King, but you expect her in shortly. How do you feel like she's doing as far as the plan goes and where she is?
I think Rachel's typical scenario is no plan. And it's being executed perfectly. So, yeah. She got to run with Courtney, which was a really big deal for her. And they're friends now, apparently. So, yeah. She's won, essentially, her own personal goal.
That's cool.
Yeah. But as far as what she's after, I mean, she's fallen a couple times. I think it's been a little bit brutal. I'm just going to try to convince her to eat. She likes to get caught up in running and forgets about eating and drinking. So we're going to try to keep her on her calories and go from there.
What's the fail-proof snack that you can always get her to eat at an aid station?
It's going to be mashed potatoes at aid station van.
The Idaho mashed potatoes?
Oh yeah, Idahoan, absolutely. Yeah. We imported them specially, right, guys?
Nothing but the finest at Cocodona. Does she have pacers the whole way to the finish now? Or, wherever you can, sorry.
Yeah, where we have the opportunity to, yeah.
Well, have fun out there.
Yep.
Don't get lost.
Trying not to. Thanks.
Thanks, Gus.
Hello.
Hi, Pao.
Hey, how you doing?
Good. All right, we have Pao coming into the aid station just now.
Thank you.
Yeah, from what I'm understanding, he did get his gear. For those that were curious, obviously it was an unfortunate situation with the drop bags, but it got resolved to the best of their ability out there.
Oh, for sure. Without the gels.
Sounds like he's had some stomach issues, but feeling good.
Yeah, a bit better. It was just halfway that was a bit. Doing a climb, it was intense, but it's better now.
You're still smiling?
Yeah.
Looking good. Go Canada.
Yeah. Actually, I'm Spanish, but I live in Canada. So.
You live in Canada?
Yeah.
Okay. I got excited.
Okay.
All right, we'll try to take a peek at what Pao's getting down.
Hillary, is he
But as he
wearing
was saying,
sunglasses?
he is wearing sunglasses, but they're clear glasses.
I see.
Yeah. Looks like those are coming off right now anyways. He's doing a watch charge. It's the thing about these long races, It's not a single charge race. Got some Precision Fuel, got some boba. I mean, these are all my favorite things too.
Boba,
So.
that's an interesting call.
Well, not the boba like oatmeal things, not the boba like the bubble
I thought he was
tea
out
drink.
there drinking some milk tea or
confusing.
something.
Honestly, that sounds
milk
kind
tea
of good,
there is.
right?
Oh, it sounds great. Actually, Hillary, there is a boba place right around the corner from you.
You're better than
Oh
Google.
my gosh.
It's basically
All the
kitty corner
things
from
I'm
where you're
learning.
at.
Microwave potatoes are very good and easy to make.
Oh, those look great. Yeah. Little microwave potatoes here. That's Pau's secret weapon.
Yeah.
Can't go wrong with a good potato. I think the important thing here is to get lots of calories in and just sort of get ready for the route again. Another climb. Yeah.
Another long one.
Pau was saying that his heart rate was going up a little bit on the last one, so hopefully it'll settle down and you'll. Do you have a pacer going out of here, Pau?
Nope. No. Have to make it my way out. So.
Do you have any pacers during the race?
Nope, not at all. So, yeah, just me and my little crew, 1-person crew. So we'll see how it goes.
So far, so good. So, yeah, good for you. Is this your first time doing a 200 miler?
Yeah, my first time in Arizona too. So, is a big one to start with. So.
You're getting to see a lot of Arizona all at once.
You're crossing the whole way almost. But yeah.
You'll look back on it fondly, I'm sure. He's like, no.
What kind of shoes is he wearing? I think he was wearing the Mont Blancs.
Yeah.
Is he still wearing the Mont
So-
Blanc? Oh, no. He's
Yeah,
not
we
wearing
got.
Mont Blancs.
What are those?
They're Brooks.
Is that a
I can't see that.
Saucony? This is a Saucony shoe, I think.
That looks so
Yeah,
much like a Mont
Saucony
Blanc.
shoe that he's got on. And then there's a pair of Terex on the table there as a backup.
So if someone see the brand, like, I'm open to it.
So,
You know?
yeah. Please call Pau after the race.
Just kidding.
You know, it's kind of cool that you can choose whatever you want.
It's a
And
mixed match of brands, but it's whatever works for me. So.
yeah, Pau was just saying it's a little bit of everything, but yeah, he gets to tailor it exactly to what works for him.
So layer, I have the black one, I have the can of the
We got
green
some
one,
layering
mine,
decisions going on.
and I bought something if you didn't want anything of that.
What is that?
It's
Like, again, we're seeing a lot of this sort of like, you know, the Mellies. I know there's like super famous in Leadville, but like that fleecy inside layer.
Yeah.
Seeing a lot of people go out in that sort of like lightweight mid layer for the evening seems to be a popular choice. You know, still sweat wicking. Are you staying warm out there, Pau?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think interesting. Who's going to carry the raincoat?
Is he doing a clothing change at all?
Yes.
Okay, so I need to carry it.
Yes. He is,
I have mine.
I think, doing a clothing change. He was just asking if we think there's going to be weather overnight, and we do think there will be weather overnight. So I think carrying the jacket is recommended.
In your room?
Yeah, it's so interesting. You know, we've got just such different approaches to this whole thing, right? You've got Courtney coming in. She's got the same crew that crews her for pretty much all her races. She's got her husband. She's got a very tight-knit group of people that know everything she's going to need and can sort of anticipate it all. You've got Ryan with, like, you know, Lucy Bartholomew. He's got the Solomon crew. You have just like everyone's got this different approach to the race, and Pau's approach is very much just, you know, like he knows what's working for him. He's got the dream team of one, no pacers, and you know, here he is. I don't know what position is he in. Is he in like sixth place? I'm losing count here on what position Pau's in. Is it
Pau's in
sixth?
fifth, as far
He's
as
in
we can
fifth.
tell.
Okay, yeah. I mean, which is amazing, and it will be interesting to see as the race plays out, sort of the pacer versus no pacer. Obviously, that can be a huge help, but you know, he clearly has a strategy going into the race, and you know, knows where he is, and is sort of just settled in. So I don't know. We'll see how it goes out there. Having been at a lot of these 200 milers, I can tell you that after you get over that 48-hour mark and you're going into, second night and all that, the brain does start doing some weird things. Tara, you can probably attest to that as well. There are some wild moments that come out of that. Is it? Yeah, no, it is. It's where all the stories come from later, right? But it definitely, without a pacer, there's a whole challenge of just you don't have someone to verify if that rock is a troll or if it's a rock, or,
You got to make friends with that troll. You got to become friends
exactly.
with them.
Make friends with the trolls. That's the theme of the day. But it does add a challenge, because I do think once you get into that sleep deprived state, it's going to get harder to sort of stay locked in. And again, this race is so long. But for now, Pau is doing great, and looks like it's just a matter of sort of, getting ready and getting out of here. And again, it's too early for us to be expecting any of these leaders to need sleep, but overnight it will be interesting if some of them have to pull over and sleep, or if they're able to push through the Mingus before they start worrying about that. We've mentioned before, Harry needs more sleep at some of these things, so we might see him take a nap sooner. Who knows with Courtney? Might be a 5-minute dirt nap, and that's all she does all race. But yeah, definitely lots of movement left to be made.
Yeah, Hillary, we should be expecting Rachel soon. I think
so,
she should
yeah.
be coming in soon.
Yeah, well, we just, chatted with Gus, and it sounded like she was not far behind Pau. So yeah, I'd expect her in the next couple minutes, which is cool.
I love that he said her goal was to run with Courtney and be friends with Courtney, and she met her goal. It's so early in the race. Everything else is just it's simple from here on.
It's gravy. Yeah, no, that's really cute. I can't even imagine. That would be a cool moment, and it's just cool to see both Rachel and Courtney crushing this race. You guys have the stats up there, but is Rachel also running under the female course record pace right now?
She has to be at this point. If she hits Whiskey Row anytime before 10 p.m., she's got to be ahead of the standard.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, because we're well ahead of schedule here.
And I know you were saying that, I hope tongue-in-cheek to some degree, about her goal being to be friends with Courtney and get to know her this race. I hope that she also understands that she can take away from this that she's showing she belongs.
Yeah. No, I absolutely agree. And I think, if anything, that comment was just maybe a holy crap, I'm in it type of moment, which is pretty cool. Like you said, to just feel wow, I'm right in this thing. And it's awesome to look at that tracker and see those two women right up in our top field overall. And for Rachel to be just looking so good. When we saw her at Crown King earlier today, she looked so comfortable. I don't feel like she's running beyond her means at all. It'll be cool to see her come through here. Gus did mention she's taken a couple falls, but she does have the benefit of having a pacer now, which is, I think, going to be good for her as she heads into the night. Yeah, it's just, obviously lots can change, but she's really holding her own and has made up ground throughout the day despite the weather. And as we're standing here, you guys, I just felt a couple raindrops. I think they're loners, but, I think we're in for some weather tonight as well. So again, this all just comes down to layers and managing that cold. And we've really seen that play out already with people just stopping for too long and getting too cold, whatever it is. But so far the aid station stops here have been pretty efficient, sort of on par with the Crown King attitude of just get in, make the change, get out.
Yeah. What have we seen in years prior at this aid station? How long do people typically take at Prescott here?
The front of the pack typically hasn't taken very long at Whiskey Row. Usually their first big stop might be at Fain Ranch or Mingus Mountain. Mingus Mountain, if they're trying to push through to maybe arrive there, at least in years past. Now, obviously, we're kind of shredding these numbers, but typically you would have the first runners hitting Mingus Mountain. It may be about, maybe 4, 5 a.m. or so. Maybe you want to get a quick nap, and then once they wake up, the morning sunrise will help them get their energy back. But I don't think you're going to see a ton of people with long breaks at Whiskey Row until the mid and back of the pack. Of course, the final cutoff for Whiskey Row is actually not until tomorrow evening. So we are going to be seeing, the Whiskey Row cutoff is tomorrow at 10 p.m. So we will see a whole lot of runners tomorrow afternoon and into the evening making their way to Whiskey Row. So, but yeah, I think that what you'll see is that Vane Ranch and Mingus Mountain tend to be the first place where most of the front of the pack make their first extended stop.
Okay. And you said Vane
incredible,
Mountain,
isn't it, that-
Vane Ranch is
Vane
the
Ranch.
next crewable aid station.
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah.
Let me double check. Well, I guess they can get to Iron King,
Yeah.
which is at mile 90.
Mm-hmm.
I've never
It is
actually
incredible
done
to
Iron
think
King,
that the cutoff here is not until tomorrow night, and that's 26
Yeah.
hours away or whatever it is, right?
Oh my god. It's wild.
It's just like the cool thing about these races is like you have so many individual races within this time frame playing out, you know, like we've got the front of the pack that's just pushing and smashing the records, but then you also are going to have all these people that are just like one step ahead of the cutoff and trying to strategize how much sleep they can get. And the longer you're out here, obviously, like that becomes this bigger part of it is the sleep deprivation. So it's just such a challenge with these races, but I'm always sort of amazed at just how the field spreads out over this distance and just like the wildly different days that people have, but yet everybody's out here just pushing themselves. And it's so inspiring, you know, like I'm always just as inspired by the people that are out here for twice as long, more than twice as long as our winners, you know, just like pushing forward relentlessly, you know, to get to these aid stations in time. It's amazing.
So it's
best
funny
sport
that you
ever,
mentioned
as Debo likes to
that
say.
because there's a runner in this year's race who is actually approaching Crown King. He's one of the final runners to be making it up past Lane Mountain at this point. His name is Stan Berry, and he's from Oklahoma. And this was kind of a holy crap moment for me. He was running the race back in 2021, and our sweeper actually was a filmer as well, Jen Laughlin with Air Viper Running, and she was following Stan in as he was making his way through the streets of Prescott. And his wife and daughter were in the chat cheering him on, and we're playing a game of telephone with Stan's family, and he knew full well that he wasn't going to make the cutoff, but that wasn't going to stop him from getting there. And Stan was actually one of the more dramatic finishes at Haviland 100 this past fall, as he finished with about less than 5 minutes to go and actually collapsed at the finish line. So these are the kind of stories that we're going to be following between now and Saturday morning.
And who was that?
Oh my
Stanberry.
gosh.
Stanberry.
We're going to see a lot of these. And I was actually just kind of taking a peek, and it seems like we've got maybe about, if I had to eyeball it, 5, 10, 15, 20 or so runners, maybe 19 or 20 runners that have yet to make it to Crown King, which is the first significant cutoff on the race. But
And when is that cutoff?
that cutoff is at 11:55 tonight, so just under 4 hours. And the back of the pack is currently at mile 28, or maybe a little bit beyond that, so maybe mile 29.
Okay.
So these runners that are at the back of the pack have 4 hours to get 7 or so miles.
Yeah. Totally.
So they're in good shape.
It's a
Hopefully
steep
we
7
keep them
miles.
This is true. This is true. Actually, I do believe the woman bringing up the rear is Shanoa Career, and I think that
I know Shanoa, yeah.
Yeah.
She was last runner at a couple of the other 200s, I think maybe Tahoe 200 or Moab in the past. And yeah, incredible to run your whole race just sort of knowing that you're going to be right on that line with very little margin for error, right?
Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah, I think we've seen Shanoa at other races as well. I think she was actually at Cocodona a couple years ago.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I again, like, I have so much respect for these athletes. Every single person that toes the line of this race, it takes so much bravery to just be there and to like not know how your day's going to go. And I think that's the beauty of these races is it could play out so many different ways, but to just keep putting one foot in front of the other, to like mentally stay locked in. I don't know about you guys, but I try to do math when I'm running and that never works out well. And my math is always wrong. And then I think I'm going to be out there for like 3 weeks, you know?
Yeah.
I'm like, I'm never going to finish this thing. So even just like staying in a headspace where you sort of trust that you can keep going and like stay ahead of these cutoffs. And you really have to trust yourself with that, you know?
Absolutely.
Another interesting note about the back of the pack right now is that of the final 4 runners on the course right now, 2 of them are previous DFLs at this race. And so we mentioned Shinoa Career. Taylor Smart is at about mile 30. Or about mile 30. And Elizabeth Russ, the DFL from 2023, is at about mile 32. And Andre Lee is at about mile 31. So Andre Lee was the DFL the inaugural year, and Elizabeth Russ 2 years later. So
yeah, I mean, it's awesome to see them back,
strangers. Right? Yeah.
Yeah. Very cool. Okay, we have Kev. Who's coming through?
Sure. I can't hear anybody.
Okay. Oh, okay.
But you can interview me if you want.
Yeah.
What are we talking about?
I don't know. What are we talking about? We got someone coming in.
We're talking about Kevin's race? Okay, so you may have heard of the Chipotle Challenge a little while back. Someone's coming in right now, but it's not Kevin. Kevin's a little ways back. We're going to be seeing him in a couple hours.
It might be Rachel coming in. We
could
might
be
have to
Rachel.
save this.
Yeah, we'll save this.
All right. Chipotle story will come later, but we're going to pivot to Rachel.
Hell yeah, Rachel.
Bear with us, guys.
Oh my gosh.
All
I'm
right,
so
we got
pumped for
Rachel
her.
coming in.
Oh.
Or going by.
Whoa, what?
Did she leave already?
Was she in and out?
Here, up the way.
You guys.
Or is her crew just meeting her outside?
She's good.
She just went through?
She stopped. She just said it.
She didn't stop at all?
Okay, you guys.
She's doing a running
She didn't
aid.
stop.
Oh,
She didn't stop, you guys.
no way.
She just blasted through. She said, I'm good. Everyone out here has just got their jaws open. Like, she literally
Pau
just
still
ran
there?
down the street. Pau is Pau still here?
Yes.
Yes. Yeah. No, his partner is still okay. It looks like he's taking a little break. She didn't even slow down. That was crazy. I thought maybe we like missed her or something, but we came out to the street here and everybody's just like, there she went, you know.
Can someone clip that for me for later for inspiration?
Yeah. I know, seriously, like that's the ultimate move. Just like, no, I'm good. I don't need anything. So yeah, I don't even know what to tell you other than I think that says everything, right? Like,
I think you should
she's
run
good.
after her
She doesn't
and
need
try to interview her on the go.
Yeah, right. I'll probably get dropped like right away. Thanks, Tara. But
Wow,
yeah,
like, did you see her at
holy
all?
crap.
Like, did you see maybe like how she looked, or it was
I did
just too
see
quick?
her like flashed by, but it was literally that. She didn't even break her stride. Her crew just sort of surrounded her as she went down the street. And I guess, she got whatever beta and she picked up Gus, her pacer there, but that was it. So, a little anticlimactic, but also really exciting to see Rachel feeling good and not wanting to even stop and reset right now. Like, it just goes to show that she's taking care of herself, honestly. It tells me that she's like on top of her nutrition. She's not needing to take that extended break to catch up on things like we're seeing other people have to do, which, I'm in awe of. That's hard. That's incredible to be in that position 77 miles in. So
yeah, wow.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm at a
so
loss
glad I
for words,
witnessed that.
but
I'm so glad we witnessed that
me
together.
too. It was a blur, but it was great. Thank you. It was a moment, a very brief moment. But very exciting to have Rachel through. So I guess she would be sitting in 6th place overall, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And second female.
Wow.
I believe. If
Moving
Pau was
very
in
well,
5th.
obviously, too.
No, I didn't. something like that, 6th or 7th. Yeah, moving very well, looking really good. And we'll see if we can maybe track down her crew. I'm not even sure where they went, but yeah, no, I mean, update on Rachel is all is good in her world, and she's in good hands with Gus heading into the night. So really, really stoked to see that, and happy to see her just feeling good this stage in the race. Yeah, so much stoke.
Well, that's wonderful.
I don't
Looking
know.
ahead,
give us an update on the.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to have a bit of a gap here at Whiskey Row. Our next expected runner would be Michael Greer, and he's still making his way through past the Goldwater Lakes and hasn't hit the streets yet. So I know that when he gets to Halsey that he'll be picked up by either one of our follow filmers out there.
Sweet. Yeah, it's exciting. I don't know if you guys want to do a little rundown on like the rest of the field from what you can see on the tracker. I'm trying to pull it up here, but at one point the tracker, everything was crashing when Courtney was coming in because so many people were trying to like follow her on the website. So would love to hear from your perspective how it's going.
Yeah, we can. I'll do a quick rundown. Currently, we have at the top of the women's race, we've got Courtney DeWalter in first and first overall, making her way, I believe, towards the Granite Dells, if not in them already. That area leading up is kind of flat and fast, so she's probably hustling through there. In second place, as we mentioned, Rachel Entrikin in the women's race, making her way just past Whiskey Row right now. And it looks like Lindsay Dwyer has moved into third.
Oh, wow.
With Georgia Porter.
She was in third
fourth.
at Crown King.
Okay.
Yeah.
And Georgia Porter and Allison Powell in fifth.
Okay.
I guess it
So
could be Allison
Allison
Powell.
was in fourth when she left Crown King. So I don't know if there's been a bit of movement. But her and Georgia were quite close together there. So that's interesting.
Yeah, it looks like Georgia, Allison, and Sarah O are all fairly close together, either at or
Camp Kipa.
Yeah,
it looks like,
or just about to Camp Kipa.
Yeah, looks like Sarah just went through 2 minutes ago. Camp Kipa.
Then on the men's side, as we mentioned, our men's leader Dan Green, seemingly a few minutes back of Courtney DeWalter as they make their way through or to the Granite Dells at Watson Lake. Harry Schubertus, last year's winner, in second on the men's race. Ryan Sands of South Africa in third. Pau Rius in fourth, who we just saw in the aid. And our next expected runner in the men's race to hit Whiskey Row will be Michael Greer.
Cool.
So that's where we stand at the front of the field.
I don't know about the tracker, but we definitely saw Ryan leave here maybe 8 or 9 minutes ahead of Harry, just out of the aid station. So we'll see where that might take a little bit to sort of show up on the tracker there.
Actually, it just
Ryan
showed up right now. Ryan and Harry have flip-flopped.
Okay. Yeah.
Is that the fastest transition you've ever seen through Whiskey Row?
Yeah, I think so. I think that's probably the fastest. I know that Browning was pretty quick last year, but then he had to pause because he forgot a battery or something like that. But very few people zip through Whiskey Row that quick. It seems aggressive.
What are the rules on just like doing an on-the-go crew?
I think there's kind of an understood pit row area in there, like basically along Whiskey Row. As you can see, some of the runners are met basically with an eye shot of the Whiskey Row actual inner aid station, because obviously you can't have like vans pulling into that aid station, where Hillary is currently standing. So I think that basically there's kind of an understanding. It's like wherever your van can park, if it's within good judgment, close enough to Whiskey Row, it's basically accepted as such. Because there will be a lot of runners that will be taking a nap.
It's interesting, because it is right in town. even finding a parking spot, I parked a couple blocks away. So I would imagine a lot of people are sort of doing a makeshift crew, and they don't quite have the spread that they would if they had their camper van right outside here. It's also just started raining, just a little bit, but that's, we're sort of losing our little weather window. And I just saw Michael Versteeg's crew rock up. So the Satisfy guys are here. And I'm sure I don't think he's that far behind Michael Greer, right? Is that correct?
No. Actually, no, he's a little bit further back.
He's a little bit further back? Okay. Well, people are starting to show up for the next sort of wave of runners, I guess. The crews are assembling.
Huh.
Yeah, the rain is early, according to the weather apps.
Well, Hillary, we're going to bring it back to the studio here, but we will be touching base with you here. Are you sticking around for a little while longer?
Yeah, I want to see some more of the women come through in our top field overall, so I'll be here for a couple more hours. So
Awesome.
Check back in.
Thank you very much, Hillary.
Thanks, Hillary.
All right, guys. We'll talk to you soon.
Yep. Yeah, we'll just bring it back here for a moment.
Oh, there's Sarah.
Oh,
Sarah
wait.
O.
Let's keep it on this shot here for a moment.
Yeah, Sarah O at Camp Kipa. She is always smiling. So it's really hard to know how she's feeling, but she's got that bright pink jacket on.
And of the front of the women's field, she's the most experienced in terms of this race.
Oh my gosh.
A fifth, a third, and a first.
Yeah. She's done this. This is her fourth time, right?
Yep.
Yeah. Go, Sarah. Earlier, I don't know if you saw this, but I saw her partner, Kyle Curtin, running alongside Courtney with Sarah's dog, Fred.
Oh.
Yeah. Courtney was coming through Prescott, and he was running alongside of her.
It's one of the things I love about these tentpole events, whether it be here or Western States, Hard Rock. It's just the community comes together because even if they're not running it, they want to be a part of it. They want to be around it. They want to feel the energy and kind of remind themselves why this sport is so much fun.
Mm-hmm. Now, and also, I wonder if Jack left or when he left, because he was at Camp Kipa for a long time dealing with a hamstring injury. He was there for quite a while. So I wonder when he actually did leave that aid station.
Well, we'll see if we can find that out. Are we going to bring it back to the studio here? Okay, cool. All right, well, we are going to do a pivot here. Tara, it was a pleasure to hang out with you.
Yeah, thanks, guys, for having me. Thank you for educating me.
Yeah, some excellent boba if you want to head down to Whiskey Row. But you're going to be a part of the broadcast team as well further?
Yeah, tomorrow.
So you and Hillary are basically going to swap spots here.
Yeah.
So that's awesome.
Yeah, so you'll be talking to me. I'll be in Sedona and Jerome.
Nice. Have you ever been to Sedona or Jerome?
I've been to Sedona once,
but
never to Jerome.
Jerome is so cool.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, so excited.
Yeah, it's definitely a cool town. And the nice thing about it is you can kind of see what the whole town is about in 30 minutes or so.
Oh,
you can see the whole thing.
Love that.
So you'll enjoy it.
Is there any boba places in Jerome?
No, but there's an excellent winery owned by Maynard James Keenan. So
What's
if you're a
the
big
address?
fan of Tool, it's kind of hard to miss. There's only a few places to eat and drink in town, and the Caduceus Cellars is fantastic.
Okay,
so if you're a
sweet.
big Tool fan and you like wine, strongly recommend it. Or the Haunted Hamburger.
Haunted Hamburger. Okay.
Haunted Hamburger's legit
sweet.
too.
All right, cool. I'll remember that. Well,
All right.
Thank you so much.
Hey,
This
Tara,
is-
thanks for joining us.
I'll talk to you tomorrow.
We're gonna, talk to you tomorrow. And we're going to take a quick commercial break. And after that, we're going to have 2024 Cocodona finisher and another person who, like you, runs a long way often, Pete Kostelnik.
Wow.
So we'll see you on the flip side.
If logistics were the backbone, volunteers would be the heart and soul of an event, and we need you to come out and be that heart and soul. Volunteering at Cocodona means that you get to become part of the magic. As runners make their way from Black Canyon City all the way up to Flagstaff, we need you, your community, and everyone's support to get those runners to the finish line. In 2026, we'll have volunteer roles ranging from aid station captains and assistant captains, aid station volunteers, course marking and sweepers, sports therapy, medical, live stream, and a lot of staff roles too. So if you're interested in getting involved with the race, please visit cocodona.com/volunteers. There's some information about volunteering in 2026, and most importantly, a little button that says, I'm interested in volunteering in 2026. You'll just give us your info, and then once volunteer shifts open next year, we'll give you a shout. Please come out and join us. It's an amazing experience, a great week, and it's really awesome to support the runner.
Hey Cocodona fans, here to tell you about the new GSCCD from Speedland. Our GS franchise originally started and was proven out on the Cocodona trails, so we made a commission specific for this amazing 250-mile course. All the elements you've come to know and love about Speedland, the HTPU beaded midsole, the double BOA fit system, the removable Carbitex carbon plate, but now with specific design elements to celebrate this incredible race. Go pick up a pair now. RunSpeedland.com. Use code CCD20 for 20% off.
We're back. This is the Cocodona 250 presented by Air Viper Running on the Mountain Outpost YouTube channel. And we've pivoted to another guest here in the studio. First of all, welcome, Pete Kostelnik.
Thanks, Chris. It's so excited to be here. It's a dream come true to sit next to you here.
Oh, stop. No, Pete, I wanted to bring you on because you have extensive experience with not only this race, but running long distances. For those that might not be familiar with you and your career, can you talk about some of the things that people might be finding fascinating about what you've done?
Yeah, I guess I love doing the trail races, but I'm probably a little bit more known for the road versions of, running across the U.S., running from Alaska to Florida. But Badwater, done well there a couple times. Desert Solstice here in Arizona, done that a number of times. Sometimes a little bit better than other years. But yeah, I've been doing Air Viper races for a good decade now, and I love being a part of the Air Viper community.
So when I want to ask you about some of the things that you've done that are a little bit further distance, what's the furthest you've ever gone on a run?
Ooh, that's a tough question. I
Okay.
guess across the years, maybe.
Well, no, I mean,
Yeah.
I mean, like on a, like basically, you know, you could talk about like an FKT or something like that.
Yeah.
What would you consider your longest
Sure.
run?
Yeah. Kenai, Alaska to Key West, Florida was about 5,400 miles over 100 days.
That's absolutely insane. And for those that are wondering, how did you carry your stuff with you?
Baby stroller.
Did anybody ever ask you along the way about what was in a stroller?
Only a few times. So,
Really?
Yeah.
I'm kind of surprised.
Yeah. Seeing Harry race, being from Alaska, people up there are built a little differently, and so I didn't really get any questions up there in Alaska about what I was doing, because I think people up there are just so tough, or whatever you want to call it. So,
But yeah, so we mentioned, you know, you have experience in a lot of road races, a lot of fixed time ultras, long distance races. You have experience at Cocodona.
Yep.
Oh, sorry, let's pause here. That is Brody Chisum right there, bib number 69, doing a nice job out there. And Brody was the youngest runner last year at the age of 17.
and he placed like
11th.
11th.
Yeah. And Brody is no longer the youngest person in the field because he has a younger brother running as well.
I saw that. You know, it's funny. I met him and his mom at the run show in Boston before they did Cocodona, and I was like, do they know what they're getting into? And then sure enough, both the brothers beat me last year pretty handily. And then the mom wasn't too far behind either.
Yeah, no, they were really amazing last year. I believe that it was Brody's older brother, Ben, last year, and this year it's Elliot, the younger brother. And, of course, their mom, Jenny, is running as well. We did have an opportunity to interview them after the race last year, and just an absolutely fascinating family. You know,
absolutely.
They come from a history of through hiking and long distance hiking as well. Yeah. So this was basically just another week in the park for them. So Pete, when you were, I guess this would still be kind of considered day one for your experience last year. I mean, is this Wamatochik here? I believe that's Wamatochik.
It looks like it.
Yeah.
Yep. Camp W.
Okay. That's my guess, though. But that really looks like Wamatochik. So, do you remember about what time you were hitting Wamatochik last year when you were running this race?
I think it was like after midnight, which is just crazy. How fast everybody is this year. Part of it probably has to do with the conditions, but it just keeps getting more and more competitive too. And it's just, I can't believe that there were 6 runners already through Whiskey Row by the time I sat down here.
Yeah, you had a little bit of a different background, having more of a road background than a lot. Like, for instance, yours was more similar to like somebody like Jake Jackson.
Yep.
You're talking about that. But you're also no stranger to doing, 150, 160 miles in 24 hours. Do you think that there were certain things that were applicable in terms of that? Like, for instance, trying to set your pace, or, had you been in a situation where you'd had the 6 to 8 across the years and had a high number.
Yep.
Did your experience with sleep strategy there help you here?
Not at all. I'm terrible at sleeping. Well, the one thing I learned about across the years was that I went through that whole 6-day race maybe with like an hour and a half of sleep total. And so I guess I kind of realized that you can go really, really, really long without sleeping, but it's not ideal at all.
So you basically went as your body forced you to.
Yeah.
Let's see if we can get eyes on that bib. 163. That's Adam Williams. being taken care of by a legendary runner herself, Karen Bonet, in the purple jacket. Karen famously finished Western States a few years ago with 9 seconds to spare.
Wow, that's right, man.
Sprinting on the track to get in before the cutoff. Looks like Noel Kingston is still there volunteering. I'm not sure who that is volunteering, helping Adam out right now. So yeah, that is Adam Williams. Out of Washington. He's going for his third finish here at Cocodona. So no stranger to this race, having completed it in 2024 and in 2023.
3 years in a row.
Also did the Arizona Monster last month. So stacking up those miles here. Yeah, looking back, he's got multiple 100-miler finishes, plenty of 200-mile finishes as well. Finishes at the Triple Crown at Bigfoot, top 10 finishes there.
Second at Moab, looked like.
Yeah, second at Moab. UTMB a couple years ago. So Adam is definitely somebody who has run a fair share of races. Looks like we have. Is that Michael Greer right there? Yeah, it looks like Michael Greer getting the double filmer treatment. Looks like that could, yeah, he's getting filmed by two runners. And I'm not sure if that is Matt Kahn getting filmed as well, or if that's Dan Pena. It's one of the two.
I know Michael was with Versteeg earlier, but it looks like he's kind of on an island here coming into Prescott.
When you were running at night, did you utilize pacers when you ran Cocodona?
No. That's one thing I really enjoy about trail races is I really like to do them without crew or pacers, and so that was one thing that I kind of enjoyed. I don't know, like I feel like it's because I always have pacers and crew at the more road style ultras that maybe, it's just a totally different experience going out on the trail and then just kind of knowing that you're out there alone and then making new friends with some of the other people running. So that's kind of how I went about it.
That's actually going to lead into what the next question I was going to have was, so did you find yourself at night, for instance, partnering up with people, maybe when it got to be kind of cold and dark and you had the opportunity to?
Caleb and I teamed up
really?
Coming into Prescott. Last year. So that was a lot of fun sharing a lot of miles with him.
Yeah, Caleb's a great guy, as those that have tuned in earlier found out. That's Versteeg right there. Some years Versteeg has been I believe in 2 of the 4 years, Versteeg has been the first person to hit Whiskey Row. He was the first one in 2021, and I believe in 2023 as well.
Yeah, I think him and Killian were up there.
Yeah,
a couple of years ago.
So in 2023, what happened was the two of them came up to Whiskey Row, and Versteeg started to sprint so he would be ahead and basically slid in front of Killian at the gate. It was kind of funny.
Oh, that's so funny.
Yeah. Versteeg's like, not in my yard.
Yeah. Well, what's funny about that year is I was at Camp Kipa with Garmeyer and McKnight, and we pretty much shared that whole section down to the next, I think it was a different aid station name at the time. But, I mean, we're talking after midnight. And then we all know McKnight went on to...
Yeah, so you were there with him early on.
Yeah, I think I actually beat him to Prescott because he got in at like 8 a.m. So we're talking 12 hours from now when McKnight came in and he won that. It's just incredible. I can't put that year into words as far as like the way that race went. So, I mean, it's still so early, I guess, is what that tells us.
Yeah, I'm beginning to think, though, that 2023 year, and I think that McKnight would testify to this as well, is that the way that happened is a severe outlier. I don't think that you can give up that kind of ground anymore in this race.
True.
The fields have gotten better, and the runners have just gotten so much more talented. As we can see, it looks like Versteeg is already on his way out, heading down the street, Montezuma Street in Prescott, Arizona. So, did you get your fill of Cocodona last year, Pete, or are you thinking about coming back for another bite of the apple?
I think Cocodona is like one of those maybe twice a decade type races for me, I think. So, I'd be happy to pace your crew maybe.
Looks like we've got Michael Greer here, local to the Valley. Greer has a third place finish in Cocodona to his credit a few years ago, and also won Sedona Canyons. So Michael Greer, definitely a talented runner, and has had solid success at this event. The year he won, or the year he finished on the podium at Cocodona was 2023, and the Sedona Canyons victory was last year. This year, obviously Cocodona, as well as the Triple Crown coming up for him as well. So a lot of racing.
Quite the year.
Michael Greer's 2025. Good morning, E.T. Wolf. Glad you're joining us. Thanks to the nearly 4,000 people that are still hanging out here with us. I will have to admit, that's a lot of people. That is a large contingent of people that are still following this race very closely. And I do want to say that I think that, shout out to Zach and the team behind the scenes, Zach and Jordan and Trevor and those who have made this all possible, because frankly, our visuals have gotten better over time. I mean, so I've known you basically since the very beginning of Aravaipa live streaming. I mean, you're talking Desert Solstice 2018, like type stuff. So you've seen it since the very beginning.
Oh yeah, it's come a long way. And it was pretty good back then too.
Yeah, I mean, we were kind of learning on the fly, and we learned that talking for a long time is a little bit exhausting, but we also learned, some good things, and I think that over time, we've leveled up here whenever possible, and now, I'm very proud to be a part of the broadcast now, but I'm also proud of my time, when everything was brand new. So, but yeah, when you were running at Desert Solstice, perhaps, and found out for the first time that we were actually going to be streaming the race and you were me on camera, like, what were your thoughts? Like, was that cool, or was it like, oh crap, or what was your reaction as a runner the first time you were realizing you were going to be live streamed?
I was like, well, I better watch what I'm saying. I think I've probably been caught a few times, saying something that to my crew or complaining, and
that's Lindsay Dwyer right there, I believe.
Oh yeah.
Hitting Wamatochik Aid.
You can always tell by the round tables, and I think Kipa's the one with the rectangular tables, in case you're wanting to remember between the two.
It's a good tip. Thank you. I saw that Marcel Vanderstrom was one of the people helping Lindsay out. A lot of locals part of this whole event. I mean, thank you to all the volunteers out there that make it possible as well. I mean, we've got a very vibrant community here in Arizona, and I know that a lot of people travel here and opt to be a part of it as well. That's one of the things that really amazes me, is that I've met people who have come out for races that I would consider not to be like big tentpole events like Cocodona or Javelina, that still come out to be a part of it, just because they want to see what the buzz is about, and then they keep coming out.
Yeah.
So shout out to those volunteers, especially those right now that are taking care of Lindsay and helping her figure out what she wants to eat. Looks like grabbing some watermelon. One of the things about following ultra running coverage is that we kind of joke sometimes, tongue in cheek, that the idea of ultra running is basically we're just filming people as they stop running, and then we pick them up every time they stop, as opposed to following them while running. But then again, we actually have more drones and follow cams now than we used to. So.
Yeah, without the drones, you'd be like, well, is this just like an eating contest, or what's going on here?
But people, I mean, in our earlier days of live streaming, people loved it. People loved the content in terms of the, being able to just see people at aid stations. I think that, a lot of times it was because it was their family or their friends or just something dynamic on the screen. Sometimes we'll have those static cams at aid stations like we'll have after we go off our live coverage tonight, and it was not the most dynamic experience, but we do our best to provide as much coverage as possible, with the manpower and technology available to us.
Yeah,
there's a Mike McMonagle sighting.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I like to. It kind of gives you context of like how hard this is. Like if you just look on paper and say, "Oh, this person ran, 250 miles in X hours," it's like, okay, but what does it actually look like? I think gets you a lot more respect for what they're doing.
Looks like Greer is hitting Whiskey Row. About 15 hours, 36 minutes into his race. We'll see if he picks up a pacer here. We're taking the roller coaster ride through the aid station.
One thing I love about these aid stations, if you do these races, multiple times, is it's like it's almost always the same people, and so like that brings some like comfort sometimes. I think is if you, I know who I'm going to see at this next aid station, especially if you don't have like crew or pacers. You kind of like become friends with these people, and they take care of you and bring you back to life.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely true because, if you run a race, like for instance, running Crown King locally or Javelina locally, like almost all the same running clubs work it year in, year out on the same shifts. So like, for instance, that you're going to get like the Surprise Running Club at Rattlesnake Ranch. You're going to get the AZ Trailleggers at Black Canyon, at Hidden Treasure. It's like you have the same group of people that tend to gravitate year after year, and it's really kind of a special thing, especially here in the Aravaipa community. So it's one of the things I'm very proud of. It looks like we've got we might have another runner or two approaching Whiskey Row. Somebody was asking how late the live stream goes. So Pete and I are going to be on. Well, basically Pete's on until he's basically over it. But we're going to basically try and catch as many runners as we can tonight with our anchored coverage. The first several women hitting Whiskey Row. And then we'll basically just find a pause point where we'll pause our live coverage, our live anchored coverage, but we'll still have a webcam going at the aid stations. That's correct, right, Jordan? Thank you very much. Our Jordan Schmidt, one of our producers, confirming that we are going to have a static webcam going through the night. So technically, we will be wall to wall for all 125 hours as we have our boots on the ground. Hillary Yang.
All right. Hi, guys. How's it going?
Great. What do you got for us?
All right. We got Michael Greer in the aid station using what looks like a Theragun for a little body roll out. We had Michael Versteeg come through here a few minutes ago. His wife and kid were here as well, sort of whole family here to support him. Interestingly enough, as he came through, he didn't have any extra layers on. He hasn't put on a jacket or anything, and we do have a little bit of light rain starting up. So, we'll see how that plays out, but he seems to be moving warm. Same thing for Michael Greer here, still in a t-shirt, still looking like he's moving comfortably. The temperatures, I'd say, haven't dropped significantly in the last little bit. It's sort of still holding right now, but we are expecting that weather overnight. So a lot of the runners, as they come through, have been taking the time to put on those layers and really get set for that. We'll see if Michael puts anything on before he leaves the aid station. But right now, it looks like potentially a shoe change. I see shoes coming off right now. It looks like, for a lot of the runners, the issue is always like the grit that gets into your socks, just sort of managing that. Anyone that's run anything over, ultra distance knows how dangerous those blisters can be. And so staying on top of that is a huge priority. But it looks like he's also using the Theragun on the bottom of his feet. So, I don't know. Maybe that's the move,
interesting.
Just a little right? A little flush. Why not? We'll see what he's got for nutrition. I saw one of his crew heading over to just the aid station area to grab a couple things for him. But we'll see if we can take a peek at what he's got over here.
And of course, Michael Greer is no stranger to this race and this course, and also to having success on this course, having finished third here in 2023. So, for those that are looking to see, maybe somebody they're not familiar with, kick butt and take names on this course and see how we locals handle it. He's been arguably the most successful local from the Phoenix area in Cocodona.
So it looks like there's a little Theragun switch out happening to a different massage tool, but leaning into some of the recovery options. It's interesting, right? Like, I think, every runner has a different strategy as they're coming into the aid station, and just, obviously his crew has got sort of everything here ready for whatever he needs. And, we're 77 miles into this thing. So I think, Michael's playing the long game. He understands that you got to keep things moving. You don't want to get locked up as you're heading into the night. So we got some active recovery going on here. A little hip release. Should be taking notes, right?
Yeah, he's definitely got a plan here.
Yeah, this is serious business.
It's not easy.
No, I would be
At
cramping.
this point in the race,
My whole body would
no.
be cramping. I wouldn't even try to touch my toes at this point in the race. Get on the ground.
Yeah,
But
we might
I
need to
also
find
do think it's smart.
about his flexibility routine after this race is all said and done.
How much yoga do you do, right? Serious questions. But honestly, you think about, if I'm running a race, you hold so much tension in that lower back and the top of your hips there. So taking the time to make sure that you are able to run well seems to me like you'll make up that time later on in the race, rather than hobbling your way. And that's true for so much of this race and just this sport in general. You take the time now and it pays off when you're able to run 2 minutes faster per mile as the race goes on and everybody else is slowing down. So I do think it's cool to see him sort of utilizing some of those tools right now. It looks like Michael's also got a pacer who's gearing up and ready to go. Haven't seen him eating much yet. I don't know what the fueling strategy is there, but maybe he's keeping up with his nutrition more on the go.
It's like
I will say it's
Greer's
interesting,
putting everything together to depart.
Yeah, I was going to say he hasn't taken a lot of time. He didn't really sit down other than changing the shoes and sort of getting in there with the massage tools. He's not really taking much of a break, whereas some of the other runners, like Pau was in here for quite a while, I think warming up and just sort of getting some food in him and getting out again. But then you got Rachel just blowing right through. You've got the whole spectrum of approaches to this race, and we get to see how it's all going to play out down the road for everybody. But I think I'd say Michael's approach is just play it safe, make sure the body is still moving well, and then make up that time on the miles.
It looks like he's
aid station test. Yeah, pretty
looks like
quick
there's a
aid station
lot of
transition for him.
a lot of motion there, but not rushing, if that makes sense.
There's the nutrition.
Yeah. Yeah, I would say that's, there we go. So he's got rolled up pizza for the road.
And he and his pacer are off down Montezuma.
Yep. Yeah, so he rocked out of here with 2 slices of pizza rolled up like a little pizza burrito. So there we go. Nutrition is dialed. So definitely one way to do it. But yeah, no, I mean, that was pretty quick overall. I'd say that was one of the faster transitions we've seen through here.
Yeah, absolutely. It looked like he was really, I would say of the last few runners, he seemed like he was more in control of the circumstances than the last several guys that came through.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I would say he's looking really strong. And if anything, I think he's going to make up some time as we go into the night, just based on what we saw with the last 2 runners. I mean, to be fair, Michael Versteeg was also in and out of here very quickly and seemed to be very much in control of his race and knew what he wanted from his crew and was sort of in and out. So I'd say both of those guys are running really smart races. They don't seem to have gotten swept up in all of the, excitement of the beginning and the urge to go out too fast. And so I think we're really seeing in this top men's field a lot of experience and a lot of just like knowing how to play it safe, play the long game, settle in. Like they're not in a rush because they know that there's nothing but time. There's also a lot of time for things to go south. And so I think taking the time now will really pay off for them all later. But yeah, honestly, I'd say that they're looking in really good shape as they head into the night. It'll be kind of interesting to see how that shakes out by the time they get up to Fane. But both Michaels are looking really good.
Good.
Yeah,
Looks like our
go
next
Michaels.
Our next potential runners. Let's actually.
Who we got next
that's Kaylee Demerjian. That's Camp Kipa, right?
Camp Kipa.
Yeah. As you pointed out, we'll be able to see when the tables are
and brighter too. It's a little more chill at Camp W.
Yeah, that is true.
Yeah, I heard Michael Versteeg also blew through Camp W without stopping. So there's a lot of sort of, calculated moves being made at aid stations, I guess, or like knowing when runners want to make up some time and where they're choosing to stop, which is interesting to see, and definitely not feeling like they have to utilize every aid station per se.
Yeah, that's kind of interesting to me, Hillary, because it's the kind of thing where just picking and choosing their aid spots, I would have assumed that they were spaced out far enough that you would want to stop and at least kind of take stock of everything. But these runners are so well prepared that they're not even stopping at every aid station in a 250-mile race.
That is crazy, isn't it? Like you said, they are far apart. This is only the second time that crews have seen their runners since the race started, mile 77. So it's certainly not like we're seeing them every couple hours, but it just goes to show how much planning is going into these races and how prepared these runners are. Their crews don't seem surprised when they sort of cruise through quickly. Like, I think this is all part of the plan. And if you look at aid stations, I mean, that is where there's still a lot of time savings to be had. I think we're seeing more and more of the top runners treat these 200-mile aid stations like they're 100-mile aid stations and just try to get in and out as fast as possible.
I saw we had Catherine Edwards Anderson at Camp Kipa as well, the course record holder of the Sedona Canyons 125.
Amazing. Yeah, I mean, I caught a quick glimpse on the live stream of some of the women coming through. I think we've got Lindsay and Sarah, and I'm not sure who else is sort of in the next pack of women that are coming in here. But yeah, it's really cool to see the women looking so strong as well.
So this is Brianna Cornell, bib 106, currently running 9th place in the women's race that we just saw there. And I think that's Catherine leaving the aid station. So there's a lot of action going on right now. So yeah, that's Brianna Cornell on the left-hand side. Flagstaff local basically running home this week.
It's so nice to run home.
Yeah, you did that.
Yep, last year.
Yeah, it's I caught the last little bit of what you guys were saying there, but it sounds like you've got eyes on a few more of the top women as they move through. And it's, I think all of the women that I've seen today have looked really, really good. I think, honestly, I'm excited to see them come through whiskey and see if there's been any movement in the field. But, Allison Powell, Lindsay Dreyer, they're all they were cruising out of there. And, if Rachel is any indication, they're all moving well and certainly crushing the current women's course record still, which is really cool to see.
Yeah, we've got 9 women through Camp Kipa, and it's not even 9 p.m. on the first night. So that's got to be, I would say, probably 2 or 3 times what we've had in years past. And Shelby Farrell is not far out.
Yeah, I mean, that's really cool. That's the top 10 women all sort of running ahead of where we've seen this race historically. And to me, that's just so exciting. It just shows the level of competition. When you have these women like Courtney who are just sort of collectively, I think, inspiring all of us with what's possible. It really is that rising tide where we're seeing all of the women, you just sort of come up to this level. And even earlier, Rachel was saying it was one of her sort of goals to get to run with Courtney for a bit. And I think it wasn't just about running with Courtney, it's also just the fact that she was able to run with Courtney and that she was up there and that she was in it in that moment and that she's still in it. And just seeing her come through here with so much fire and enthusiasm and just having fun, to me, it just lights me up. It's everything I love about the sport. And it's just we see it in the men's field too, right? The more that every year someone pushes what's possible and just sort of takes it a little bit further, everybody starts to believe that's possible, and that becomes the new standard of normal, and it's just really exciting.
Yeah, the bar is just raised year in, year out. And you know this, Oda. You've been around so many of these races at the highest level, whether it be here, Western States, Hard Rock. It's amazing to see what the field does every year. I mean, look at the top 10 times at States. Look at the winning times at any race. It's a whole new ballgame even compared to a few years ago.
Yeah. Yeah, it's you can see this sort of exponential curve in the sport right now. And you feel that excitement here too. As Courtney came through in first place overall, this place was just buzzing. The website was crashing, everything's crashing because there's just so many people invested in the sport, getting to glance through the live stream, seeing everybody in the comments. It's just really cool to grow that. And I think Cocodona has done such a good job of building the storytelling around these races, and 200s are such a unique thing because they are so long and so much can go wrong, but there's also so much potential for these incredible storylines that come out of it. So, it all ties into it, just being inspired and seeing what's possible and seeing the human potential that comes out of these insane races.
Yeah, as we mentioned, we are at Camp Kipa right now. At least that's our view. We're on the line with Hillary Yang, who is at Whiskey Row at mile 78. But this is Brianna Cornell at Camp Kipa, which is mile 62, basically the 100K mark. We're expecting Shelby Farrell to potentially be coming through in a little bit as well. Shelby Farrell, a previous finisher of this race as well. I believe finished 10th in 2021. Expect to see her any moment. Bib number 136, Daniel Bishop in the foreground. Daniel Bishop from Cannonsburg, PA. Oh.
Is that Jesse?
Jesse Haynes right there. Jesse Haynes was part of a bit of a pack. Let's see if they're still kind of together, that was hitting towards Whiskey Row.
I think Max was right behind him.
Yeah. Max Jolliffe and DJ Fox could be right around where Jesse Haynes is right now.
And then Jack Scott's still hanging in there. I know he was hurting pretty bad
Yeah.
earlier, so good to see him still moving out there.
Awesome. We're good.
It's just yeah. Reset.
And right now, Courtney and Dan they're getting into some more runnable sections of the course. So I'd be interested to see if they kind of team up or if Courtney stays ahead of him.
They're through the Dells?
Yep. Can't believe it.
That's wild to me. Again, it's not even 9 p.m. on day one, and we have runners that are through the Dells.
Like Courtney was already getting there. I was wondering if she would get there in the daylight because that is a really tricky area to navigate because you're just kind of running over rock slabs and there's not a whole lot of trail definition.
Yeah, Courtney basically looks like she might be about a 5K out from Iron King. Wait, Iron King is at mile 91. Just kind of processing this in my head. So we're under 16 hours, and Courtney is about 86, 87 miles into this race. So you're pacing for a sub 20? Well under sub 20.
Sub 19.
Yeah, sub 19.
And this is like a technical 100. This is like not an easy race if it were a 100-miler in itself.
Yeah, I should defer to you on the 100-mile fast pacing calculator questions because I know that you'll have those numbers going in your head much quicker than I. See, I can count what it's like to do like an 18:30.
So, well, sub 18, actually. I was wrong because 2 hours she'll probably be hitting 100.
Yeah.
Close.
So Courtney Dauwalter could hit the 100-mile mark by midnight, a little bit less than midnight.
Yep, man.
And Dan is too. Yeah, the two of them both could hit the 100-mile mark and be at Fain Ranch before midnight. Actually, if they keep anything close to this pace, they're going to hit Fain Ranch before midnight.
Oh,
as somebody who has run this race, Pete, I mean, what are your thoughts on that?
Well, I mean, and it almost just keeps them going that much faster. I mean, it's not going to be fun up on Mingus tonight. As we
that Mingus climb would be rough.
And just how cold, because, I mean, we're sitting here in Flagstaff, and it's upper 30s and raining, and Mingus is probably that much worse. But, I mean, they're going through this section where when I was doing it, it was like the middle of the next day, and it was hot. So, I mean, they're just going to keep moving quick. I'm curious when Courtney's and Dan and all these leaders are going to sleep for the first time because they're probably making it further than they thought they were at this time.
You'd think so. I mean, they couldn't have possibly calculated this pace, but I think that the weather is a huge factor, and those that might not be familiar with this race in years past, it gets hot. I mean, it gets, you're talking up into the mid-90s on some of the earlier parts of the race. That first stretch from the start line to Crown King, I mean, is just brutal. But it wasn't brutal from a weather standpoint at all today. I mean, it was, maybe mid-60s and, a little bit of a mist in the air at times. But, for that front of the pack as they got to Crown King, I mean, obviously they're all amazing runners. I mean, Harry was the first one there. Of course, Courtney, Dan, all moving, Jack, all moving very well. But I think that the conditions were so favorable that they have to be exceeding even their most optimistic projections.
Yep. And one thing I noticed with the race plan I kind of laid out last year for myself was I was just so much more efficient once I got up above the plateau with water and cooling off.
We're going to keep very close eyes on, is that going to be at Iron King then? Okay. So we have an Iron King cam. Right now we've got, oh, is that it right there? Is that our Courtney cam? Yeah, that's Courtney on the left. Yep. Courtney DeWalter hitting Iron King at mile 91. Moving well, moving smooth.
Looks like it might be raining a little bit there.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I don't think we've ever had Iron King footage on night one. We just never had anybody get there this fast.
No. I mean, at this point in the night, usually you're talking about Whiskey Row.
Yeah. The leaders are usually hitting Whiskey Row right about now. Courtney is 13 miles past Whiskey Row. Okay, so she's about a mile and a half out of Iron King. Picked up her pacer at Whiskey Row. So we're just going to kind of stick on this shot for a little while. Think there won't be any objections from the audience to follow Courtney DeWalter as she makes her way to Iron King Aid. Apparently there's movement in the chat to name the aid station to Iron Queen.
I love it.
So, Pete, when you're running a race and you find yourself getting ahead of your paces, like, for instance, if you're running like a 100-miler and maybe you find yourself 50, 60 miles in pacing for, maybe something sub 13 or something like that, or depending on your goal is maybe 13, 30 or whatever, like, do you push or do you kind of dial it back or a little bit? What's your usual mindset?
I mean, that's the thing. She has to be so far ahead of any goal she had going into this race. I mean, what other goal can you have other than to win a race outright?
Yeah.
And then to be ahead of course record pace. So I have to say it has to be sustainable in her mind, and she's not reaching, but
no, she looks great. You've raced a bit. You've shared the track with Courtney before.
Yeah. We were teammates on the 24-hour team in 2017.
Yeah, so you've seen her run, and this is just as controlled as you've probably ever seen her.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see, number one, the sleep strategy coming into play. Number two, whether or not these paces are sustainable. I mean, it doesn't look like Courtney is taxing herself at all at this point.
And having, Dan behind her, are they going to push each other? Are they going to leapfrog at some point? We'll just keep the pace moving.
Yeah, Dan is fast.
All right. You guys hear me over here? We're back at Whiskey with Jesse Haynes.
Okay.
Just came in a second ago. And I actually had a chance to catch up with his wife, Kira Henninger, amazing RD in SoCal, just before Jesse came in. And she said his eating has been awesome today. So he's been doing a lot of this like collagen bone broth soup and a lot of like protein powder shakes at the last aid station. And so Kira's got a little like cup of the bone broth soup for him right now. Hear Jesse talking about how it's fairly cold out right now, so I'm feeling like that hot soup is going to be pretty clutch. And Yeah, well, we'll give him a second to settle in, but it looks like there's also going to be a shoe change. He's got a new pair on the ground there. But yeah, he's moved up a couple places, and it's really cool to see. Again, Jesse, no stranger to, this distance, these races, and brings a lot of experience into this as far as playing the long game and just, knowing how to pace himself. And I personally am very inspired by his eating strategy right now, and I'm taking some notes on just a lot of hot liquids, a lot of sort of like easy calories to get in, but really prioritizing that hot food right now as it's cold outside.
Looks like we might be expecting Max Jolliffe to get to Whiskey Row fairly soon as well.
Oh, awesome. Yeah, I saw his partner Mackenzie here a little earlier.
Oh, there he is.
Yeah. Oh, perfect. We got Max Jolliffe coming in. We'll pivot.
Yeah, he's about 2 or 3 blocks out. I think we're going to be bouncing back and forth on our coverage here between these two cameras very much.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're just sort of peeking in on Max's crew as they're getting set up. Hi.
How are you guys?
How are you?
Good, hanging in there.
Good. Yeah, we're expecting Mac in a sec.
Yes, he's almost here.
What's your strategy?
We're going to do a shoe change and a little warm towel and see what else he needs.
Yeah.
Maybe a toothbrush. And if he wants food, some food, and go from there. Kind of have to assess once he gets here.
Well, you haven't seen him in a bit, right? It's sort of like...
Yeah, it's been a while, so we'll see.
Cool. Well, we will stay out of your way, but try to snoop in and see what's going on. So yeah, it sounds like another
Max
shoe
is
change.
running
Hot
in
towel.
dry terrain.
So I don't know if you guys can see, but they've got a bucket going with some like steaming hot towels in there. And I know Mackenzie was saying at Crown King that Max was dabbing some eucalyptus oil on his buff and giving himself a little spa experience out on the trail. So it's sort of on brand. He's sort of sticking with this trend of just sort of the, maybe it's sort of the calming influence of the hot towel or whatever it is. But I'm sort of intrigued. I've never seen this at a race before where someone is sort of prioritizing the like mental health side of it all, I guess. Just like taking a little bit of extra time for those little touches. But yeah, hot towels for the win. Hot towels and bone broth.
Well, Max is about a block and a half away. Can we see where Courtney's at as well really quick? We'll just... Oh, we lost Courtney? Okay, so when we get Courtney back on, we'll no doubt be heading back out to her. But we've got Max Jolliffe, one of the big favorites in the live stream chat, passing the Prescott County, the Yavapai County Courthouse in Prescott. About a block and a half away, a little bit less from the Whiskey Row Aid.
DJ Fox might be right behind him as well.
Yeah, this seems like a whole lot of runners here early. Is that...
Looks like Jesse's got some gators going on, which, hi Jesse.
Hi.
How are you?
Gotta have these.
Gotta have the
Looks like
gators.
we've got eyes on Cameron Haynes as well. Is that what I'm hearing? No. Oh, Jesse Haynes. Yeah.
Jesse Haynes. Other Haynes.
Yeah. Well, there's so many cameras all over the place showing
All right, we're going to go find
It's
Max.
awesome.
It sounds like he's coming into the aid station right now. I know, you guys have like a wealth of beta. Oh.
Yep, Max is coming in, heading your way, taking a left.
Here we go. All right. Looking good. All these guys coming in right now have got their rain jackets on. It is sprinkling outside. Definitely, I think, starting to feel the nighttime temperatures a bit more.
Looks like we're going to see if we've got Courtney as Max takes a seat. We'll see if we can ascertain how far out from Iron King Courtney is.
Looks like the majority of the course right now is under rain, for all those wondering. So a lot of soaked runners out there tonight.
So in year 2 starts at Cocodona, did it ever rain at all?
No, bone dry.
Yeah, we don't get much wet running out here.
No, I mean, this is probably the most moisture we've gotten.
That's
in
true.
months in Arizona.
Time later, yeah.
Got a foot spray happening. Looks like Max is getting a bit of foot care done. You can see a tensor bandage around his ankle there as well, or some KT tape at least. Brushing his teeth at the same time. This is some serious multitasking.
Okay, so we're hearing that Dan Green is about a mile behind Courtney at this point as the two of them approach Iron King. Things are hot.
And then third overall, Ryan looks like he's finishing up the Granite Dells, and then Rachel's moved into Watson Lake and not too far behind.
Yeah, Audrey, the foot coverage is just a part of the reality of the sport.
Full service coverage here. Sounds like it's pretty dusty out there. Definitely not the first runner we've seen coming in coughing up some dust. But
that's actually a little bit surprising because of how much moisture has been in the air.
Yeah, I mean, it's weird because it has been rainy, but then there's also been times where it's been pretty dry. And I think depending on where you are on the course, you're probably just moving through a bunch of this terrain. I mean, we're still seeing runners come through dealing with, grit and sand in their shoes. So they're clearly still kicking up.
We've pivoted to our coverage of Courtney. Making her way to Iron King. Again, just the thing that really amazes me right now is that obviously she's in a flatter, non-technical piece of the course, but Courtney just looks so smooth, so in control. We could only hope to look like this 90 miles into a race.
It's incredible.
I mean, it looks like she's barely moving, but Pete, if you had to guess, how fast do you think she's going?
I mean, it looks like she's probably doing 9-something pace, which is just like sprinting when you're doing a race like this. But yeah, her effort level looks like she's doing 12-minute miles.
Yeah.
But she's going faster than that. I mean, even the tracker, you can kind of tell a little bit how fast someone's going. Yeah, it looks like the tracker has her around 6 miles per hour, which it's not perfect, but it usually kind of gives you an idea of how fast someone's moving.
Yeah, in a ballpark for sure.
I don't know what that means. No, for sure, that's what I mean. Yeah. Yeah, we'll he's the hypochondriac and is over.
Do it more.
I mean, overall, to this point, just kind of estimating
This should be best practice.
Courtney is basically running for the entirety of the race about a 10-minute 42 pace. 10:42. 90 miles into a race that she's gained what, about 18,000 feet of climb so far?
Yeah, I think you're probably already in that 40% of total climb already at this point in the race, if I had to guess. I mean, when you think about the handicap of all of those miles early on, it's just like, and you're averaging a 10-something pace, it's just like, when you factor in the handicap of stopping at aid stations, all of that, I mean, it's just crazy what she's doing.
Yeah, I'll see if I can get an actual fully up-to-date calculation on her pace to date. Yeah, roughly about a 10:50 for the entirety of the race so far, and that includes, you think about all those climbs out of Black Canyon all the way up to Lane Mountain. You know, that scramble. You know, as you're coming out of the canyon, that very first climb. You know, that's, you know, through the Granite Dells. Like, all of that is, you know, baked into this. The fact that she's at about a 10:50, 10:51 pace for the entirety of the race so far. I mean, her 100-mile split is going to be, like you said, sub 18 hours.
It's just so hard to think about.
Yeah, for those who are tuning into this race coverage,
Get it, go. Once you start cheering, there's no stopping.
That's the rule.
DJ Fox right there.
Yeah, that's DJ Fox. He's got a slice of cheese and pepperoni pizza in his hand. Right for the camera. In great spirits. He's got a good crew here pumping him up. Wardrobe fix is happening. And he's got his pacer Travis ready to take him out of here. Also, a second ago, caught him scarfing down a giant bag of the Idaho potatoes. So, all the food.
Looks like his stop was fairly quick as well.
Yeah, it's got all the support. Yeah, so we got lots of Idaho potatoes happening. That seems to be the move right now, and a lot of rolled up pizza to go.
Looks like we should be expecting Jack Scott in there. Is that him right there?
Yes, I believe that is. Teal vest.
Okay. So we've got Jack Scott right here. We're also following Courtney DeWalter, as it sounds like she is about 2 minutes to Iron King. And again, I stress, we've never seen Iron King on night one, ever. During our coverage, we've never once had any feed from Iron King on night one because we've just never needed it.
We're just back at Whiskey. We've had Jack Scott just come in, one of our early race leaders, and still holding strong. Happy to see a chair, it looks like. And then DJ Fox and Max Joel just left the aid station pretty much at the same time, as well as Jesse Haynes.
He looked a lot better coming down the street. When he came to Camp
Yeah.
Kipa, he looked really rough.
Yeah,
He seemed to have his
moving
balance
well.
back.
Yeah, that's an impressive rebound.
See if we can figure out what's on the menu here.
Oh, rice pudding.
Ooh, rice pudding. That's a new one.
Makes sense, though. It's actually a pretty good idea.
Yeah, no, that's kind of genius, right?
Looks like we've got Courtney now approaching Iron King. Yeah, my experience covering Iron King has always been on night 2.
Yeah, for me it was middle of the day, hot.
So describe this area, Pete, that she's coming into here.
Yeah, it's I think is it Prescott Valley is the name of the town there. It's pretty residential, a lot of sidewalk. Here pretty soon she'll be kind of venturing out into some grasslands. So getting back into a much more remote but exposed during the day section of the course.
Of course, her next aid station will be Fain Ranch, the Satisfy Fain Ranch aid.
They got some great couches there. And then eventually up to Mingus.
After we have Courtney depart here, we'll talk to you about what is awaiting her at her next aid station. Looks like that's Ryan Thrower right there in the yellow, or right over Courtney's shoulder, basically.
I wonder if we'll see Dan here before Courtney leaves the aid station.
Oh, that's a good point. We may well. Yeah, I think that if Courtney wants to take her time, she's absolutely within her bounds to do so, simply because I know that people were excited when she passed for the overall lead, but we're just still so early on that, a few steps or, a few minutes is, it's pretty inconsequential at this point. As long as Courtney is running well, or as long as Dan is running well, they're going to, continue to move at great paces. So we'll see if Courtney, it looks like she's getting things finalized to head out, though, towards Fain Ranch. So it doesn't look like Dan might catch her here at this aid, but I would expect we're going to be seeing him come into Iron King very shortly.
Yeah, I wonder if they'll team up at all. It's always nice having another set of headlights out there.
Yeah, it doesn't look like Dan was very far back at all. It looks like he had gained some ground. Dan was a half mile. Oh, there's Dan Green. And I guess nominally, Dan Green has passed Courtney.
Oh. Are we going to look back on that? For better or worse, I guess.
Yeah, but again, you know, if he pauses at the aid station to grab a bite to eat and Courtney goes by, it's...
Oh, okay.
We'll see how long Dan takes in this aid station. Courtney has taken her time here. As I mentioned, I think that maybe this is going to be the last time she sees, or just trying to prepare for maybe a quick run through Fain Ranch, potentially. Maybe prepping her up to kind of push to Mingus.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, where do you sleep? It's just, they have to be so much further ahead of where they thought they'd be.
Yeah, Dan looks comfortable as well. I met Dan, got to interview him after his race at Haviland 100. Quite young, 27 years old, I believe. 28 maybe. Very nice guy. And Courtney with the pass back. Yeah, Pete, for those that aren't familiar, like when you're in a race like this, you know, you mentioned the possibility of teamwork or running together, even with pacers. Is that something that you've had to employ at 100 milers in your experience, or maybe at longer distances?
Yeah. I think when you're out there and you kind of have not a huge gap, but a little bit of a gap, it really benefits both of you to team up a little bit. So, I mean, and you're not even thinking about competition at this point. You're thinking about, how do I keep moving down the course as quickly as possible, and can I use anyone else I'm out there racing against to do that?
When you're at a race such as this, at what point, I would assume at this point, Courtney doesn't care whether she's running first or second right now. I think that she's probably got numbers that she's thinking about in her head and hitting those. But it's probably not going to be for another 100 miles before she thinks about, quote, winning.
Yeah, I would bet you she is kind of relieved that Dan is right there, because, you know, you can start second guessing your race strategy. Did you go out too hard? Is there just so much attention on you that it becomes overwhelming? But then sometimes when you have someone pass you or kind of go back and forth, it takes a lot of that pressure off of you.
Yeah, and when you're talking about somebody as experienced and capable and talented as Courtney, I mean, this is not going to make her feel nerves or anything like that.
No. Nope, not at all.
So Dan made up 8 minutes on Courtney after Whiskey Row. Pretty impressive. And he's working through, looks like he's lacing up, but taking his time. Doesn't look like he's rushing it at all.
Ryan Sands just a few miles back, so we'll see him coming into Iron King too.
Yeah, so we're going to have 3 runners potentially hit Iron King during tonight's broadcast. Oh, yeah, it's really kind of mind-blowing.
And Rachel's probably an hour out from Iron King.
Probably about 5.4, 5.3. Yeah. And Harry is not far behind her as well. So your current, let's do a quick little rundown of the leaders. And this is not exact necessarily if there's been some tracker lag. And I know that some of you have had some difficulty trying to get into the tracker. Try the link at the top of the chat. I believe it's option 1. Your overall leader and your leader in the women's race, Courtney DeWalter, just left Iron King on her way to Fain Ranch. Rachel Entrican in 2nd. Lindsay Dwyer has moved into 3rd. Georgia Porter 4th. Sarah Ostaszewski, Allison Powell 5th. Sarah Ostaszewski 6th. Catherine Edwards Olson 7th. Kaylee Demersion 8th. Brianna Cornell 9th. And Shelby Farrell in 10th. On the men's side, we've got Dan Green in 1st, Ryan Sands in 2nd, Harry Schubertus in 3rd, Michael Versteeg in 4th, Pau Rius in 5th, Michael Greer in 6th, Max Jolliffe in 7th, DJ Fox in 8th, Jack Scott in 9th, and Cody Poskin in 10th. Looks like Cody Poskin might be hitting Whiskey Row shortly, and Dan Green is out on the trail. Yeah, you're talking a quarter mile between the two of them.
Wow.
Yeah. Basically an inconsequential amount at this point. So, Pete, now that we have a moment, tell us about Fain Ranch Aid.
I mean, I just remember the couches. I was pretty out of it when I was there, even though it was the middle of the day.
So it's the Satisfy Fain Ranch Aid Station.
That's right.
So they basically have a nice little couch set up. They have like massage chairs or anything like that, or did you?
Oh yeah, I didn't partake. I was just so overheated that I needed to sit on the couch for about 15 minutes.
We're back at Camp Kipa. See if we can get IDs on a number here. That was a very smiley individual. Dante Dugan leaving. He's very smiley. He's enjoying himself out there. A little bit of a lull in the action at Camp Kipa. I assume it's going to get pretty hopping here. You're talking about 16 and a half, 17 hours into the 100K mark of the race, as this runner is being helped by Karen Bonet-Natraj, legendary ultra runner herself. Bib number 278. Thank you. Kevin Bott. Kevin bought a local to Arizona, Scottsdale. Ran Black Canyon earlier this year. Looks like that was his longest finish to date. It's a bit of a jump up. Bib 316 is at the aid station as well. That's Eli Waby. I know that Eli runs a lot with Andy Glaze. I think he was ahead of Andy at last check. He got a haircut. He had longer hair before. I'm just saying. Eli did finish this race last year. Finished in 90 hours, 29 minutes, or 90 hours, 20 minutes, 29 seconds. All right, we're going to take a quick ad break, and when we come back, we will see if anybody else has hit Fain Ranch. You are watching the Cocodona 250 on the Mountain Outpost YouTube channel presented by Air Viper Running.
Hey Cocodona fans, here to tell you about the new GSCCD from Speedland. Our GS franchise originally started and was proven out on the Cocodona Trail, so we made a commission specific for this amazing 250-mile course. All the elements you've come to know and love about Speedland, the HTPU beaded midsole, the double BOA fit system, the removable Carbitex carbon plate, but now with specific design elements to celebrate this incredible race. Go pick up a pair now. RunSpeedland.com. Use code CCD20 for 20% off.
back here in the studio. We've got runners. That is Shelby Farrell right there. Shelby Farrell has hit Camp Kipa. We are expecting our first runners to get to Fain Ranch here before our coverage drops off, our anchored coverage. We will have static cams going on all night, but Pete Kostelnik and here in the studio with me and I have basically committed to at least 11 p.m. tonight to see those first runners hit Fain, and hopefully the last runners hit Crown King as well. Do we have cameras out at Crown King? Like a static cam? Okay, just wanted to make sure if we need to pivot there. We only have, I believe it is 5 runners that have yet to get to Crown King at this point, and their cutoff is at 11:55 tonight. And that would be Elizabeth Russ, Andre Lee, Taylor Smart, and Shanoa Creer. We are hoping that all of them are able to make it to Crown King in the next 2 hours and 14 minutes in order to continue their journey. And then on the front side, Courtney DeWalter is roughly 5 miles out from her next aid station at Fain Ranch, mile 96. And Courtney and Dan Green are your race leaders at this moment. Courtney is the overall leader, but in an amount that I would consider to be highly inconsequential, as Courtney pinged at mile 91.8 2 minutes ago, and Dan Green pinged at mile 91.8 just now. So, Pete, you were talking about the numbers as we see Eli Waby leave Camp Kipa. The numbers that you had noticed with regards to comparison to last year's blazing pace set by String Bean getting to Whiskey Row.
Yeah, I was looking back at String Bean Joe McConaughey's split because I'm pretty sure, at least on this course, he had the fastest split to Watson Lake. And so last year he was hitting Watson Lake right about this very time. And so we've had 6 runners. And so that's not to diminish what he did last year, but it's just crazy how fast this race is. You know, a lot of it due to conditions, a lot of it due to just the the ability of the runners out there.
When you ran this race last year, did your execution follow your plan?
Yeah, I think my struggle early in the race was I was probably moving faster than I thought I would, but I was spending more time at the aid stations to cool off. And then just the amount of hydration you have to refill, it makes sense in some ways how they are moving so fast, but it's still just incredible.
You can see, yeah, the front of the women's pack, the top 10 have now hit Camp Kipa. Shelby Farrell was F10, hitting this aid station. Somebody was asking my 8 a.m. top 3 predictions. If you're talking about the runners, I mean, I'll play along. I don't know if you meant like 3 predictions about the race. I'll just go with the top 3. I think that on the women's side, it's going to hold serve through the night. I think you're going to see Courtney, Rachel, and 3, 4, 5 are fairly close. I think Lindsay Dwyer is looking really good right now. Pete, I don't know if you saw what kind of mileage she's been putting down this year, but Lindsay Dwyer is averaging about 122 miles a week this year.
It's pretty. That's my type of numbers right there. but I think I heard how much vertical she was doing, and I don't get that.
Yeah, about 15 to 20. In terms of 15 to 20K feet, not meters. But pretty amazing. I know that she had a 165-mile week a couple weeks ago leading up to this with like a 1-week taper where she only did like 90.
I love that. High mileage training.
When you're preparing for something big, like a Desert Solstice or a Worlds or something like that, what was your peak mileage in your training blocks?
Well, there's been probably a few times where I'll admit I probably overtrained, but I do like that range of 150 to 200 a couple times.
A week?
Yes.
Like, how do you break that up? Is it like 3 runs a day, 1 run a day?
Well, I have had some very up and down training, but like a couple weeks ago, I did a back-to-back 50 miler on the weekend to get a 100-mile weekend and then 100 miles during the week, usually doubling before and after work. But it can be done. It's just it's a big commitment.
Yeah, that's super impressive to hear. Like, I didn't realize. I mean, it makes sense. You know, I've seen you race, you know, Desert Solstice, and obviously followed your career for a long time. But I guess I just really didn't kind of visualize the fact that you were dropping 150, 200-mile weeks while you were, you know, in your highest training blocks.
Yeah, but I will say, you know, I'm doing a lot of flat miles. So when you're putting in these mountain miles, they go by a lot slower.
But one of the things that you do right now, living here in Flagstaff, is that you're doing a lot of your miles at elevation. I mean, previous to that, I mean, I know you lived down in the valley for a while, but you're originally from Ohio, right?
Yep.
I mean, you know, do you feel like there's been a positive impact in your training, like moving to Flagstaff where you're training at 7,000 feet as opposed to 700 feet?
Yeah, I was thinking about, well, as it relates to Courtney, because, you know, I love living at 7,000 feet, but then you also have to think, okay, she lives higher than the entire course. And this course has some pretty high altitudes.
All right, Bib 103, that's Connor Foley. Thank you, Connor. What were your training blocks like for this race?
Last year?
Yeah.
Last year was strange because
Or were you still recovering from your auto accident?
I was running, but yeah, it was a bizarre entrance back into running because I
would say, for those that aren't familiar, you had a pretty serious auto accident in late 2023.
Yeah, ironically, where Courtney lives, Leadville, I was out there to pace a friend, and I got in a pretty bad car accident. So it was literally off my feet for several months, and then got back into running at the very beginning of 2024. And then I had already signed up for Cocodona months before the car accident, but basically treated Cocodona as a mostly through hike to get back some muscle that I lost.
I do have to say that there was a part of me when I heard about the seriousness of your accident that I was concerned about what it meant for the future of your running career. Was there ever a point in your experience in your recovery where you thought that it might alter your career path?
Oh yeah, but you know, I think coming back from it almost like didn't even matter anymore. Because I'd had several years where I was racing, but I wasn't really where I wanted to be. So I think coming back from that car accident kind of gave me like an excuse to like, I don't know, start from scratch. And so it actually, looking back on it, it's kind of been a blessing in disguise, I would say.
Because you ripped a recent, 14-hour 100-miler?
Yeah, 14:02. Nothing like Cocodona course, though.
But even in, that's a good point, because I think that in the years leading up to the accident, I'd seen you do, very respectable. I think I saw you at a jackpot do about a 15, 16. It seems like that 14 was probably the fastest you've done in several years.
Yeah, it was actually a PR. So.
Oh, I didn't realize that.
Yeah, by just a couple minutes. But I was really excited. It's just been a really fun ride these last 18 months.
That's bib number 33. That is Justine Hewitt. Do we have any eyes anywhere else on the course? Potentially looking maybe at...
We have Crown King static, but it's showing nothing.
Okay, so currently our eyes are here and at Crown King.
Correct.
I know that Hillary is, I assume, taking a break because she's going to get ready to see the next women come in.
To Fain Ranch.
Oh, that's right. She's heading to Fain Ranch. And our follow cams in Prescott are done for the night. Okay, thank you. Shout out to Dan Pena and Matt Kahn for providing those follow cams for the front of the pack as they hit Prescott. That is something that I know Dan does every year, and we're grateful for it. Bib number 20 right there. That is Ryan Bailey. Ryan Bailey going for a second finish at Cocodona. Finished in 103 hours, 26 minutes last year. Yeah, I think we're going to see a steady stream of traffic hitting Camp Kipa here with a lot of the middle of the pack starting to make its way there. That is Chris Metaxas, bib number 40. One of our Canadian runners. So we've had about 45 or 50 runners hit Camp Kipa where the camera is right now. We should expect, looks like Jeff Garmeyer might be here shortly. We'll keep an eye out for him. I know a lot of people are expecting him to come in. You can catch that. It looked like a 211 maybe. Oh, 171, Nathan Hanneman. That's bib number 156. Joel Thurston. Yeah, Camp Kipa is about to be the happening spot on the course, and I think that's makes sense because it's the 100K mark, and these runners are basically about 17 hours into their race, so that's really kind of a mid-pack pace for the first 100K of this race.
Yeah. I mean, previous years it would have been pretty front runner.
Yeah.
But yeah, for this year, gosh.
Yeah, I would assume that. I mean, this is probably about the time McKnight hit it last year.
Yeah, I mean, I was just thinking 2 years ago, I was sitting at Kipa with McKnight and Garmire, and I think it was after midnight.
Looks like we've got Ryan Sands coming into Iron King. You've been around the sport a while, Pete, despite your young age. Have you run against Ryan at all before?
No, I never have. I remember following him in Western States when he won, and that was a pretty cool. I think it was a really hot year, if I remember right.
Yeah. Yeah, 2017. Yeah, Ryan looks like that's who we're expecting to see here momentarily. One of those is a car, one of those is a runner. And now that the runner and pacer are side by side, they both look like cars.
Yeah, I think a lot of us have been anticipating seeing Ryan race, and he kind of, for his resume, kind of came in under the radar. So sometimes it's the runner that you don't hear a lot about that's right there that takes the lead at some point. So I'll be interested to see what he does overnight.
Folks know that this is Pete Kostelnik here with me. Pete finished this race last year, has a lot of experience in multi-day and running very far distances, not only across states but across countries as well. How many American crossings have you made?
2, I guess, technically. One was San Francisco to New York, and the other was the North America, Alaska to Key West.
Frankie Sands in the chat. I'm going to venture a guess there might be a relation there with the runner we're following on the camera.
See Chris Andrews in the chat. Hey, Chris.
It's one of the things I love about covering these races, especially the big events, is that we runners are fans too. And so you get to see a lot of faces and names that you know from events, whether it's people you've run against or people you've met around the circuit, whether it be, ultras, sub-ultras, it doesn't matter. I think that we're all fans of seeing other people do these events at heart. Of course, as I mentioned earlier, Pete was probably one of the earliest people on a live stream, as he was part of that inaugural Aravaipa 2018.
Was that the inaugural?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That was the first one. I mean, think about the field for that race. It's pretty stacked.
Well, Zach Bitter broke the American, which he would break again later on, but yeah, that was the
Camille.
debut of. I don't know. Was Camille there?
Yeah, that was the Camille breaking the 24-hour.
No, that was 2018, I think.
Yeah, 2018.
Okay. Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Yeah, that was.
Yeah, I was thinking 2015 for some reason.
That was the one where Greg Armstrong and Nick Curry basically battled to the point where Greg's feet were sliced to ribbons by those Teva sandals that he was running in.
His sandals and shirtless and 32 degrees.
But yeah, that was an amazing race. I mean, listen to this field for that very first live stream we did. Camille Herron, Micah Morgan, Del Salt, Veronica Mako, Stacy Costa, Maggie Gutierrez, Chevy Hills, Sonia Decker, Susie Swinehart, Connie Gardner, Emily Collins, Courtney DeWalter, Christina Pham in the women's field.
Oh, yeah, Courtney was there.
Yeah. On the men's side, Jake Jackson, Greg Armstrong, Nick Curry, Bob Hearn, Andrew Snope, Oswaldo Lopez, Pat Reagan, Mike McKnight, Walter Higgins, Zach Bitter, Jeremy Howard, Pete Kostelnik, Adrian Stanchu, Zach Gingrich. I mean, that was a hell of a field. That was a great debut race for us to cover as a live streaming event.
Yeah. I was looking back at Courtney's ultra sign up earlier today, and I know ultra sign up doesn't always capture every race you do, but her string of first place finishes.
Yeah.
It goes back, like, I don't know, 20 races.
Yeah. It goes back to like 2017.
Yeah. To 2019, actually, per ultra sign up, when she didn't win.
Black Canyon was
like
the last one she finished.
Oh, because she was pacing her mom.
Yeah. Well, no, that was Javelina 2023.
Ah, yeah.
But other than that, yeah, every race that she's finished, she's won. That's bib number 10. That's Maya Detmer. I think running F11 right now, or F12. Maya Detmer, a member of the Air Viper racing team. Makes her home in Las Vegas.
I got to run part of Mogollon Monster with her last year.
Oh. You know, she has one of her knees. She doesn't have an ACL.
Really?
Yeah.
I did not know that.
Which is amazing. Like, you ran Mogollon Monster with her.
Jeez. Well, somehow she's like never in a bad mood. I don't know.
Oh, she's amazing. She's so upbeat and so exciting to talk to about this sport. She loves this sport. She's actually joined us on some coverage before. I think she actually was on our live stream at Jackpot one time.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, with Joe, I think.
Speaking of Jackpot, did you see Ken Rubley on the live stream earlier today?
I don't think so.
You need to go back and watch it. It was legendary. Ken was being as much Ken as he could be. He was out at his snow station, or actually his water station, where he was playing with a snow machine. And somebody came up to him with a card, like thanking him for being out there. And you could tell that it totally caught him off guard. Yeah, but he was having a great time out there, and we were having a great time following what was going on. He was just sitting in the dirt telling stories as runners were coming through. Is that Ryan Sands leaving Iron King?
Yes.
Okay. So Ryan Sands running second man, third overall. Shout out Missy Jackson in the chat. You going to be out here on course somewhere supporting anybody? Oh, wait, is it Maya Detmer's birthday as well today? Well, if anybody's out at Camp Kipa, Noel Kingston, who's volunteering out there, it's his birthday as well. Got Jacob in the chat saying it's his first time watching Cocodona. Welcome, Jacob. Thanks for being one of the... I'm so shocked about this. Over 3,000 people watching us here at Air Vipa After Dark.
1 a.m. on the East Coast.
Yeah. It shows how the coverage has just exploded in this race. Looks like our follow cam has kind of given up chase on Ryan Sands. And we've got news that Mike McKnight is into Whiskey Row at this point. Do we just have a static cam there at all, or nothing? Okay.
Looks like he's there with the legendary Brody.
Brody Chisum?
Yep. 18 years old.
Yeah. That's unbelievable. So how did your 250-mile races go when you were 18?
Jeez. I think the furthest I had run is maybe a 20K by that point.
I think the most I'd ever run is across a soccer field at that point.
Looks like Lindsay Dwyer is coming up to Prescott.
Can see the runners. I got to admit, like, this is one of the things that you see as the night progresses. You can see them, kind of soaking it. Is that Kevin Ross right there? Was that, wait, can we get back to the right? Was that, is that right? The back left? Is that Kevin Ross right there? It is. Shout out to Kevin Russ. For those unfamiliar, wait, is Kevin leading the game designer challenge? Because I believe there's multiple game designers on the course this year. But Kevin Russ, of course, for those who love this sport, and I'm going to ask you why you weren't involved in this, but Kevin Russ was the runner-up to Jamil Curry.
Oh, now I recognize
for the
him.
Chipotle challenge.
Oh, that's him?
Yes.
Oh.
That's why I wanted to put the camera on him. It's Kevin Russ. He's a damn legend. You put some respect on his name.
Maybe think I remember names.
I followed that closely. I was tempted, but up here in Flagstaff, it's a little too far to justify going down to Tempe.
So when I got to the studio and they started to set it up yesterday, Jamil was eating lunch. Guess what he was eating?
Chipotle.
He totally was.
So does he really get a year's worth of Chipotle, or
I asked him if he paid for it, and he said nope.
is there a restriction on how much you can get per day?
I think it's one per week.
Once per week? Oh, come on.
But I don't know if there's any restrictions on the burrito. So in theory, you can load it.
I see.
Yeah. Oh, that thing was the biggest Chipotle burrito I'd ever seen. That was like a triple tortilla special out there. Yes, Zach.
So technically, the challenge was a free burrito, a free meal per week for a year. So 52 free meals was loaded onto a Chipotle card and given to him. Those meals, the way he loads them up, includes double wrapped, double avocado, double filling, double everything. So when that thing comes back looking like a small swaddled baby when he carries that thing in. So that dude's eating he's eating proper for the entirety. Like every week that burrito should last him an entire week.
Well, he's doing a lot of training. He's getting ready for his run at Western States. So he needs those Chipotle burritos.
Yeah, it seems to be a common theme amongst some people on this live stream.
Yeah, I mean, we had Tara Dower getting ready for it as well.
Little Chris Wardian action there.
I'm trying.
Let's go, man.
I will say, coming up to Flagstaff for this live stream and getting out and running in this, I'm going to use air quotes, air, is definitely more difficult, but it's probably doing me a lot of good in the long run.
Yeah, no, you're growing some red blood cells. You're forcing some hemoglobin adaptations. I think this is going to be a good thing for you. I think this is a good. Jogging down the street is like an entire run back down in Phoenix. It sucks so bad when I go into the office and I fly from Denver to Phoenix and I go out for a run. I'm like, I am so fit. I am ready to tackle whatever's in front of me. And then I go back to Denver and I'm like, no, I am not fit at all.
So I actually went out for dinner with Aid Station Fireball the other night, and we went across the street to a fast food joint. And on the way back, we found a trail that actually led up to the parking lot of our hotel. And we thought we'd just go up that way because it was faster. And we joked about trying to go for the course segment. And I kind of shuffled up quickly. And by the time I got to the top of this hill, which was maybe 20 feet high, I was gassed. I'm like, man, what's the escarpment going to do to me?
Having done the escarpment several times, both carrying a camera, once carrying a bib, several times for fun, it's never easy. No matter how fit you are or aren't, it's not easy. It's the same level of difficult.
Pete, you haven't done yet Western States yet, have you? Or
I did way back in 2016.
Okay.
It's knocking under 20 by a couple minutes.
16, was that the snow in the high country year?
No, it wasn't terrible. It was the Walmsley wrong turn year.
Okay. I ran it the snow in the high country, and I can't remember if it was, I can never remember, like 16, 17 all kind of blend together for me, and I can never remember which one it was.
I think it was probably 17.
I think 17. Yeah. It was the oh gosh. Yeah, there's definitely like still a hot year, but snow in the high country, and it was a rough one out there. I only made it to Forest Hill that year. I got a bone to pick with Western.
Looks like Rachel Entrican might be 2 miles or less out of Iron King. If we have a follow cam out there, we'll definitely pick up Rachel. Hitting that would be F2 and 4th overall. Rachel has moved ahead of Pau Rius and Harry Schubertus. And it looks like there's it looks like Dan Green has taken the lead, but if so, again, it's such a narrow margin at this point. 6 miles ago, he pinged at mile 94.4. Courtney pinged 3 minutes ago at mile 94.1. So you're talking maybe 0.4 of a mile, half of a mile at this point. And this stretch, correct me if I'm wrong, Pete, this is a flatter, faster run from basically to Fane Ranch.
Yeah,
so that's going to favor Dan probably.
Maybe, but it's also kind of tricky to navigate because it's not necessarily like a well-defined trail. So you're kind of you really have to keep your eyes open. And then there's a lot of fence crossings where you kind of go up like a little mini A-frame ladder. There might be some gates too, so I'm curious if Dan's going to leave the gates open for Courtney or vice versa.
Yeah, and Dan has speed to burn. Those that aren't familiar with him, he finished third at Javelina 100 last year. Has a sub 1,300 miler out at Javelina. So has run under 1320 multiple times. So Dan has foot speed. He's never done this level of distance, and I assume that once he gets past the 100-mile distance, it's all uncharted territory, but he's fast. But it'll be interesting to see how things develop in the overnight, obviously, because we're still on day one of a 250-mile race.
Yeah, and then I could see the Mingus section to Jerome kind of favoring Courtney.
Yeah,
as far as the
sure.
terrain there. So it'll be interesting to see if they kind of leapfrog based on what part of the course they're on.
Basically, once you get across 89A and you start to climb up that Mingus climb, because that Mingus climb is no joke. And they'll be hitting it at night, like we said.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, so they're about a 50K away from Jerome, from the halfway point of the race, and it's Monday night. Can we go to that shot? To show a puffy coat.
Yeah.
That's Iron King right there?
Yep.
Awesome. Shout out to the volunteers and staff members that probably know they're on camera. Is that Zach right there? Yeah, that's... We have a lot of Zachs floating around here, don't we?
It's kind of weird.
We got a Zach on the production side. We got a Zach in charge and on the couch. We got a Zach out at the aid station.
In charge is a very loose term.
Good look at the food. I think last year I had at least 50 or 60 fruit snacks packs.
They're great to just stuff in your pocket or in your pack.
Yep.
Those fruit snack packs.
And the Oreos.
Yeah, I do the fruit snacks. My son, when he runs with me and when he does races, is partial to the Oreos.
They're kind of the perfect in-between nutrition. Solid food, but lots of sugar.
Yeah, I can't do gels as a primary. I have to do them like as an in-between aid station kind of thing. And, you know, if I'm being well-behaved, I'll actually do it on a timely basis, like every X amount of minutes or every hour.
You know, I used to struggle with gels for a long time. I think it was Leadville. No, I know exactly what it was. It was Leadville, 2013. 42 V-Fuel gels. Do you remember V-Fuel?
I remember V-Fuel.
They had like 2 flavors, but it tasted like one flavor.
Oh, yes.
It was insane. So I remember, I'll never forget, I ran Leadville. It was my first 100-mile race, and it was like V-Fuel gave me a whole bunch of gels, so I'd use those. And then I decided to do that thing you do in your first 100-mile race where you listen to everybody. And the problem was I listened to everybody's fuel strategy and decided to blend that up and make it my own. So I got to mile 25, had a Red Bull, also had an Ensure, and was taking down gels like a madman. I think I made about 8 steps out of that aid station before it all came back out. And I was like, oh, that's what happens when you mix Red Bull and Ensure. That was a dumb move. Okay, that's fine.
Did you DNF Leadville in 2013?
No, I made it through.
Oh, I DNF'd that year.
I ran 21 hours. I was pretty proud of that one. The first 100. I was okay with that.
Jeez.
So but I remember coming back up over Hope Pass, and I was like trying to take in the beauty. And I was like, okay, I've made it through the crux. I can see Leadville all the way out there. I can do this. I start going over the top down to the little aid station down there. I look at my V-Fuel and I like rip the tabby off, and the gel just kind of like comes out the top, and it just kind of leaks out the top. Instantly dry heave and throw up everywhere, and I struggled with gels ever since. Like I can't not think of that moment in my head whenever I pull out a gel, and it just kind of, you get that little dry heave in your throat, little hole.
Yep.
Yeah.
I want to give an update on the back of the pack. We've got just a handful of runners that have yet to make it to Crown King. Mariah Zavala looks like she's just getting to Crown King. Andre Lee is about 2.5 miles out of Crown King, the 2021 DFL. And Shinoa Career is about 3.8 miles out. Taylor Smart, 4 miles out. And those final runners have until 11:55 local time. So basically an hour 35. Yeah. So Andre and Mariah should be okay. Shinoa and Taylor are going to need to pick up the pace. Hopefully they can do so. I'd love to see their days continue. We do just have a handful of DNFs per our system. As I think has been mentioned earlier, did we talk or confirm on Mika?
The official statement from Aravaipa and Cocodona 250 is that she has officially withdrawn from the race.
Okay, thank you.
And we will leave it up to her to discuss the story if she wants to as to why. Our focus is on the race, and that's what we'll call it. But, hearts go out to her. We know she's been through a lot over the last handful of months. And, us as a team here at Mountain Outpost, and I'm sure I speak for Aravaipa as well, as we all wanted to see her succeed very well here and have the day that she wanted, and our hearts are with her, and are excited to see her tackle her next project, because she'll do it with the same gusto and fervor that she always does.
Yeah, absolutely. And here we go. This is Dan Green crossing over those ladders you talked about, making his way to Fain Ranch. And as you were saying, Zach, I think that I speak for both of us when I say it's up to the individual to talk about their experience and decisions. Like, we would never urge somebody to talk about something if they don't care to.
Yeah, exactly. Our focus is the race and, everything that happens between the start and the finish. But inside anybody's own personal experience within that race, like, we're happy to share it if we can. We're happy for it to celebrate other people's moments. But their story is their story to tell. Our stories is the race.
Yeah. One of the stories that I was following, and this is kind of why I was alluding to it, looking at the DNF list. Unfortunately, one of my personal picks to follow, Stan Barry, has elected to call it a day at Crown King after getting there. So hope you're okay, Stan. Rooting for you. Can't wait to see you get out your next one. Watching you finish at Javelina last year under the gun was a huge inspiration. So we see Dan Green. Making his way to the Fain Ranch aid station. So how many of those ladders are there, Pete?
Oh, it felt like there's hundreds, but maybe, half a dozen.
Every step kind of feels a little bit like Hope Pass.
Yep.
So Dan is basically heading into Fain at this point, and Courtney is probably about 8 to 10 minutes back, maybe about a mile out. But as we alluded to earlier, this is a very flat, very runnable section, as he is hitting Satisfy's Fain Ranch aid station. The first runner to do so. And again, just still amazed at the fact that he is at mile 96 before 11 p.m., before 10:30. He's basically on pace for an 10 100 miler to this point, unless he takes an extended break. They're not letting him anywhere near those couches. They had him sit in a cooler.
It's smart. They're very comfortable. So I wonder if at this point the strategy is refuel, keep going to Mingus, and then maybe that'll be where he takes his first nap.
Yeah, it doesn't look like he's taking pause there at all.
Mingus is interesting because it's like you're at the top of a mountain, but it's very flat up there. And there are some big cabins up there where you can take a nap if you don't have like a crew vehicle to sleep in. So it's probably one of the bigger sleep stations on the course.
So at this point, is Dan Green the fastest ultra runner from Huntington, West Virginia?
A case can be made.
Yeah, I think it's very close. Either him or Caleb Olson. Or Caleb Owen, sorry. Yeah, sorry.
Caleb Olson also fast.
That's true.
Just Salt Lake, not
Yeah, just
Huntington.
not from West Virginia.
He's gonna be so delighted he got a shout out on the Cocodona 250 live stream. I don't even know what I did to deserve that.
What time is it? Folks, anything can happen in Aravaipa after dark.
And a huge, like, obviously, it goes without saying, a huge shout out to everybody here that has been keeping this chat lively and creating the community. That is one thing, like, Jamil and I talk endlessly, obviously, about Mountain Outpost and the opportunity that we have to bring, these incredible events and stories to you all as as fans of the sport. But you guys really keep this going. You keep this alive. Your ever presence in the stream and in the chat, the camaraderie that you all have. We strive our best to bring you something, but we also recognize that you are the heartbeat of what makes Mountain Outpost successful. So huge thank you to all of you. If you have not hit that like and subscribe button, please do so. It allows us the opportunity to continue bringing these awesome live streams to you all, for free. It doesn't cost you anything, and it also won't cost you anything to hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, but it will allow you to keep watching these things. So thank you in advance.
Pete, there was a question addressed to you in the chat about does rain change when they'll decide to sleep?
I don't really think so. Unless they were taking like a trail nap. I think most of the sleep stations are well, covered or indoors even. I'm trying to think. I know Mingus is indoors, and so you're, whether it's raining or not, you're away from the elements. There are a few sleep stations that I believe are more like a tent. I know I took a long nap. Is it Dead Horse State Park? That's after Jerome. That's where a lot of people like to take a nap.
What's a long nap when you're talking about a race like this?
For me, it was usually about an hour and a half, 2 hours.
That's a long nap.
Courtney is probably more like, she's probably going to be doing 20 to 40 minutes, I'm guessing. Much shorter. And sometimes it really just takes 10 minutes to feel like brand new. I guess it just kind of depends on the runner.
You're going to add something there, Zach?
No, just that we've got news there that we've got eyes on Lindsay Dwyer and Georgia Porter both approaching Prescott currently. So
awesome.
We're going to continue to keep eyes in that direction until we call it for the evening. Just as a frame of reference, what's going to happen for the next couple nights is for night 1 and 2, we are going to cut to our static camera. So if you all have friends and family out there that are running and racing, and you're expecting them to cross through Whiskey Row this evening and possibly Fane Ranch, we will have a static camera out there that will hopefully capture most, if not all, the runners coming through there. That will happen from whenever we decide that Chris is done talking for the evening and Aravaipa After Dark ends, and we will go live again at 6 a.m. in the morning. So that is going to be kind of our rolling schedule for the next 2 nights. And then after that first person crosses the finish line here in Flagstaff, Arizona, we are bringing you 24 hours of coverage so that we can ensure every last finisher gets their story told and gets that final nice little stamp on their Cocodona 250 experience, and we get to celebrate everybody come through the finish line.
Looks like we're going to try and get Lindsay Dwyer here. I was going to just shout out that we saw Kyla Rose Maher and Jenny Chisum at Camp Kipa. But yeah, we've got Lindsay Dwyer here, currently running F3, making her way towards Whiskey Row. Shout out to Matt Kahn for follow filming Lindsay. Matt's a pretty solid runner in his own right, but he's probably being pressed a little bit here because Lindsay looks like she's moving really well. I mean, she's only hit her half of her weekly average at this point.
Lots left in the tank. Imagine Courtney's probably just about at Fain Ranch.
All right, we'll keep an eye out on Courtney as well. We definitely want to make sure we capture her. But right now you're looking at F3, Lindsay Dwyer.
We do have a runner out at Fain who is there specifically to grab Courtney. The first few people that are coming through. Man, let me tell you, you can spend months planning a logistical nightmare of a race, and getting all the right people in all the right places, and making sure that you have the best run of show you can possibly come up with. Even taking into account that you expect this to be a record-breaking year, and you buffer an entire hour on top of that. And then Courtney DeWalter shows up to your race and completely wrecks your plans. And I just have to say, this is a testament in patience. I've never wanted her to slow down more in my life.
I don't think she cares at this point.
She has zero care about what I have to say. Good for her.
We need to get someone out here to ask her that.
All right, and it sounds like we actually do have eyes on Rachel Intrican into Iron King.
This is awesome. We've got F1,
Look at her
F2,
go.
F3, basically all at different points. Yeah, if we can get eyes on Rachel, just flip whenever you guys have the shot.
When she leaves the van, she's in her van.
Oh, she's in her van right now. Okay,
Yeah,
we'll
currently
give her,
taking a little van stop.
We'll give her some privacy here then.
I mean, she's got a lot of cameras on her right now. I don't think that's...
Well, I didn't know if, okay, I didn't know if like... But
yeah, awesome.
Lindsay's hauling.
Yeah, no, she is moving. If you told me she was, at mile 20, I'd believe it. But this is...
Of course, we mentioned this is F3, Lindsay Dwyer. We had Rachel Entrican at Iron King. And we have, or anticipating rather, Courtney DeWalter to hit Satisfy Fain Ranch. Shout out to our partners here. When I give them some love as they've helped make this all possible. Satisfy, as we mentioned, sponsoring Fain Ranch Aid, Squirrel's Nut Butter, Speedland, Catula, Tailwind, Ultra Aspire, Knack, and Janji.
Yeah, huge. Speaking of Fain Ranch, awesome what Satisfy does out there. And like one thing that I will say, you don't see them pop up to a lot of races. They don't oversaturate the market with a lot of their, like marketing ploys. But when they show up somewhere, they make a statement and they really own it. And the way that they've taken to the trail running community and specifically the crazies out here in the desert, man, they really just do some awesome stuff out here. So huge shout out to them.
Of course, if you know where to look, there is a very early Satisfy commercial featuring one Jamil Curry. Oh, yeah. I'll let you figure that one out. We've got Rachel Entrick in here, current F2. Getting things together.
Courtney here. Coming up, there we go. Look at that. Our women's leader, Courtney DeWalter, as if we expected anything different, giving her her pacer there a little fist bump. Mike Ambrose used to run for Normal and Solomon previous to that. That's where they started their friendship and connection. Currently is with running for Normal and working for NAC, and just an all-around amazing dude in the sport, and he gets to share in this amazing experience that is Courtney DeWalter's so far just obliteration of the Cocodona 250. Getting word that Rachel Entrick is out of Iron King. Made short work of that aid station. She is on a hunt. And this is interesting territory for me at night. And this is where I always want to really dissect who's got what game plan overnight. Are you going to be the hunter? Are you going to be the stalker? Are you the person who went out and you're going to go take your rest stops and expect that you might not hold the lead through the rest of the night? That you're just kind of like doing what you can to get far ahead to make other people work harder than you at a point when they should be resting. There's so many game plans to be excised at this point, and I just would love to hear every single person's game plan.
So wasn't it at Fane Ranch last year where both Stringbean and Jeff went down for a short nap?
Speaking of game plans, yes.
Yeah.
And we remember the story that Jeff lulled Stringbean to sleep and was like, we're gonna take a nap here, and yeah, I'm probably gonna sleep for like a whole hour. And then as Stringbean falls asleep, Jeff does one of those classic little pop an eye open and sees that Stringbean's asleep after. And I think Jeff said he slept for like 15, 20 minutes. And then his crew woke him up and was like, hey, you gotta go. And like, he crept out of there, like tiptoed his way out of that aid station to try to just gain those extra precious moments on Stringbean.
Yeah, and I guess that speaks contrary to what I was saying earlier, where it's so early in the race. But, that happened hours after where we're at now. So
it was the middle of the night,
yeah.
Right over night one, and all of a sudden we were just like, holy crap, Jeff took a lead, what happened? And we find out. And again, like, that is also kind of the fun part of these, like, I could only imagine, because I've never run one, but like, I could only imagine that it's a fun part of, like, you get to play so many more mental games out there. It's not it's a 4D checkers game. It's not just a fit man's game of like, how fast and how hard can you run? It's like, there's strategy to it too.
Oh yeah. I love the idea of gamesmanship and running as long as it's above board. I think it's totally
correct,
fun. Yeah.
Right? And like my favorite type of competition is camaraderie. Competition through camaraderie, where you're getting the best out of each other and out of yourselves. Speaking of overnight mental warfare games, a little history lesson, a little story from back in the day with none other than Courtney DeWalter. So it was 2014, I believe it was, and her and I, a couple of nobodies, signed up for this weird, crazy race out in Colorado called Ouray 100. It was the inaugural year. We were like, this is Verdi, this could be fun. I was, at the time, I was sponsored by Alter, and they sponsored it, so they're like, yeah, like, let's send an athlete out there, go for it. I'm like, okay, fine, let's do it. And it was like, I think it was like 6 months after I had run, or 6 weeks after I had run a super hard effort at Bryce Canyon 100 miler. And I will never forget, I make it to Owl Pass. I am feeling like death, and I am throwing up everywhere. Like, just can't stop puking. And second place goes past me, third place goes past me, fourth place. And then all of a sudden, seventh place, this girl in silver basketball shorts passes me. And I'm not kidding. Starter brand basketball shorts passes me. And she was just so kind and so nice. Like, oh, dude, you'll turn it around, buddy. You got this. Like, just keep going. And like, sure enough, I empty the tank, throw everything up, and then my stomach feels better. I get working back down the course, and all of a sudden I'm like, pass sixth, pass fifth, pass fourth. Where is this girl? I'm like, oh, she must have been a pacer. Like, that's why she was so cheery. And this is like mile 60 something. By mile 70, I'm in second place chasing down some girl in silver basketball shorts, Courtney DeWalter, who is in fact wearing the bib, not the pacer bib. And she looked at me and she was like, where did you come from? She's like, I'm not going to lie. I thought you were never getting out of that aid station. You look like shit. That just as kind as can be. Love it. Well, the next 25 miles, her and I play this epic battle of chase up and through the Colorado Trail in the mountains out of Ouray. And she would not back off of me. And I finally made a turn, turned my lamp off, my light off, and she stopped chasing. And I was like, oh, thank heavens. Like, it gave me some breathing room. Got up and over to the finish line. She finished just 20 minutes behind me. She thought I finished hours ahead of her. And I was like, no, I could see you the entire time. You were right behind me. I just didn't have my headlamp on. So hopefully maybe she's learned hopefully I gave her a lesson there that she's going to use today.
I used that trick on my first trail podium. I was out at the Pass Mountain night race, and I was in third. And for the entire third loop of the 30K, I turned my headlamp off, and M4 was probably anywhere from 400 to 800 meters behind me, but did not ever give chase because he couldn't see me.
It is honestly, it's one of those things where it makes your life a little bit more difficult. But to be fair, we had a full moon and it was super easy to hike.
A super moon for me.
Yeah. It's easy to hike at night. You don't have to use a whole lot of light to hike. And I would flash it on briefly on some, technical downhills. But man, that was, again, speaking of that, like, camaraderie and like above board competition, the fun of all this is years later, we're talking 10, 12 years later, I see Courtney DeWalter, and every now and again she throws me the horns and she's like, puke and rally. And that's just been like our little inside joke. So super, super stoked to see her continuing to crush. I am 1-0 against Courtney DeWalter, and there aren't a lot of people that can say that. And I'm going to hold on to that for the rest of my life. That is my greatest achievement.
And on that note, of course, we see Courtney DeWalter departing Fain Ranch. Think you could catch her now? What do you think, Zach? Could you catch her now?
Maybe. Maybe. She's still moving about as fast as we were moving that night, so... That's my to-date slowest win of any race I've ever in my life participated in.
Well, Ouray 100 is ridiculous.
And I will add a caveat to that. That year we ran 26 hours, but that was also the year that it was only like 27,000 feet of vert, not whatever ungodly amount it is now.
Shout out to Bob Sanders in the chat. Rachel Enterkin to Iron King in 2024, 21 hours, 39 minutes, which is what I would have expected this year. This year, 17 hours, 34 minutes. Ooh, 4 hours, 5 minutes faster to Iron King. And still in second.
This is that classic case of, second place is as good as first place. Like when you're racing someone of this caliber, the Jim Walmsleys, the Courtney DeWalters, the Killians, the greats of the sport. You can do you can have your best day and run under course record these days and still end up just barely making the podium.
Yeah, it's wild, the competition at this point. A note from Bob as well regarding Finn Melanson dropping 4 hours or thereabouts on an early split to Whiskey Row. About 3 hours, 45 minutes. Courtney currently sitting first in the women's race, second overall, but it's so close between her and Dan Green. They basically leapfrogged at aid stations. I mean, it's so close.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be way too early to call any predictions at this point and to start like putting a lot of stock into placement now means placement later.
What do you mean, Zach? People were calling it like before they got to Ken Rubely.
I mean, we all have our favorites, but I really think that again, like we let's throw back to what happened with Joe McConaughey out there in the Dells, and things can turn really quickly. In fact, let us not forget that it was but a year ago that Jeff Browning, lost the race in the final 2 miles of the course, leaving Buffalo Park, getting into Buffalo Park. Like, it can be anybody's race until they cross that finish line. And Heroldus taught me last year to never, ever, ever count no chickens before they're hatched.
That's 100% true.
I'd be really curious to see, we're looking at Fane Ranch, and something I noticed earlier when we kind of get one of those shots a little further back where you can kind of see the pacer. Look at the pacer shoes. Anybody notice something? No, they're getting a little muddy.
Oh, running off to the side?
I think that I'm wondering what kind of dirt what kind of mud we're going to approach with the kind of rain. Like, we've been getting rain on and off here. It's been happening all over the course. I'm wondering, are we going to hit any of the spots along the course? And Pete, maybe you can speak to this. Is there anywhere between here and, making their way up through Sedona, Fort Tuthill, those areas, where we're going to end up getting that super clay, thick mud that's going to stick to your shoes?
I think through a lot of this ranch prairie land, you're going to get that. Right now it looks like they're on a road that's kind of muddy, but they
pretty packed.
They get off it as they approach Mingus, and there could be some squishy feet through that section of grassland.
It's beginning to look like Andre Lee is almost to Crown King. Are one of 3 runners that have yet to get to Crown King.
Yeah, I will say, conditions like this can be pretty... I mean, everything's going to have its, plus and minus, right? You're going to get some rain. It's going to cool things off, but you're also going to potentially get mud, if there's too much of it. If it's too hot, it's hot out there, it gets dusty, you're breathing a lot of that dust in. You get the 100-mile hack, which isn't a problem in a 100-miler, but when you get it at 100 miles and a 250-miler, it becomes a really big issue, right? Everything's got its plus and minus, but this year, I think it's been just enough moisture to keep the dust down, to keep things cool, without being so much that it's going to be overly... they're going to go through mud. We're getting reports that Courtney's shoes do have quite a bit of mud on them, and I've seen a handful of other, crews, pacers, people running off to the side who are getting, fairly muddy. So I'd be curious to see what happens out there, and but I don't think it's going to be that bad. I don't think it's going to be big, thick, heavy feet, that you're carrying 10 pounds of mud every step and whatnot. I honestly think it's perfect conditions, and the race times are showing exactly that.
And I was a little bit concerned talking about the 100-mile cough. I don't know if anybody else noticed it, but Max Jolliffe looked like he was coughing a little bit when he was sitting in a chair at Whiskey Row. He kind of actually coughed into a towel or a napkin. It concerned me a little bit. We'll see if that ends up being something, but it was something I definitely noticed.
Yeah, and it's You know, it's interesting. It's like kind of one of those things where you don't think it's that big of a deal. Is that eyes on Mr. Versteeg right there? The king of Prescott. Yeah, you don't think of like muddy shoes being a thing, but man, if you're picking that foot up and that foot weighs an extra, half pound, even a quarter of a pound, and you're carrying that how many steps? It's a lot. It's a lot of power. It takes a lot of power at the end of the day to move that.
Looks like Versteeg is making his way to Iron King.
I keep getting confused when I see that Prescott's 8 degrees and I forget that it's Celsius, not Fahrenheit. And
yeah, it looks like he passed Harry.
Yep. Yeah, I'm willing to bet Versteeg's strengths is going to be in the next 24 hours. I think that's where we're going to see Versteeg really make his moves that he like. His surge in the overall field is going to be then.
Is that Jake Jackson? It is.
Yeah, Ultra Jake.
Somebody you've shared many courses and miles with.
You betcha. Where is this at?
That's at Camp Kipa.
Yep.
That's bib number 204. Let's give them their shine. Oh, that's Dimo Sokolovsky. Last year's race, he was the first person to register. Literally, like moments after the 2025 registration opened up, he had posted in the chat that he had registered, and I verified it, and sure enough, he was the first name in there. I did see Jake out at Buffalo Park this weekend. We ran into each other in the parking lot out there. He was just finishing his nice little shakeout shuffle. I was starting my daily struggle. But of course, Jake is another veteran of this race, having finished it last year.
Looks like he's getting back out there.
Of course, Jake is a great follow on Instagram. He's never been, sponsored to the level where he could, focus on running full time, as he is a career UPS driver, and he shares basically the fact that he spends all of his time either running or driving. He's always moving somewhere. And also one of the true good guys in the sport, just one of the nicest guys imaginable, and has kind of made that transition you've kind of done, like where you guys have been, running, doing things like big 24-hour fixed time races, U.S. national team appearances, and sliding into the rough and rugged world of gnarly ultras.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's what I respect so much about Courtney, beyond obviously just being as good as she is. She does it all, really.
Yeah. People seem to forget that, I think.
Yeah.
Because I forgot about it. And forgot about the fact that she's fast no matter what. Because when she ran the Crown King Scramble, I was thinking to myself, because people ask, oh, could she win it outright? Maybe. I don't know, though. Is she going to get the course record? I don't know. It's pretty stout. I forgot. Oh, yeah, she runs 50Ks fast, too.
Yeah.
Like really, really, really fast. Do we have those cameras out at Fain Ranch yet? Or not Fain Ranch, but okay. You can see the birthday boy Noel Kingston setting up the aid station for the next batch of runners. These runners are basically hitting the 100K mark just under 18 hours. Okay, I'm getting reports in the chat that that's not Jake Jackson, but you guys know he looks a hell of a lot like Jake.
There's no way that wasn't Jake Jackson.
He's right there again.
Wow.
That is a dead ringer for Jake Jackson.
The stash, the leg tats.
Anthony Seifert. Okay.
Oh my God,
Wow.
Anthony Seifert.
He
Good
looks
luck, Anthony.
so
You're
much-
crushing it.
Yes, Anthony, good luck to you.
If you're out there and you think you see a double, that is actually another runner. So just you two should hang out and enjoy a few miles together.
Yeah, with the cap.
Clearly,
on,
you
he
got a
looks
same
so much
vibe.
like him. And with the ink.
Yep.
Oh, it's the leg. It's everything. It's the whole kit.
That's what I was thinking. I was like, did Jake have that much ink on his legs? I know.
Oh, yeah.
he does.
Yeah.
I don't. Maybe you got a few more tattoos. No.
Oh man, that was
That's
hilarious.
funny. No, that's. Yeah, throw up Jake Jackson's photo here really
just
quick.
Gonna do that.
See it?
Tell me that's not the same person. I have not seen either of these people in the same room at the same time. I refuse to believe that they are different people.
I think he looks more like Jake than his photo.
Right? He's got more Jake than Jake looks like Jake. Oh, that was too much. Well, good luck out there, Anthony. Go crush it.
All right, I think we're going to figure out our pause point for the live anchored coverage, and we'll go and slide into our static cams here shortly. Let's make sure that we have all of our bases covered. Do we have any other cameras that we need to go to? Do we have any other runners approaching some of our push points?
It looks like we are at a point here where we are going to wind it on down for the evening. Again, the state of affairs on top of looking at this beautiful bounty of snacks that we get here. Ooh, someone left one of their precision shoes. And is that kiwi?
Avocado, I hope.
Avocado. I couldn't hardly see over here. So tonight's for your viewing pleasure, we are going to keep a static camera here at, over at Whiskey Row so that we can capture all of the fun and excitement happening down there. We're going to see if we've got one up at Fain Ranch. We can cycle both of those. It kind of depends on what kind of quality we got out there. But we also, something we do want to mention is that we have Mr. Tony Hill has been putting together the Cocodona Chronicles, and we will be sprinkling that over the next we'll be sprinkling that over the next 24 hours as they come into us. So just kind of a nice little recap of what's been going on. Those can be found out on the channel as well, but expect those to pop in every now and again. So that's going to be kind of the plan for this first night. We're going to let you check in on your runners. If you are tracking a runner and you know they're going to be coming through Whiskey Row at a given time, pop on that live stream, watch them, see if you can't get a good glimpse of them out there. And then we are going to be back here in the morning. Mr. Chris Warden. Oh, no, you're actually not coming tomorrow. You just opened today.
Yeah.
You're every night. What? See, this is what I'm talking about, all the plans that you
all
come
kinds
up
of plans
with.
together.
We are going to kick things off again at 5 o'clock in the morning with our Cocodona catch-up. And we are going to kind of just see what's happened throughout the night. So expect that first hour to be a nice little recap of what's been happening. That's going to be brought to you by two of our most lovely hosts in Caleb Stevens and Corinne Shalvoy. And then we're going to have Tara Dower is going to be out on the course for us, actually. As we move throughout the day, her and Hillary are going to be bouncing around a bit. So it'll be a lot of fun. Tomorrow's going to be great fun. Until then, thank you so much, guys, for letting me join you. Chris, I'll let you take it away from here.
I want to shout out the rest of our team that was helping to anchor coverage. There's Pete Kostelnik.
Fun times.
Did you have fun?
Oh, yeah.
You had fun. Good. Glad to hear
A
it.
huge shout out to our crew behind the scenes that you don't get to see. All the volunteers that are out there bringing us these images and helping out. But let's not forget Hillary Yang out there in the field bringing us some fun giggles the entire day. We've got Mr. Trevor Linton, Jordan Schmidt, Zach Lenz behind the screen making things happen. And then we have Mr. David Yousling, Andreas Petker, Troy Wicks, Mitchell Quiring, and Mike McTeer out there providing the top quality shots that you see in the air and around the field. So huge shout out to the team and everybody else in between who's been making this happen. You know, I personally could not be more grateful, as my job pretty much depends on it, for all of you doing a great job. So thank you everybody in the chat for following along. Stay tuned. We've got many more days left. Until tomorrow morning, we will catch you guys then. Let's go get some sleep.
I agree. Thanks for tuning in, folks.